evening, everybody. Good evening, Arvanauts. Welcome all and sundry to Infinity and Beyond. Welcome to day 52 of D&D with I&B Curse of Strahd, the episode which we are calling Let There Be Light. I hope everyone is doing well. I hope you folks are looking forward to what I expect to be an awesome session today as this campaign hurtles towards its conclusion. Who knows what that conclusion will be, but it's hurtling towards something, and we will see what happens as time goes on today. But before we get there, just a couple of reminders about ways to support the stream. If you have not already done so, please make sure to follow the channel. That is always appreciated. Please make sure to check out our YouTube with !ArvTube, where you can find past broadcasts of the stream. !ArvCord is the Discord channel where you can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. !ArvTweets is my Twitter, where I will always post when I'm going live and all that kind of good stuff. And Echo is 100% right. Please retweet the stream, because that really does help to spread the word beyond just our lovely Twitch audience here and try to broaden it out so we get more people involved and on board. Arv tweets for that, and you can find all of this on my website for this, arvaneleron.com. On the financial side, we have got the shop, Arv shop, that has Infinity and Beyond merchandise available for you. Arv Treon is the Patreon. I should say about that shop, there's also Adventures of Middle Earth stuff there too, and Esper Genesis stuff coming soon. Then we have Arv Treon for the Patreon, 22 patrons, $225 per month. You can get all kinds of stuff, including inspirations for the players. A reminder that you've got basically 3 sessions left this month, this right now, tomorrow's session of Speculate Twitch, joint stream of Blades in the Dark, and Emberwind on Monday. I'll talk more about that in a moment. But if you have an inspiration, you will have a chance to use it, but you're running out of days in the month before it resets, so just be aware. If you've got them, use them or lose them, as they say. So you get inspirations, you can get a copy of one of my band's albums, you can get an epic character background poem written about you, and a whole bunch of other things, plus stuff that moves the channel onward and upward as well. So that really helps if you can support us over on the Patreon. And that sub button right there under the video window, which allows you to sub to the channel, and you can get awesome Twitch emotes and custom sub badges and all that kind of good stuff that you can spread here, there, and everywhere across the Twitches, and spread the word about this awesome channel. Or, I mean, I hope it's awesome, but you guys make it awesome. So spread the word about the stuff that we're trying to do there. That is much appreciated. Last, the publishing stuff. Icarus for the Icarus and Jelinek graphic novel details from Athos Arts. Athos Arts has just announced again more details about their In the Moment anthology. We are very excited about that and about the way that anthology is coming together. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that Kickstarter progresses when it starts next month, but it looks very promising, and I hope folks here will be inclined and able to support it if they can. But Icarus and Jelinek is for my graphic novels coming from Athos Arts that will be released in retail form on November 10th of this year. Then we have got Library, which is the Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and source book from Alligator Alley Entertainment. Again, that is doing very well over on DriveThruRPG. It is a silver seller over there, currently in digital form, but it's going to be up in print form very soon as well, so please consider supporting that. And, of course, the last but certainly not least part is Greyshade KS, about my Greyshade Kickstarter, which is going to be launching February 2nd of next year. Then we have got... That's right. Yeah, Icarus is November 10th. Greyshade is February 2021. That's right. So that's the kind of breakdown about how that happens. Last but certainly not least, BLM, Black Lives Matter. Again, we are going to continue to push this, how incredibly important this is to support the voices and, most importantly, the lives of Black people in America and elsewhere. And that gives you resources about educating yourself to be an ally, educating yourself to help others, educating yourself whether you are Black or white, or whether you belong to another marginalized community or a majority community that wants to be an ally elsewhere. There's lots of places that you can support there, as well as places to donate resources and like. And last but certainly not least of that, Vote Now. Yes, thank you, Echo, which is allowing you to learn how to register to vote in America. Please do this immediately. There is no time to waste. This is the most important election of your lifetime and all of our lifetimes, and it's really important. Please make sure you do it as soon as you possibly can. Okay, that leads us to talk a little bit just about the schedule. Tonight we have got D&D with I&B Curse of Strahd. Tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern, we will have the Speculate Twitch joint event of Blades in the Dark with Brandon O'Brien and starring Yuri Kisano, Yoi Gawain Lin, Valerie Valdez, and Mike Underwood. The Case of the Cindered Seal. That will be continuing tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern. And then on Monday night at 7 p.m., we have the Ember Crew continuing with Emberwind with John GMing for Jennifer Brozek and for Marie Bilodeau and for Saad and for Brahms. So you will want to definitely check that out as well. Then Tuesday, wrapping up the month of September, we will have at noon Eastern the Patreon fueled chat chosen game of the month, which is Spiritfarer this month. And then at 4 p.m. Eastern, I'll be over at GOG with Pen and Pixels and with The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt Blood and Wine, either the last session or next to the last session. And then the one after that would be the last session, and then I'll move on to Vaporum Lockdown. So that's what we're looking as going on as we move forward. So it's going to be awesome, and I'm excited and all that kind of good stuff. So with all that said, I don't think I have anything else to announce except to say that we're ready to go. And so I'm going to unmute myself so the lovely folks know that we're ready to go, and then I'm going to unmute them, and then I'm going to move over to them right now, and thus revealing almost everybody that's there except for one person who I have to sort out, and that is Dot, which I've now done, because that's how we do it downtown, making sure that we get it this way. So
who
I have
are these lovely people that you're speaking of? I do not know them.
I am referring to the Infinity and Beyond crew that is ready and prepared and fired up. Beginning with Trendane, who is directly to my right as you look at the screen, who does not today have the Infinity and Beyond shirt, neither do I. But that's okay, because we will definitely have it next time. And as we were just learning, Tren has now gotten his hovercraft fixed. So he now has a hovercraft again, and that will allow him to hover across much of California. So glad that you got that back. I know it's important, Tren. How's life with you, and who are you playing tonight?
The hovercraft has a gas leak, and given the problems we've had with fire here recently, I probably shouldn't go flying it anyway.
Probably not a good idea. You were responsible. Okay, that's good enough. Right.
No, it was the gender reveal party.
Yeah, exactly. You shouldn't have done a gender reveal on your hovercraft.
It's gender's fault, clearly.
Right. let the kid decide, okay? Anyway. How am I doing? That was your question?
Yes. And and who are you playing? How are you doing? Who are you playing?
So we'll get to who I'm playing in a minute. So when I was in the Army, I learned to sleep through anything. And I mean, like on the demolition range, sleep through anything. Granted, that was because I knew the kaboom, the earth-shattering kaboom was coming. I knew that my neighbors were going to be doing some demolition with concrete and whatnot, so I knew there were going to be jackhammers, and everything was fine. I can sleep through a jackhammer if I know that it's going to be there. It's the bulldozer scooping up these gigantic shards of cracked concrete and dumping them into a big, long bucket truck thing that I was not prepared for this morning, that I finally got to sleep. And I thought the house was collapsing around me, and I snap awake. And I'm like, oh shit, is my car ready? It's like, no, that wasn't my phone. My phone doesn't sound like that. And so I look outside and I see the little, dumpster thing. Can't remember what it's called. It's not a bulldozer. It doesn't matter what. So yeah, really haven't had much in the way of sleep in the last 24 hours. So doing great. And I'm playing a tiny little man named Weller Pale, who's a gas cloud right now.
Right. I mean, that probably sounds similar to the way Weller sounds right at the moment, I would think. No.
No, Weller just...
Oh, okay, that's fair enough, yes. That's fair enough. When he returns on the other side of the gaseous cloud, perhaps then he'll actually sound a little... That was quite unexpected, or something.
It'll be interesting to try to do his voice right now. Yeah.
Oh, jeez. Oh, poor Tren. Well, I'm glad that you are here nonetheless, and take it easy on your voice as much as you can. Maybe just do a lot of... I think you could just do a lot of smoke signals. I think that would be great. Thank you. I'll be here all week.
Involves burning parts of California.
That's true.
And a lot of smoke,
which is the
entire problem.
Yes, too soon. Fair enough. Too soon. But good to have you here, Tren. Also good, of course, to have Saad with us. And I've learned today that the best way to honor Australia is to run one of our games on Anzac Day. So I need to find a time that we can actually do this on Anzac Day, which, for those of you who don't know, is the day that all drop bears drop on Australians at once. That's why they call it Anzac, and as your hit
I thought
the
it was
Zach.
antidepressant. Or
Zach.
Wow.
How you doing, Zod?
Australian dad joke. Impressive.
Oh, thank you.
Nice try.
How's life in the universe and everything with you, Zod?
I'm on this probably the same boat as Trendane though. However, no construction work. It was just how do I found out that my sister is having another child. So yay.
Congratulations to your sister.
I'm now going to be uncle to two. So it's a big thing in the family.
Yeah.
It's shocking because I've been doing heaps and heaps of babysitting for them because they need to go into the city to work, whereas I don't need to. So I get to do a lot of babysitting while they work, and I can work at home and at my office, which is super easy for me. So I had all yesterday. I had a 3-year-old toddler who wild child. I think I'll understand.
Yeah.
Anyone with a kid will know what a wild child is.
Okay.
But I had one for the whole day, and it's exhausting.
So what you're doing is your announcement is this is your pre-exhaustion at the doubling of babysitting work. Is that okay?
Yep.
Okay. All right.
because they're not going to sleep at the same time.
No. That's definitely true. All right. Well, look, I don't know what to tell you except if you introduce them to drop bears a little earlier than normal, maybe they'll behave. I like that. That's, I think. Everyone just stares at me. No, Art, that's not what will happen. It will be bad.
No. Drop bears are for tourists. So they're specifically trained to go after tourists. Just so you know.
Oh, well, I'm sorry that everyone's tired. I'm sorry that you folks are tired. But I hope that
it's fine. It's fine. We'll be going. We've got to figure out what to do with this skull. That's the thing. I hope you liked all my. I should say I'm the MS Paint extraordinaire of the group.
Yes, that is Sod's work. That we're actually going to make sure that we keep an original version of that so that we can sell that for charity, like that.
That's probably right. Every MS Paint. So we've got. I did the boat. I did skull. What else was that I do? I did the spiritual weapon hammer. That was great.
Yep. Oh yeah, that was a big one. And I think this skull is one of your best because it's to scale too. Like that's.
Yeah, it's to scale because it is a large skull. So
yeah, no, it's great.
Pretty good.
Normally, well, as you figure out this skull, who are you playing today, son?
Oh yes, I'm playing Oleg Danatkor Gug Edza, and that's it, Gug Edza, who is a half-orc paladin who is undead vampire, sort of. That's the best way to describe it.
Vampire-esque. I keep telling you, just use vampire-esque.
That is exactly
but
right.
Then it makes it sound fancy. It's got to be.
Well, vampires, okay, they're not always fancy. That's true. But see,
it's not really a fancy.
It contrasts with your orcish side, though. So there you go. You get the best, worst of both worlds. I'm not sure which.
Yes, that's definitely right. But it's great to have Sod with us and his art skills. Thank you, Sod, as always. Also, thank you to the person directly to his right, which is Mr. John Helfers, who is here and ready, and I think is repping the INB shirt. Is that
okay?
Good.
Someone got us, so so I'd step up.
I'm glad you were repping the shirt. Yeah. Thank you for doing that. How are you doing, John? How's life in the great state of Wisconsin? How you doing?
I am not as tired as everyone else. I guess that's a win. I'm going to take it there, and plus my state's also not on fire, so there's that.
That helps. Mm-hmm.
We did have that nice post Labor Day spike. He's not going to go into it, so 1 out of 3 ain't bad. I'm good. Things are good here overall. The beard is lush, very lush.
It is very lush. That's true. When do we start braiding of the beard? When? Like when do we?
Well, I'm thinking for not that exactly. I'm thinking to change it up for the Halloween episode. I've got an idea of what I want to do with it.
Okay.
So
sweet. Yeah, the Halloween episode. It's gonna be a good time.
So
you cosplay as Weller. I mean,
everyone cosplays as someone else, so everyone's just kind of like, "What the?"
John, it looks like you're setting up for that Assassin's Creed Valhalla tie-in that you're going to be.
There you go.
Oh man,
I'm down.
And who do you play in all of these?
Just grab 2 axes, John. You got the part.
See, there you go. The clean shaven, actually, the clean shaven Django Lucky, the reanimated warlock, Vistani warlock. So yeah, and who's about to take a big 200-pound skull on his back for reasons that will soon become apparent.
That is the case. And
his sister's about to become apparent.
I see what you did there. See, these are.
Save your voice, Trend. Save your voice.
That was a
Save your
safer
voice.
joke. Safer joke
Save
to
your
go.
voice.
Trust me, I had another joke that I was like, oh no.
Oh no, the joke that Trent doesn't want to tell is one we should probably
Right.
not hear in public.
There's always more than just one of those, by the way.
Yeah, that's actually.
Just watch when the hands come into the cross
Yep,
motion.
that's exactly.
But just
Indeed.
Always a pleasure to have
count
John.
backwards from 10.
It's
Yeah,
true.
Good to be here.
Always a
Let's-
pleasure to have John with us, and also a pleasure to have Rob with us. Rob, who
Don't
is
know why I muted the microphone. I knew you were coming to me next, and I'm like, I got him. No, I don't.
Yep, that's it. Rob, who of course has got, Mason's got his own problems in that he's dealing with stuff outside the castle as all hell breaks loose outside and inside the castle. So it's gonna be fun to see how that all handles.
We've all
But
got
before
our own hell breaking loose that we have to deal with.
we all
right
have
now.
our own personal hells. How is in the real world your, I hope not as hellscape-ish quite doing where you are? How's life in the universe with you, Rob?
What the hell was that sentence?
I'm saying, like, how's your hellscape? I'm asking, how's your hellscape?
Oh,
I'm
how's my
asking
hellscape?
Yeah, how's your hellscape going?
Well, my Hellscape London is fantastic. That game has been defunct for about 10 years, and so I guess no one's playing it. But I heard it was good when it came out, or it wasn't. So there you go. That's why no one knows that reference, and I'm gonna just move on now. Hi, I'm doing fine. Hello, everyone. My name is GC Darkside Rob. Am I still a Twitch cat? I don't know. I didn't stream at all this week. This was a bad week for me for streaming. I don't know what happened. I did like one stream and whatever. But hi, I'm GC Darkside Rob. I cast on Twitch TV, twitch.tv/GC Darkside Rob. I am a professional video editor, musician, composer, pianist, singer, and occasional voice person. I do a lot of stuff here on this. Well, actually, that is true. I do a lot of stuff here on this channel and on my own channel. I was going to say on this channel, like that's Twitch TV. There's only one channel. Why is there only ever one thing on the Twitch TV? No, but there's actually many, maybe more than there needs to be channels on Twitch TV. A channel. Twitch channels are like assholes. Everybody has one. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, no, I do a lot of stuff on Twitch TV, and I will, if you see my head bobbing a little bit side to side, I am actually working on stuff that you can't hear right now because I have it muted. Otherwise, you would have the sound of a Rhodes LA Custom coming through, which might be cool for some people, but if I'd have to play it all in minor keys for it to fit in Barovia. So I also, when I'm not doing that, I'm here playing Mason Brockwell. Doctor, excuse me, I do believe that is Doctor.
Right. Don't leave out the
I
title.
believe there's supposed to be a captain in there.
Yeah, don't leave out the title.
But yes, Dr. Mason Brockwell III, also Dr. Xavier. I just realized this, like the last session that we played, I made them both doctors, and
Yeah, I
it's
thought yeah.
Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
Yeah.
And I didn't think that through when I made the character. It's kind of,
Are you saying Xavier
redundant,
couldn't go
but-
to night school? Come on.
I mean,
Dare you-
look.
How dare you, sir?
Xavier is a doctor of something. We just don't answer that question in
Yeah.
words. We do it in action.
We do not go for his
Yes.
Comes out.
studies.
Yes.
And by the way, I'm sure there's many millions of people watching this right now. If you have asked me anything in the chat, I cannot see it because I have not brought the channel up, but I will do that now. So apologies to all of you lovely people. But yeah, happy to be here. And Dot.
And Dot, last but absolutely not least, I hope everything is okay with you, Dot, who is looking very red at the moment. Red hair, red
Yes,
shirt.
I'm
It's got
killing
the red. Is,
Yes, she's got the
I'm not
branding
wearing
going
our shirt, but this
all the
says
way.
Princess Leia, bitches.
That you know what?
okay, that's pretty awesome. Like that's
And it's the home team color for you too. So
That's
it's
right,
really
that's right.
completely
I
acceptable.
just realized I have no purple
Never
going on my background. You talk. I will
Super
fix that.
on brand.
Yeah, super on brand. How you doing, Dot?
I'm good. I'm Dot. I'm a streamer sometimes. I'm a real busy Dot right now. I have a lot of pots on the stove. With some things coming down the pipeline. I don't even know what that is going to look like. So I may have exciting news soon. We'll see. Until then, I'm here playing Agatha Massey, occasionally Agatha Gassy, which is her plan today. Just you wait. Her and that skull are getting through gas style.
Just you wait.
It's gonna be great. She sacrificed her umbrella last time, y'all.
Yeah. That's how you know we're
Big
coming
deal.
to the end of the
I
campaign.
think
Heading
of the
towards the end of the campaign because there's no
sacrifices.
umbrella. Like
Seriously,
there's no
it's going
umbrella
down,
store
yeah.
in Barovia. Like you don't get those.
In
easily.
Agatha's story, there was a slow motion moment as the doors burst open and the umbrella smashed to pieces at
Yep.
Strahd's hand.
Yep. It
And
was.
she
a
felt
dead
that
man.
wherever she was, like, oh,
Yeah.
It
she
was the
felt it.
sequence.
He's
Yeah.
a dead man.
Yeah. Oh
is
no,
what
for
he
sure.
is.
It was
A
the
double dead
sequence
man.
from Fellowship of the Ring film when they're outside after Gandalf dies, like oh, like the boys' choir in the background is like the. So, yes, we will see how that goes. But yeah, there's going to be a lot going on for everybody in there in just a moment. I also want to quickly give Dot a shout out because Dot did a very, very good job. Not that I'm surprised. Thank you also for the host and the resub, Rob. I appreciate it, my friend. Thanks. But Dot did a really good job on the Good Strong Hands one shot on her channel, which I lurked and watched a good deal of. Very well
thanks,
done. Not surprising, but I was extremely impressed because Dot pulls together. I mean, the players were great too, but the Dot really pulled together a good emotional set piece where people really felt connected to the characters in a very short period of time. So good stuff. Yes, it seems
Aw,
like a solid
thanks,
game, but it takes a good
Arv.
GM to do it. So I wanted to give her a shout out because Dot's great.
Well,
So-
and then you should also give a shout out to Craig and go get Good Strong Hands because it's a pretty cool little like dark, whimsical like fantasy setting, which has a cool dice mechanism too. It's
yeah,
pretty
which
sweet.
is officially out now.
Kickstarting.
It kickstarted now.
It is kicking its start.
Is being kickstarted.
Started
as we speak.
kicking.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
If
So
if that's not reason enough, I recently had the rock biter just tooling about in my mind,
yeah,
and he
it
said,
was such good
"They
strong.
look like good strong hands."
Yeah. Oh man. Oh, such a good sequence. That's so many good things about the movie. Anyway, but it was great to watch. So thank you, Dot. Thank you, everybody. And one last thank you to our audio listeners, who by the time you hear this, you'll either get this in a time capsule
It'll be
or sanity will have been
2025.
restored. We'll find out. But either way, we are closing in on the end of this campaign. And I do want to mention, by the way, for people who are hearing me talk about that because I had some people asking me like, well, what's up next? I'm like, well, first, let's see how this campaign comes to a close. There will probably be a few alterations, but the plan, which has been publicly announced, is we are going to be taking a couple of months where we return to the world of Tyranny of Dragons for a high-level mini campaign called Palace of the Red Pasha. There are a few loose ends that the Infinity and Beyond crew will have to tie up back in the Sword Coast and the Forgotten Realms before we put that story to an end, to a conclusion. And then after that, my plan, I think, is going to be to start everyone up on a campaign in Eberron, which I am enormously excited for because, oh my God, y'all, do I love Eberron. So I'm very excited for that. And that's going to be happening in the new year. But before,
I'm
I'm just
looking
letting
very
you all know.
excited to
since
losing
we have
4 more years of my life on this thing. Let's go.
But when you find out what the setup is, anyway. But let's do it. Let's get into this. Oh, and as I play this music, a lot of this music will be brought to you by Greenforge Studios. I do want to mention that just in the email today, I got the Forest music has now been finished by Greenforge Studios, and I am going to be working out an arrangement with them because I love the tavern music they did. So there is going to be Forest music, which is also going to be rolled out to all of the campaigns running on this channel and on GOG, so that you'll be able to hear different kinds of music, again, from Gabriel Lefkowitz and Greenforge Studios. I've heard right now about a third of it. It's great, not surprisingly. So I wanted to give them a shout out. That's going to be awesome. And I will, as soon as we figure out licensing and all that kind of stuff, I will roll that out, but it'll be soon, within the next week or so, I would say. So so that was good stuff, and you should check out Greenforge Studios for more details about that music. So with all that said, let us get into the recap from last session, and it was a doozy in our last session, he said as he fires up the
And by
music.
doozy, it's the game of Greg switching maps.
Oh
What
god,
was?
Indeed.
yeah, that
It was the game of Greg switching maps.
it was.
Business-
This is
business
what
as
happens.
usual.
Yeah, business as usual. This is what happens when everyone's like, let's go to multiple different levels, because Alec and Weller were going down.
Hashtag split the party.
That's exactly right. They were going
it's a
down.
party. Split the party.
They were going down.
It's kind of funny that we did meet up. At, like,
Well,
the
right.
same
It's a good
time,
thing, actually.
Naturally,
I mean,
as well.
you
It
know,
wasn't,
they
like,
went down.
purposely-
They went down one area together, Alec and Weller, and ended up making their way to end up finding several things. They found Cyrus Bellevue, the now dearly departed Cyrus Bellevue, who was one of the mongrel folk, very similar to the ones that they had met back in Kresk. And they ended up going down and meeting up with him, and then making their way over to a room that was filled with bones at the same time as Django and Agatha. Django rather faster than Agatha, made their way down to the floor as Django plummeted several levels and then landed with a thud in the ground floor of this place. And Agatha and Django were able to make their way over, and through basically sheer luck. I mean, it was, they could have gone one of two directions, and they basically made their way. Were drawn by their own good wits and intelligence, yes, to the bone room, where the room was just filled with pillars of bones. There was a whole table of bones, a chandelier of bones, chairs of bones, and a dragon skull, which is, of course, the one they had been looking for. So they very excitedly, each of those two groups saw each other. But in the meantime, Mason Xavier was dealing with his own problems out front, because for whatever reason, Strahd was summoned back to the castle. The people inside the castle probably know, but the ones outside the castle, Mason doesn't really know what happened, but all he knows is that Strahd came back earlier than expected, and the Ravens did what they can. But the Ravens themselves did not have enough to manage Strahd completely on their own. And so all they could basically do was slow him down a little bit. Two of his higher-level vampire spawn were dropped to deal with the troops. And Mason managed to, along with his guerrilla forces, I guess you might say, managed to take one of them down. There is still one, though, that remains. Strahd himself made it into the castle, and both he and his lieutenant, Rahadin, who the party had once met before in the Amber Temple, managed to get there just as the party was pulling this skull basically out of the bone room and into the hall, because they need to get this skull out of the castle and back to Argynvostholt. Strahd did one of the classic, I will march through the doors and dramatically move towards you, blowing everyone away as I do so. And after a couple of well-placed explosions, he said questioningly, and a couple of firewalls that were set up, you see the situation in front of you. Mason and Xavier still dealing with the vampire spawns out front, the vampire spawn, singular, out front. Here in the hall, we have both Agatha, and I think you've been turned... Agatha, I think, is invisible, and Weller is not, but just on fire. Is that right?
Weller is in gas form.
Oh, gas form. That's right. Both of you are in gas form, but
No, she's invisible. I'm in gas form.
How did you get into gas form again? Remind me.
She turned me into a gas
I
form.
turned him into gas form to
Okay.
pass through the final piece of fire and only take half damage.
Okay, right. I remember that you had that thing triggered where you went to invisible. So Agatha is now invisible. Weller is on fire. Strahd and Rahadin are marching dramatically through the flames, while Alec and Django are struggling to get a big-ass dragon skull up the stairs, basically, and out of the castle. And on the second level of the castle, one of the levels that Dot was just referring to, that I had to keep switching among, the problem that we have with that is that it may be too small for them. In fact, let me go check quickly and make sure I know what that other level is.
That wasn't the biggest problem. The biggest problem was the fact that every time we switch back to the outside, the camera always pops up on the other end of the map, and we have to keep scrolling back over. That's the big problem.
Yeah, that
was the big problem.
We all have our own problems that apparently are bigger to us, I guess we'll say. Okay, let's see. There it is. I found it. Right. So they are up there trying to pull this skull out of the door. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that we were up to the top of the round, because I think it was just that Weller had gotten on the other side of the flames with the gas situation. So we're at the top of the round, which means it's time for us to jump outside. I'm going to fire up the combat music in just a moment, but it's time for us to jump outside. Where is Barovia? Show me Barovia. There we go.
It's a demi-plane. We don't really know where it is.
Right, there we go. Yes, but in mapping terms.
Show
that's
me
what that
potato
is.
salad.
Okay.
Oh, look, we're back over by Kresk again.
I know. It'll be just fine. All right.
Never
I'm going to
again.
bring everyone over here. Let us fire up. I love the Last Lord of Dragonwood. Thank you very much, Greenforge. And now let us get rid of the vampire's castle and replace it with some combat music, please.
Rid of the vampire's castle. We're in there.
Okay. Music. I said music. Okay.
Oh.
Here we go. So leading off with Mason. So Mason, the situation is more or less that has been the same for you. You have got one group. You've still got your group of barbarians, of Dusk Elves, and of the Barovians. The Barovian villagers have definitely been hurt. The barbarians have had some serious losses, including Calix, who is currently badly hurt and down on the ground. There is only one vampire spawn left that you're dealing with, but that vampire spawn is still up and kicking and moving. So the last thing we mentioned just before the end of the last session is that you heard the sound of some enormous flying sound of some kind coming from the west, where Strahd had previously come from. You still don't see anything out that way, but you definitely hear that sound. So with all that said, I'm going to bring it over to you. This may be the first time we've ever started in the middle of a combat, but that is exactly where we are. So Mason, I'm going to leave it to you. You have one vampire spawn left, and
So how badly are my forces hurt right now?
the Barovians have definitely been affected. You would guess that maybe like a quarter of them, have fallen. So if there are, what do we say to begin with? If there are 25 Barovians, maybe like 20 of them are still, left. 5 of them had fallen. The barbarians are in worse
Calix
shape.
is not dead, right?
You don't know. He's definitely on the ground. You think he's still alive, but he definitely looks badly hurt. And there are a couple of other barbarians down. Maybe 7 of them are left. And then the Dusk Elves look relatively unscathed, although they're being all shadowy and sneaky, so it's hard to tell what their numbers actually contain.
Right.
So,
Right. I don't see the turn order, by the way. Not that it really
beg your
matters,
pardon.
but
There we
thank
go.
you.
Oh, thank you.
Turn order. Sorry about that.
So I think the last thing that I was doing was planning to attack this other,
Well, let's
whatever
do
the
that.
hell this thing is. What is it?
Vampire consort?
Yeah.
Her.
I was pretty sure I was going to attack this other consort with the sun weapon.
That may be quite true. I don't actually remember because we were starting with a round.
You
with
think I watched these after I do them, Marv? I don't know. It feels like it could have been 8 years ago.
All I know is that I had a setup for the top of the combat round, but I don't know what you were planning to do at the top of this. combat round,
Well,
so.
let's look at what our options are. I'm just double checking because I think what I was doing Sunblade one-handed second attack and then following up with a crossbow shot, which is essentially what I'm going to do now
Okay.
if I have the opportunity to do so.
You may do so, sure.
All right, that's what I'm going to do.
For
So,
sure.
boy, I love starting off the top of not just the round, but also setting the tone for the rolls.
Here we
for
go.
the-
Exactly. Let's see how
High
it
or
goes.
low, chat? What are the predictions? Start taking bets now.
What do you think, chat? High number coming up? We have a big number coming up. Do we have a big strike against the vampire spawn?
I have
coming up
little
here,
to
chat?
no hope. Anyway,
Wow.
let's see what happens.
Yeah, you gain health as well, don't forget.
See, you were being the thing that you feared, and yeah, well.
Second attack.
It's the same as last session.
Worse.
Nope. It's the same as last session.
That is not going to hit, sadly.
Crossbow.
Will he go 3 for 3?
19. I hit with
19 will definitely hit, yes. You were just getting warmed up.
that. And I believe I have Rite of the Storm
You do,
on that as
according
well.
to me, yeah. According to what my notes say. All right.
All right, so not a complete loss. So it's 13.
Okay, 13. Just give me 1 second. I pull up their notes very quickly. Like that. And then that's great. I don't care about this. This is irrelevant. Okay, here we go. Good. So, big numbers, no whammies. Well, there were some whammies early on, but now we've got something. Okay, so I'm sorry. Grand total of what?
13.
13 damage. Okay. All right. So that definitely hits, and you can see that the it's
I'm
definitely
happy I hit
looking
with something.
it's
honestly.
definitely looking fair. It's definitely looking hurt. Now, it should be noted that this one and the other one have been periodically healing, between rounds. But
One of them is dead.
that's right, and so they can be if they bleed, they can be killed. This one can, obviously they can be taken down, and this one definitely does look hurt. Okay. So
I know. I was just making sure you weren't saying that the one was dead somehow.
No.
Back to
That
life
looks to
again,
be-
because I was gonna quit right there.
Yeah, no, that looks to be dead. As far as you can tell.
All right.
I mean,
Okay.
it's Barovia. Who knows how long they'll be dead, but for the moment, right?
Dead inside, dead in reality. You know.
Yeah,
it's all-
exactly.
it's all the
Okay.
same shit.
All right. So that happens. Are you staying where you are at the moment, Mason, on the horse, in the same?
I have
relative
nowhere else to
position?
be.
Okay. Alrighty. In that case, I'm going to head us over to Django and Company, which is... Oh god, I should have noticed what number all these maps are. Ah, yes. Wow, look at me. I got it in one. Okay. All right.
Drag the map to the far left.
Yeah, but the thing is, I have multiple maps they could be going to, so then I get it confused for later.
Sure.
But for the moment, we will see. Okay, so I'm going to bring us up here. And this is actually for Valley, Django, not for you. So
Of course.
do you have Valley ahead of you? In
Yes,
which case I need to bring you to
actually-
another map. All right, hold on a second.
You betcha. Just to make your life hard.
Yeah, no, it's all right. I'm used to it.
Over my
Um,
jam.
Let's see.
Yeah, he's kind of scouting ahead.
okay,
that's correct.
I think it's
My like Raven
Might be-
constantly gets better initiative than I do. It's terrible.
Might be this one. Is it that one? Is it that one? Nope, it's not that one. Oh, God. Okay.
You were doing so well, Arv.
I know. I was like all excited, and then I was like, no, well. Okay, there we go.
But your hubris laid you low, sir.
Exactly. All right. So let's bring you over to.
Alright.
Here we go.
Right.
So
Well, actually, that's where we are as well, so...
yes, that's true.
Yeah, so
But
there you go.
fortunately, after you're done, I have to go back down to the floor below. So that's how this all works. Okay, so there's Valley. What is Valley doing here? So
Well, the door is open here, right?
yes, the door is open, but as we talked about last time, the skull is definitely bigger than the door.
Yeah, it's not a problem. I got a plan for that. So
Okay.
I'm like, go. And he's heading outside just to make sure there's like not more vampires, undead, whatever's blah 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 waiting to, ambush us when we get out once we get out there.
All right, let's go like
So what
that.
does poor, hopefully Valley's surviving the battle to not become Valley 6, Valley 5 C.
So
Oh,
what-
I'm sorry. I need to go back for just a second.
okay.
I need to interrupt.
What's that?
Assad was right. I missed this before. I get life back, don't I? At
Oh,
the end of my round?
yes, at the beginning of the, I think the
67.
67. Okay, right. Yep. Gotcha. Okay.
Sorry about that.
that's okay.
Sorry,
problem.
everyone. Sorry.
So when you go outside, Valley can see this on the outside here. Let's see. I need Valley to make a perception check for me, please.
All right. I forget what his is. I'll have to look that up real quick. Well, let's just see what the die roll looks like, and we'll go from there. 15. Okay. That's pretty decent.
So Valley does not see anything, but Valley hears what sounds like a low rumbling in the distance. It seems to be coming from the... It's hard to say exactly. It's almost like it's coming from the ground. But you hear this...
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, he's flying. Actually, he'd probably land on this buttress right here because why not? The one I can't point to you, but the nearest, like, he'd go over here.
You talk about... yeah.
Yep,
Okay.
that one's moving there. And he's like, I'm gonna stand here. I have a good vantage point. How high is that thing, by the way?
That one is a... oh, boy. I want to say... probably 40 feet, maybe. It's a buttress that goes
Beautiful.
down, so that would be my
Yep.
guess.
That sounds reasonable. He will perch up there and give me the all clear because right now it is.
Right. At the moment, that is the case. There's also a lot of... one thing that Valley can see is that there's a lot of flickering light, sort of like greenish and reddish light that is coming from the other side, like over the walls of the castle, basically on the other side. Just these little flashes in the sky. And that's not... those are not connected with the rumbling. Apparently, they're not in sync. or
Great,
anything.
thanks. Two separate incidences. That's even better.
Yep.
Appreciate
I'm
it.
sure it'll all be fine.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. You're fine.
okay.
It's all good.
That is going to bring us. There's that one. That is going to bring us back down to where Nero is doing his thing. What would you like Nero to be doing here?
I just kind of gave him an all-over task, which is to find his way up Strahd's cloak.
Right. Okay. Yes, that's correct. Yep.
So he's just making that happen at whatever pace is easiest for you, because he's not going to take any other. He has a whole 1 HP.
And he's not doing any kind of attack yet, right? He's just going up
His
there.
goal is to be there until I'm ready to do a touch attack on Strahd.
I'm going to ask you to make for me, please, a stealth check, because you're going to, essentially for him, because you're essentially making it so that he doesn't notice that something is crawling up his body. And there's a decent chance of that, because he's really pissed off at all of you at the moment, but...
My hope is that he wouldn't notice in the chaos. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. That's why, yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Can Nero get an advantage because he's wearing a T-shirt that says "Save Barovia, Ride a Strahd Boy"?
BOI, nonetheless.
You can get a laugh from your DM, but no.
There's also a very small
do.
scorpion.
I feel like I pulled the. I did. Look at me go. Check it. Can I have it, please? Now. It won't. Okay. Well, I'm gonna try again. Do you want me to use my stats, or are we using the scorpion stats as given?
I would. Yeah, I think we would use the scorpion stats.
Okay.
I believe.
So scorpion stats say D20. What up? 13 flat.
Right, let's take a look whether or not he's going to notice this. Okay. Just a moment, had to pull up this one. Okay, good.
It's okay. I still have plans. If he even notices him, we could just get cray about it.
Okay. So he doesn't. He doesn't seem. Well, actually, I guess you're on the other side of the fire, so you probably wouldn't be able to notice. So you don't know whether he notices it yet. I guess.
Cool.
But I guess Nero can report to you telepathically anyway that he doesn't. He does seem to slow a little bit, but it's not clear why that is. It may have nothing to do with him at all.
Cool.
With
Yeah.
Nero at
So
all.
definitely the goal is to stay on the exterior and hang on for the ride. Does that make sense?
Yes. Okay.
Cool.
Yep.
All right.
Okay. Yeah. Right. On his cape/cloak, right? Not on the
Yeah.
inside.
The goal would be
Got it.
like to climb up his back, not on his like physical form.
Got it. Perfect.
Yeah. So it's even harder for him to notice the scorpion on such, I'm guessing, thick vampiric fabric.
Yes. That's right. The best.
Velour.
Only the best velour
the best.
for Strahd.
Exactly. All right.
Look how soft it is.
It is
The
exceptionally.
tracksuits come from Kresk. They're the best.
You have no idea how exceptional it is. Okay. So let's pull that up there. Make sure I got that. Okay. So now it is, speaking of our good friend Strahd, it is Strahd's turn. So, so far Strahd has launched a fireball and blown up taken out an umbrella, and such. And so he is going to, let's see. He, I think, is going to move forward. Okay. So he's going to move through 10, 20, 30. And then he will pass through. So he walks through this fire. Now, when he does this, he's about halfway. So he basically just steps to the other side of the fire. When he does that, obviously, he's right in front of Weller, as you can all see here. And so he sees you and he kind of looks down at you with just kind of complete derision and disgust, sort of, and rage, definitely, in his eyes. Although it still seems like it's a controlled rage, such as it is, Weller. And
Does it
he,
like gas?
looking
You're
at
still
the,
visible.
Yeah, he's still visible.
You're not invisible, dude.
He doesn't like gas?
Yeah, I know. Like, why would he be revolted? Yeah, exactly. That's why he's revolted. That's exactly right.
Okay.
I could always change him back if moving faster, if that's helpful, but
Oh no, this is gonna be fun.
okay, great.
Yeah, this would be
perfect.
no
How
problem.
dare you pollute my castle with your floating fart?
Okay.
Exactly.
So he is going to reach out to you, Weller. He is, and from a distance, he stays about 10 feet back of you. So he just stops right before you, and then he waves his hand, and this dark cloud washes over you, and there's a moment where, if you're looking up, Agatha, you can see that Weller's cloud, the white cloud that you've turned him into, is now intermixed with this darkening cloud that sweeps through it. Now, I need to double check and make sure. I believe in gaseous form, you are not immune, but resistant to all different kinds of damage, right?
You are resistant to elemental, I believe, but you're not to
You're not to necrotic, are you?
Yeah, I'm looking.
I was about to say, let me.
Hey, Lexo.
Gas. Where the hell? Oh, here we go. Let's see. Resistance to non-magical damage, advantage on strength, dex, con saving throws, pass through small holes, blah, 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 blah. Just resistance to non-magical damage is all it says.
Bet you all wish your gas was this powerful.
Okay.
So
Make
there
those
you go.
burritos better.
That's what I thought. So
Yeah.
he sweeps this over you, and you feel this horrible sensation of being, even in gaseous form, Weller, and this is a little weird, stretched internally. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw for me, please.
No, John, did you say it?
I think I double checked and I believe it is yes. Hold on. Yes, you have advantage on a con save.
Okay.
Strength, dex, and con, you are advantaged.
Gotcha.
I'm just gonna leave that page crimped. There we go.
16.
16. Okay, that's good. This would have been a problem. You take 18 points of necrotic damage as this sort of rips you internally, and you're just like, oh. So I think that leaves you at 14 if I've got you at the right number.
I am very glad I'm upstairs.
So also you're not a magical plant, so that's good news for you. And
What did you use? Magical prune on him?
part
What
of the
hell?
yeah, exactly. So yes, this thing just like sort of sweeps through your body. It is extremely
Oh, that's what it was.
extremely painful.
That
So-
makes sense.
So he does this, and then he looks around, and let's see, is he going to do that? No, I don't think so. Okay, so he's going to do that. Okay, so he does that, and then he looks down and he says, "Neither you nor your companions will escape. Surrender now, and I would kill you quickly." So he says that.
That's never really a good deal. I just want to.
And he turns to the flame behind him. So he's sort of looking down at you, but he like looks over his shoulder, and he lifts his hand up to the ceiling, and there is this rumbling, and suddenly you see, Agatha, right in front of your face, this cascading sheet of water from the ceiling, whoosh, just like right onto the wall of fire, right in front, and the huge cloud of steam goes up. For the moment, that means that people still can't see to either side of there because there's steam, but the steam looks like it's likely to dissipate. And in a moment, you see why this is happening, because running up, it's not going to get all the way there, but running in your direction is someone, and presumably Rahadin, his lieutenant, who is rushing towards you as this goes on. Okay, this is going to bring us back to the outside of the castle, where we are going to deal with the bad guy. I'm sure you'll be happy to know, Mason. As the spawns
the
turn.
bad guy.
And we're back at Crest.
Yeah, I know. I don't know why it does that. All right, hang on. So...
It wants you to bring in Esmeralda to the fight, obviously.
Wait,
sure,
did
that's-
Agatha take a turn that round, or are we?
Agatha's
starting-
after the spawn.
This is the
Agatha's
this
next.
is the vampire
This
spawn.
is the
Right.
the
Oh,
bad.
this
Not
is the
Rob.
end-
Not Rob.
Not me. Yeah, not me.
Yeah,
She's
Rob
gonna
went
try
at
to
the
claw his
top.
face off, basically, is what's gonna happen.
Although maybe nothing's going to happen if I
Something's
can't find where the hell
face.
they
Well,
are.
it's going to claw something's face off. It's not
we
guaranteed that
go.
it's going to be me.
Here we all are. Okay, so now it
We're
is the
swinging the
spawn's
sun
turn.
sword at her for crying
It's a
out
steam.
loud.
It's a fire sale on Steam. Yes, you
Oh my
see
God.
Gabe Newell just leaps through the fire. Okay, so all right. If
Terrible.
okay. So it seems to. By the way, just quick note, Rob. What kind of damage does the Rite of the Storm do? Is it lightning, or the crossbow damage would have been Rite of the Storm?
Piercing.
So piercing. But the storm, does
Piercing
that
and-
do? Yeah, lightning. Does it
It's
do any-
lightning.
Okay, that's what I thought. Just want to check.
Well,
So
it makes
this
the weapon magical as well, if that matters.
Yep. Yeah. No, it's fine. I got it. It's not that part. Yeah. So you notice that as you're looking, that the wounds of this creature do heal somewhat, and the thing, sort of looking at you with deep rage and anger, leaps up at you to attempt to claw and bite. Beginning with
does.
the claw, it will attempt to claw you. And that is going to miss terribly. I don't believe a 10 is going to get to you.
Nope. Thank fuck. But let's see if
wow.
she misses with the bite.
Neither is a 9 going to hit you either. That is
Nope.
straight miss.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yep. So you managed to dodge both of those things as
Thank
it
God.
leaps up and then falls.
I'm
back.
glad the rolls are consistent on both sides of the divider today.
Yeah, exactly. No one seems to be doing well except for the save that Weller just made, which is important.
That's good.
okay.
Yes.
Now we're going to slide back
And actually,
over here to
hold up.
Agatha. What?
Wait a minute.
Yes.
Let me just make sure.
Oh, now we're back in Crest.
Because, sorry. I want to make sure that I have one more. Do I have any? Oh wait, I might have fucked this up last time too. But let me just double check. Is Hellish Rebuke a reaction you can take on an attack?
If it's a reaction, you do take it on an attack. Yes.
Okay, because I have 2 of those left. May I use one, or
Sure.
is it too late?
Feel
Alright.
free to hellishly rebuke. For
What's that?
this
You
one,
have to-
I'm not going to let
oh,
you do it from last round, but you can do it.
Hang on a
you
second,
can do
Rob.
this.
You have to be damaged. Did she actually damage you?
Oh
this
yeah,
time?
it's true. She didn't hit. Yeah, what's
She
the
didn't
rebuke?
hit you, so
Didn't hit you.
unfortunately you can't. You got to take damage first.
Oh, is
Yeah.
that true? It's on
Yeah.
damage
She
only?
didn't hellishly
It's,
rebuke you.
you get hit, you strike back.
That's right,
Exactly.
yeah, she
but if
didn't
she
get
misses you, it
Ah.
doesn't count.
So you can just look at her and be like, "I would have rebuked you hellishly, but
Well,
But you
I'll
were
then
so
hold on to
clumsy.
this hellish rebuke and just hellishly rebuke her
Yeah.
audibly.
yeah, audibly. Like, how? What kind of a attack was that? All right.
She never hits.
I actually didn't have that marked down. I will add that so that I don't make that mistake. You know, everybody gets one.
Okay.
Okay.
That's right.
Agatha, now it is your turn, and Django's on deck. What would you like to do,
Okay,
Agatha?
so how far? Okay, who's got the skull?
Django and Alec do at the top of the stairs, and they're going next.
Isn't that where I'm at?
No,
Oh,
you
you're
right
just
now
off
are
the
down here. That's where you are.
Why is it not my token?
Because you're
Invisible.
invisible. It's the ninja. You're the ninja
Oh,
mask.
it's Ninja. Okay, but they can't see me. Okay, well, it's time
No.
to
Yeah.
get the move on. Agatha needs to get there and get to the door, so I'm gonna just use my whole turn to get the go. 5, 10. We're gonna get up these stairs as far as I can go.
Okay. Avoiding, I assume, not running right past, but like, ducking right and then
Yeah,
up the
like
stairs.
ducking around them and being like, "Oh, quiet, Agatha."
Yeah,
and,
yeah. Do-do-do-do-do-do.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And if she can get to the landing, that's where she wants to be.
Okay, let's see. Yes, I would say so. That means that I'll only have one person down on that floor in just a moment. Okay.
Sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
So you can do that.
Priorities.
And that's going to lead us to, and that's all, right, Agatha? You just took your whole turn to do that, I believe.
Yeah, I'm
Just
gonna have
book it.
to move that far.
Yeah, I don't blame you. That is going to lead us to Django Alec and the aforementioned Agatha will, it's not her turn, but she'll be there.
I'll be there soon.
So I'll be there. All right. So I hope I put everyone on the right map. Did I? No, I sure didn't.
What the hell? Wait, we've already been here, Arv. Come
Where
on.
is this
That's
place?
the
It's
third
another
floor.
place.
Third or fourth floor.
I think that's. Nope, that's not it. I went the wrong way.
You're just giving us the whole tour
I
here,
zigged
aren't
when
you,
I should
buddy?
have zagged. Well, you've already been to these places, as you
I
said.
know.
Or fifth floor.
I was refraining from saying it the second
There
time.
we go. That's what I'm looking for.
All right.
All right. So here you are, and Agatha, you can pull yourself onto this map when you get a chance, also, because you're now at the, basically, you're here, Agatha. So like on that platform, on the ledge, basically, and on the stair riser,
Right next to
basically.
where I am,
Yeah.
which I'm not.
What are those two skull-headed creatures there, or is that not?
I was
going
gonna
to
say
be
you're not there quite yet. Those are just skeletons that are just decoration. Apparently, those are just the ones
Okay.
that are
They're
there.
basically-
So one of them has
nailed to the wall.
has a halberd or something like that.
Whatever. I just want to make sure they're not coming toward us. That's all I care about. So, all right, we're both moving together.
Yeah, so he gets to the door. I'm like, oh damn it! Doesn't
Yep.
fit.
Now, give me, and Django says, give me it. And he just lifts it up. And then if I can, I tell you, heal me.
All right. Lay on hands.
I need 20, let's put it that way.
All right. Bam. 20. Easy.
Thank you, because I have a feeling I'm going to need every single point I can get in this upcoming flight.
For the benefit of the DM, what was the BAM easy just there mechanically?
Lay on hands.
Okay.
Lay on hands for
Just
20.
wanted to be clear.
I totally, hold still.
It's the BAM
Ow!
easy
There you
skill.
go.
Like,
You
we
don't-
got it.
You don't remember Bam Easy inside the
I
D&D
do. I
handbook
remember these fantasies
with the
in
big
my own
red
mind.
button in front of it that says Easy over
Yes,
it.
yes,
and
the aspirational one. Yes.
plus
So-
2 to advantage.
So, Arv, just to let you know, if I've calculated this correctly, my lifting capacity is 600 pounds now, which is insane.
I think that's probably right.
Because it's doubled and then doubling it just to lift something. So all I need to do is lift the skull.
Yep.
So I'm holding it myself.
Yep.
and
I
then
wait to hear what's next.
Misty Step outside the door. I'm teleporting to throw a spot 30 feet with it where I can see.
And
So-
Misty Step involves anything on your person.
Most teleportation allows anything I can carry.
All right, let's double check. Let's make sure that this is one of them.
It doesn't say. It just says you can teleport up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space that you can see. But most
Yeah, it doesn't say.
teleports
And you can
have
also
said
take another
anything you can
with-
person.
carry.
Yep.
It's not uncommon to take another person with you as well.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on a second.
I'm coming. Be in hippogriff form as I pop out the door.
Let's see. Hold on. Consulting
Yep.
several sources. Yep, you're right. It does not, actually explicitly does not allow you to Misty Step with people, with other creatures, with other living beings, but it does allow you to Misty Step with equipment or stuff you're carrying.
Woo!
So you can do that. So Alec has this moment of
Keep
just
the system.
and it like just zip all the way through, and suddenly wow, leaving its eyes behind.
Agatha's coming.
Magic. And then for my last thing, I think I can still do a cantrip. I want to send to Agatha. Agatha, we are leaving.
She's coming.
I
need
lost
someone-
my umbrella, you little whippersnapper.
We are leaving.
I am in mourning for my
Make me
umbrella.
strong. Wasn't there a spell? Somebody was supposed to cast a spell on me to make me strong.
I can't
Alex
see.
gonna do that when you get there.
Oh,
Also, I
you'll be
can't
able to
see.
you'll be able to see me the moment I turn into hippogriff because I can't remain invisible.
Goose him when you get there.
Okay, but actually, this is important timing wise. So Django, that's your turn. Good
Yep,
stuff there.
I am done.
Alec, so you're able to turn yourself visible. You don't turn yourself visible yet, right? Or do you, Agatha?
Well,
The reason why is because I just need to know the answer.
because
to
at this time she was running up the stairs.
Yeah, I
invisible.
would be running up the stairs. I
that. So you
rounded
would
the
not have
corner
turned
invisible.
invisible. So you would not have turned visible yet, right?
Correct.
Okay. So Alec, you are standing in the room, and
Yeah,
you just saw the skull go out, and so
Basically, as soon as I see that, I'm just going. All right, I'm just gonna hold the top of the stairs and just wait for the whoever's gonna.
for everyone
come
else.
up.
Okay.
That being said, you may hear Agatha go, "I'm coming."
Okay. All right. If she says that, Agatha, be aware others could hear it too. I'm just letting you know.
I'm sure.
Okay.
It's fine. At this
all
point,
right.
I just need to get out the door.
Right now, I hear you. Weller, you also hear that in your ow. That hurt a lot. You also hear the I'm coming up the stairs, etc. So okay. So that's Alec. Wait.
Alright.
So are you holding an action?
sorry.
Just give me 1 second. Are
I
you
did
holding?
heal. I
sorry,
did
sorry.
lay on hands, so I can't hold an action.
Okay, that's right, because you used it already. Okay, so you are there. That leads us to Weller. And yes, Rob, you had a question.
I did whoever's left standing up in my war party of injured war party people, did they ever attack?
Not yet, but they're going to.
Okay,
in
I
just a
didn't know
moment.
where they were in the
Yeah,
order.
yeah, they are
Sorry.
in just a moment. They
Okay.
got a late start, if you may remember. Well, not a late start, but like
Didn't we all?
A slow start.
a slow start. Yes.
That's me every morning.
Yeah. Okay. So Weller is up. Weller, you are. Oh, good God. All right. Back down to 11.
Careful the map. Can't play the game without a map. Here's a map. Here's your maps here.
The hell are you people?
Okay, here we go. So here is Weller down at the
question.
bottom of the stairs. Yes. What's up?
Can I undo the gaseous form, or does she have to drop it?
Let me double check.
I think I do because I'm concentrating on keeping you in that form.
Yeah, I think
I
it's
feel
usually
like
the
she
caster.
can. I feel like the person who's cast by it can also do it.
It's great. Hey, I mean,
I know there's one of them that they can do it. I don't know if it's gaseous form.
Yeah, I think that's right. It's if you're not willing, you can't be turned into it to begin with. But once you've been turned into it, then I don't think necessarily you would have control over being able to just remove it.
here's the thing. Agatha's gonna drop all the magic next round anyways, but
Right.
Yeah, so I would say probably not. I would say probably not, Will.
All right, that means I have to change my strategy.
Okay. I
I was
will
gonna
choke
pull-
him to death with my cloud.
No, I was going to pull a Fifely.
Oh.
I was going to dive into his lungs and shift back into my normal form.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. Wow. That would have been cool.
Like I
but...
did with that dragon, which is when I asked you, where does the breath weapon come from?
Yeah.
That was a different time, though. Right. So we presume that I can't do that. All right. Because that would be awesome.
I mean, if we timed it right, you could.
Yeah, but this is... You're not going to be able to know that. That would have had to have been set
Right.
up ahead of time.
Yeah,
So-
Exactly,
that
that's
is
what I mean,
some
if it was
four-dimensional
carefully
chess where
The only way that I could see making that work is if Weller mind spake
Mind spake.
to
Spaked it.
Agatha
Zarathustra.
to basically say, release me.
Can you do
Right,
that
right.
in gaseous form?
Nope, he can't cast spells.
How do you figure?
The last line of the spell says you can't
Can't
cast,
cast
spells.
But why? Why can't you cast spells?
It because you can't use somatic components and
None
technique
of
the
my
gestures.
spells use them.
Yeah, I don't...
Well, it's up to Arth then.
Metaphysicians.
It's up
Yeah,
to
I
Arth
And the
then.
thing is like usually it's usually cast on self. I mean, you can cast it on anyone, but which means you'd be concentrating, which is another reason why you may not be able to cast more spells. But you're not holding this one. I am.
I know.
Mm.
But
So that's up to Arth.
never mind.
I-
Let it go.
This is
Tonight we're
a good
breaking
idea.
D&D.
No, it's fine. The I would be most of the time I would automatically say no. I'm more inclined to do it because he's a metaphysician, and that's partly what this is coming from. But
Ah.
but I still don't think this fits here. The part of the gaseous form sort of characteristic is that yes, you can think, but you can't necessarily even telepathically communicate. If Django was in gaseous form, for example, he would not be able to telepathically
yeah.
communicate to others. So I would say not.
Parapatheticoetic and chic,
My
yes.
ruling would be not on this trend. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I don't think.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I just wanted a decision one way or the other.
That's
And
a good
I
idea.
But now
though.
he's going to show you how he can do that exact thing. So let's get
Right. Exactly.
I have great faith.
So, well, let's see. Okay, so Weller is going to look at Strahd and say,
Strahd's like, my weakness. Like, that's so funny.
How dare you hiss at me?
You whistled Yankee Doodle Dandy. How
and
did
then-
you know? He
and then what?
dies instantly.
and using my action, I will take the dodge action.
Ah, interesting. I love it. That's actually cool. All right. So, all right, the dodge action. Excellent. All right. So, which also means, and you're going to stay. So
If
you're
I
not
move away from him, he gets an opportunity attack
right,
on me.
so to speak. Okay. So you're going to stay there and be ready to dodge. All right. That means that we are not quite to the top of the round because we have Rob's troops outside. Well, there's troops. Mason's troops, I should say, outside. So
Heck, somebody.
somebody's troops. Okay. Let's see. All right. Welcome back to Kresk, everybody. Just joking.
Hey, as long as we're here, your brother's dead.
I got some bad news for you. All right. So
Clovis,
Goodness.
okay.
Clovis, your
everything.
brother's been cloven.
All right. So the
He's been blown to pieces.
the first one to act is the Barovians now are hemming in the vampire spawn on all sides, and the vampire's like hissing as it looks around at all of these, very nervous looking, but still they're holding together, trying to move in around them. As they do that, the barbarians again sort of run in and charge, and they are led as they do this by Calix, who sort of gets back up. He's bleeding from many wounds, claw scratches all over him, and he kind of staggers forward towards the creature. And so a bunch of them attack the spawn with a few hits in there, including one really good hit. Okay. There are 3 hits from the barbarians on the vampire spawn, aided actually by the Barovians, because they're able to get some advantages on that. So it is struck again by the axes of the barbarians and is definitely badly hurt. Not dead yet, or undead, even more undead, but badly hurt, although it is hissing wildly at Calix. Of course, what has not yet been heard from are the Dusk Elves, who suddenly silently leap forward out of the shadows and also attack.
Hell yes.
And
let's go.
2 more hits.
Yeah.
It is now real close to death. Those wounds, like, it's like sort of staggering around backwards. So Calix sort of looks at this creature and looks at you, Mason, and he says, "Fought well, Mason. Strike a blow. Strike, take down him. Take him down. Take." And no, he doesn't seem to be talking about the spawn. And then lifts his axe and runs forward in his classic, break open the doorway. And the spawn, sort of looking up, hissing, turns to face him. And there is this one moment that you can see where, against the darkened sky with the moon, you see a dark shape approaching, Mason, as you're looking up. As the sound of flying that I talked about gets louder, you see this dark shape, and there's Calix, his axe reflected in the light of the moon, as he comes up and over, and he strikes as the spawn lifts its claw towards him. There is a shout of either pain or triumph, and then both Calix and the spawn topple to the ground and lay motionless. The barbarians sort of, basically let out a cheer, although several of them look over at Calix lying there and look over at you, but the spawn is no longer moving. That brings us to the top of the round, Mason, and you can now see that this flying thing is imminent. It is going to be arriving any moment, and it looks like nothing so much as what looks like a shadowy dragon form, but it's definitely not a dragon. It more looks like a cloud that's shaped almost like a dragon as this flapping sound comes. It looks like it's going to be there in, basically whatever you do, it's going to be there a second after you do what you're going to do, if you had to guess.
Because it's... I'm trying to figure out how to ask this question.
Verbally.
Appropriately is what I'm trying to figure. Does it seem like it intends to attack?
Hard to tell. It's coming towards your area very swiftly, but you don't know what it's trying to do yet. It's, in fact, other than the sound of the flapping, it's not making any roaring noise or anything like it. And it's also a singular creature, definitely.
It's not making sounds with the intention of terrifying us like the other things that approached us. It doesn't seem like it,
but it's hard to say. It could just be, it's definitely dark, shadowy, and terrifying looking, but hard to say.
All right, I quickly shout to everyone, we need to regroup. Let me try to RP a little bit. Sorry, my fucking brain is mush tonight. We need to regroup. Grab Calix and get everyone on the other side of this barricade and form up, regroup, pull together. We have more incoming, and hope to God that they're on our side. And I just tell the group that's with me to move back towards the elves.
They all start doing
the Dusk
that.
Elves.
Okay.
And what's the other one? The Barbarians.
Mm-hmm.
As everybody pulls back together, I head over to the Barbarians to check on Calix to see if there's any sign of life.
Okay. So you do that. They all do exactly what you said. And now, of course, the others groups are also noticing. So as they're moving to follow your orders, they're also, especially the Barovians, pointing up and like, in the sky. They're like pointing up at the dark cloud dragon thing. And as they're coming, and then the cloud grows and like, whoosh, and then as it sort of envelops your party, immediately then shrinks to the form of what at first looks like a man-sized dragon on the ground, and then as it walks forward, forms from a dragon shifts and shifts and shifts until it is the face of someone very familiar. And Mordenkainen looks you in the eyes and says, "You've done well here, but you cannot stop him. I will do what I can. Get to Argynvostholt now. Your companions are on their way." And he just does this thing with his hands, and then there's glowing orbs of light, and he's got this, Mason, this you've seen this look in yourself in the mirror sometimes when you're at your angriest, and this is what he looks like. He looks like he is loaded for bear, and he is like literally striding towards Castle Ravenloft, towards the east as he walks past you. And the Barovians are like all sort of staring at you like, what, where, like they're like waiting for you to say something, basically.
Outside of decision-making question.
Sure.
Was that part of the plan, or is this a new...
You don't know. The original plan was for Mordenkainen and the rest of them to delay Strahd to the west.
But I don't think we don't think he made it.
Or he did and did the best he could, but now he's back. Who
When
knows?
we set off the heart alarm.
I don't remember us
That's
saying
true.
anything
No,
about
heart
going
alarm.
to Argynvostholt.
Dude, yeah. setting
Oh,
up the
yeah,
skull?
that's the plan.
The skull?
Yeah, the skull.
That is where we're regrouping?
Yes.
Oh, then, okay.
Yep.
All right.
That is the destination for everybody. pretty
All
much.
right, that's... okay, that's the part I couldn't remember. Cool. All right.
What's up, Trent?
So as he heads off,
No,
I
I
take
thought the plan was to come back here.
that. Okay.
Take
Well,
the
if-
skull back to Argon.
skull-
the skull has to go back to
And
Argynvostholt.
then
Not that
I'm
they're
flying back
regrouping
to all
them.
of you.
Right.
Correct.
However you're doing it, though,
Who
the
knows
point
what's gonna
is...
happen now? So,
All right. Well, whichever.
Yeah, exactly. So,
everything's gone up in flames.
yeah, no, that's
as
true.
usual.
That is a good point.
We
You
have
take the skull to
wounded.
Argynvostholt,
I'm
regardless.
almost not like so. Okay, so somebody's going back to Argynvostholt. So
Right. So it
Right, no,
depends
stick
on
to the
where you
original
want your
plan.
troops to. Like, it kind of depends too on what's going to happen, next. Because so,
I'm making it. I'm sort of 50-50
Calling
right
it
now. I know I
audible,
got to make
yeah.
a decision on this. It's half. Do we storm the castle or do we back the fuck off?
What
And
would Mason do?
right. What would Mason do?
have fun storming the castle, but I don't think we. I don't know. Look, here's what I'm gonna say. If Mordenkainen came down in the form of a dragon and had this glowing ball of whatever the hell and said, "Get the F back to F," any of us would F and do it like in a heartbeat. That's
And he would
my
say
thought-
get.
my-
He
that's my
says
theory.
get. And in fairness, I should have said get back, not get back to Argynvostholt, but just get back is what he says. So, like basically, you go. I'm gonna hold him. Is what he said. Whatever that means. You can also feel
All right,
free
well,
to
I
ignore
turn-
him. I mean,
I turned to my lieutenants and to the captains, both the
Right.
dwarves and the barbarians, and I go, well, you heard the man. Do we fall back and heal our wounded, or do we dive directly into the gates of hell itself?
And so you look over to see that the Barovians, that Ismark, who himself is cut and bleeding, although he's not.
And I
not-
pulled the people, like the so-called leader of all three that are still alive.
Yeah. The
like-
barbarians, it's basically just the barbarians in general because Calix was their leader and he's not moving at the moment. The Dusk Elves are still...
By the way, I didn't actually. Did I get a chance to check if he was?
No,
still
because you don't have a
breathing?
chance to do that based on everything else, except to say that even as you look at him cursorily, he doesn't. It doesn't look good. I mean, maybe if you take time now, you can try to see what you can do to save him, but he looks to be in bad shape. The claw of the vampire seemed to pierce him close to the heart.
All right. So what? Did any of the remaining
Yeah,
soldiers
so
say anything?
Yeah, so Rionis and the Dusk Elves basically sort of the Dusk Elves, who look to be mostly unscathed. There's one that looks kind of hurt, but the rest of them seem to be okay. And Rhaonis basically is silent and looks towards Ismark, who is the leader of the Barovians, who, as I said, were affected. It had a lot of people that they lost here too. And Ismark, sort of panting, says, "We promise to go wherever you did to end this threat, and we will do the same if needed. There may not be other chances, but perhaps," and he shakes his head, he says, "we will follow what you send us to do, whatever that is. Strahd's vengeance will be terrible regardless of what we do."
Can we stabilize him? Can we stabilize Calyx?
And one of the barbarians who is kneeling by Calyx looks up at you and says, "He looked bad. Has returned to land of fathers." And he kind of looks at the others, and the other barbarians, all look somber, and the one down says, "He died a good death. Killed one of Strahd's. We will fight for him, as we would have if our leaders lost their lives. We fight then." And the others sort of nod slowly and grip their axes, blood and cuts all over them, and they sort of stride over to the Barovians, and one of them claps one of the Barovians on the shoulder. The guy almost falls over, and he says, "We fight for Calyx and the tribe, and for you." And he points up at you, Mason.
This fight is not over. We're not going to lose more people needlessly today. We're going to do as he says. We're going to hope that the people inside the castle have got what they need so that we can regroup and strike as one. I want you to take Calyx, and I want us all to go back. As Mordenkainen said, we will fall back to Argynvostholt. We will regroup, and we will wait for the rest to come with the prize that will hopefully bring Strahd to his knees.
So they
We
nod.
need to stay strong, but we also need to stay alive. And if Calyx is dead, then he will get a hero's burial. But I will see to it right now if there's anything I can do. And we will not leave him here to die. Get everyone ready to move.
Okay, so they all do that. They nod and begin to do that. And as they do that, we are going to jump back over to Valley, who is on some map that hopefully I'll remember. Was it?
Same map most of us are on.
Oh God,
Technically.
Oh, God, I think it's. Yeah, I think actually you're right. I think now it's just about. I think that's the one. Let's see. Yes, that's the one. Lovely. Okay. All right. Yes. So that brings us over to Valley. And there we go. That brings us over to Valley. What is Valley going to do?
He's pretty comfortable sitting right up here, thanks. He's just gonna stay right where he is and observe. Django's out here now, skull-headed, but it's all good. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. The skull-headed Django waits outside. That leads us to Nero, who at this point seems to be in position, Agatha, or at least you would assume that based on Nero reports to you telepathically that he is ready.
That he is ready?
He's in position for whatever you want him to do. If anything.
That's the thing. This is a waiting game.
Okay.
The plan is to have him there if I need him.
Okay, I
not
gotcha.
when I need him.
I
Yeah,
got you.
so,
He's just reporting that he is.
Okay, yeah, Agatha sends a little I don't know if you can boop a scorpion, but I mentally boop him.
Good work. Keep it up.
Yeah, boop. Good job.
You're
Okay.
doing great.
You're doing great, Nero. You just hang on to Strahd's cloak.
You
sit
just keep
right
doing
there.
what you're doing. Okay. All right. That brings us to Strahd himself. So, Strahd is staring down at this gaseous cloud of Weller, who is prepared to dodge at all costs, whatever it is that's going to be done here. And so Strahd, let's see. Strahd, what is Strahd going to do? He cast that. Is he going to attack? Okay. So let's see. Yeah, I think that might be okay. So what he's going to do is, he looks at again at the sort of swirling gaseous cloud in front of him, and he sort of like narrows his eyes as he kind of looks into it, and he says, "I grow tired of these games." And he lifts his hand, and the rumbling that Valley heard on the top before, where the whole thing was, the ground was rumbling. You remember, Django? I mentioned.
Yeah.
That rumbling begins to increase, and suddenly, springing from the floor around you, Weller, are multiple skeletal hands. Now, the hands cannot grab you in your current gaseous form, but you notice that the hands are now beginning to essentially burst from the stairs. So there's, hand. In fact, I'll try to place, if I can, hands across Barovia, so to speak.
Just say hands across the stairway,
Yeah, exactly. All right, so... Ah, yes, this works. Haha. Okay. So, and now let's copy that. And so that Agatha, you can see that these hands now are beginning to burst through the stairs. And the stairs around the hands are not crumbling, like, so this area is fine and this area here is fine, etc. But the hands are sort of rising up around you, Weller. And so these hands are kind of facing you. And Strahd sort of looks at you, and then essentially he stares at you and then walks around. So he kind of goes this way. Till he gets to this part. That's about as far as he can get after having done the first thing that he did. And then he says, "Rahadin, you may deal with this one." And then looks upward as if he's going to climb the stairs. And Rahadin strides forward. And we're going to see what Rahadin is going to do, Weller. Okay.
It's what Weller does just toward Strahd's butt.
That's funny. Okay. All right. So, when he closes to within a few feet of you, Weller, you are suddenly made acutely aware of something entering your mind. It starts initially as kind of what sounds like a low hum, just like a, and then louder and louder, and then this shrieking scream of what sounds like the voices of thousands, screams around you and through you. And you are vaguely aware, as your mind is racked by this pain, of Rahadin saying, "In the name of my master, you hear the voices of all those I have killed." I need you to make a wisdom saving throw for me, please, Weller.
Ten.
10. Okay. That is not going to be enough. Wow. The luckiest roll of all time. No, not quite. You take 12 points of psychic damage, Weller. And to be clear, that was on 3d10, so that could have been a lot worse. 12 points of damage as this stuff just sort of racks your mind with just horrible, pain. You are obviously now in big trouble, pain-wise anyway. I mean, health-wise. And Rahadin, as he does this, by the way, Weller, you can also note that Rahadin doesn't seem to be like grinning, psychopathically. It's this sort of almost fixed expression of dedication. Like, this is what I have to do, is what it feels like. Doesn't look like he's in a trance, but it looks like he's like, I'm following orders. That's how I roll, is what it looks like to you. Okay. That was Strahd and Rahadin. That leads us to Agatha. Would you, by the way, Weller, would you say something to the effect of like, oh, you can't because you can't telepathically communicate. Yeah, you just go,
exactly
all
what
right,
I'd
that's
say.
right, same problem, yeah. Okay, so we're not going to know any of that, except to know that you do, Agatha, I think you definitely heard the whole, like, you would have been able to hear Strahd saying, like, take care of this one. I think you would have heard that because he wasn't trying to keep that. So if you look back down the stairs, you can see Rahadin you can see that Weller's, like, cloud is, like, moving around wildly.
Okay. I am on this map, or am I on the other map officially?
I mean, you're technically on both, so...
Oh, great.
If you move closer to Django and Alec, then you'll be out of this map.
I think the first thing I'm gonna do is just gonna drop everything. Like, I drop the cloud, like, anything that I'm concentrating on, just, like...
All right. So Weller emerges
so
from his gaseousness.
I can be seen.
Okay.
And... oh, this is gonna be a hot mess.
More of a hot mess.
I'm just trying to think. Yeah. I'm trying to think this through. Like, how do I want to play this round? Because I could take a bonus action and make this happen, and then okay, it's time. Boop! I take a bonus action and I make quickly step happen, which is going to give me advantage on any dexterity-based checks and increase my speed by 10 feet so that I can just move faster. And as soon as I appear, I run. Oh, I don't have it. I can't put it on myself. That's okay. I'm going to need to do something else anyways.
So you're not doing that, or you are?
I am. I run over, waiting on, I guess it's going to be Alec that's going to have to cast it on me. Or maybe I run out the door. Even better. I'm going to put more distance. I run out the door and I go, follow me! Let's go! Because I need the strength cast on me. And then when I make it outside, since I'm going to just have to wait it out and bad things are coming, I'm going to heal myself for 20 points out of my special druid pool.
Okay, so you're going to run then out the door. Okay, so you're basically out where Django, the skull is.
Correct. Yeah, I run outside to where the skull is, knowing that on my, I need to, I don't think I can heal and change into my wild shape.
You also need to cast fly on me, remember?
I don't need to, I'm not casting fly. I don't have fly.
Ooh, who was doing that?
I will be a beast that flies.
Yeah. Oh. Oh, you have the strength bet. I wonder if you can carry both of us.
I thought you had fly.
I burned my spell on the Misty Step getting over here. That's my last spell of the day. I don't have it otherwise.
You should have let me do that, silly. I have Misty. I have all the steps. Well,
you were not here. And besides,
I know. I may have to go without you.
How could you carry the skull too? Was the thing.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I asked Alec to cast the strength spell on me, and then I'll be able to pick it up as the hippogriff and move it. I may just have to do it. I may just have to run it by myself. Okay, that's okay. It doesn't matter. I run outside anyways. That is the plan. I get there. I heal myself for 20 points of health, making it 40, bringing my HP up to 40, and waiting for this strength spell to be cast on me so that I can...
You can I can do it when you oh wait, no, if you transform you still get it. You still keep it,
Yeah, if I transform. I mean, I just don't think I can heal and... I can't heal and change this turn. I can't do both.
So you're okay. So just go ahead and
just
move
be aware
yourself
when you
out
transform, you don't
here.
start with less health. You start with whatever health the form has and stuff. So
it's true, but I know that I'm gonna end up coming. I guess I'm gonna come out of that form at one point.
Fair enough.
Okay. So go ahead and move yourself out here then, Agatha.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. You do that. You hear the follow me thing, and that leads us to Django, actually, who's up next in the Nalik. Django, what do you want to do? You're out. You heard Agatha. You see Agatha like zip out into the.
I'm healing
into the
myself
courtyard, healing herself.
before I take this flight.
All right. Well, the question becomes, Arv. This is old. This is 20 something. Claims the light load for Hippogriff is up to 300 pounds, medium load 301 to 600, and a heavy load 601 to 900 pounds. I don't
Be a
know if
medium
that's still-
load.
Medium. That's what. But
It's
the
also a
skull
larger
and
creature.
myself, or just the skull?
No, the skull and yourself would be medium. The skull's 250. If you're about, I don't know.
And
is
I
it
could dump a lot of crap and just take
200?
my weapons with me. Yeah,
You're about 200 right now. I'm not that
Yeah.
concerned about that, but you're at 450 with the both of you. That would be pushing it for the Hippogriff to, I mean,
To
that's
the speed
enough.
at which I'm trying to fly.
Right,
it
exactly.
To.
I was going to
That's the other
say,
thing.
exactly. That's enough for the Hippogriff to fly normally, but if you want to book it, that's going to be a little hard. Well, yeah, especially if Alec goes, actually. If it's just you
no, it's just me.
It's just you two.
me and the skull.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably enough, except that it means you're going to have to fly at a normal speed. Not slow, but you'll have to fly at your normal speed.
Strahd's just gonna chase me. I know it.
Yeah, but at least I can help fight him off if I'm with you.
That's
Whereas,
true,
you
but
know,
I might be able to fly faster and more dexterously without you.
We both hold off. May have to hold off.
Ugh. See, I know that Weller has fly, but he's not here, unfortunately.
Not yet. You can always catch up with me. That's the other thing. It's like we just need to get this fucker in the air.
True. Yeah.
Keeping Strahd from exiting the building is also a plus because he can't take flight if he's inside the.
Yeah, you're just gonna have to go, and we'll just try to hold him.
And you guys
hold
can
him
try to
off,
like meet me in the area.
or something. Yep.
Oh, this will be fun.
Okay. Yes, alas, it's the
Okay, so what was decided? I'm sorry. So Django,
she.
what are you doing?
Yeah, so as soon as she transforms, you get the strength bonus. Wait, okay, what is that strength bonus, Alec? Sad. What does that spell do? Please,
Hey,
can you
Helmus.
put it up so you can see it?
I'll get it up.
I
Again.
believe it
Because
doubles my carrying capacity. I mean,
Strength,
my
advantage
strength.
on strength and double carry capacity.
Hey, Trent,
oh
check,
shit, that means that doubles. That was the normal one for Hippogriff. That means it's doubled to 1,200 pounds.
check Zoom
max.
chat, Trent, when you get a chance.
So if you do that, actually, technically, you could carry me in that and still be able to move at a normal, even a faster rate. I'm not trying to say I should come with. However, I think I should come with because then I'm a turret on your back, able to help defend you against bats and Strahd, whatever. So
I mean, I'm not gonna stop you. I just don't want you to
if-
slow us down.
I know,
As long
but
as you
but
do
if
what
that
you slow
actually
us
doubles your
down.
carrying rate, it shouldn't even be an issue now because that becomes a light load, not even a medium load. So we got to get Arv to weigh in on this, and we'll find out.
Okay, so
Instead, it becomes 12, and 1,800 pounds.
okay.
So-
In that case, then you're
Yeah.
dealing with what would be a light load.
Yeah. So I think we just got a winner. We just got a winner here.
You just gotta, we gotta get to the next round so
Yep,
it can
yep,
cast
yep,
on
yep,
me
yep.
and I can change.
Okay. Okay, that is going to lead us to then. That leads us to Alec, who now
Yeah.
is probably wondering.
I'll
Like,
as I see Agatha like run out. I'm like, oh, all right, kind of run out
okay.
and cast enhanced ability strength, full strength on Agatha, and I go, where's Weller?
I point inside.
You left him?
I
We
look
have-
at left
we-
him.
He left us. He left us.
We have to get the skull to Argenvoss.
was-
Hall.
Get
That
focus
is
on
the
the
goal.
skull.
He was in a gaseous form the last time I checked. Probably no longer. He was trying to get through the fire. I helped him. I remind you.
Just get the skull out of here. I'll figure out something. And I'll kind of like just assume Jenga's you're carrying it. You're not actually like roping it up or anything like that.
No, I'm gonna grab it with my talons and it will be lifted in the air and we will move it properly.
Yeah, I should be able to
Okay.
do
Through
that.
the eye holes, fortunately.
And then I'll be on top, so that should work out pretty well. Just dear God.
Okay, so
Drop
I'm going
it.
to cast the bull strength, and the rest of my movement, I'm actually going to duck over here and just wait.
Clothesline Strahd, please.
So
As he goes through that door.
Okay.
So well, I'll say, if you can somehow distract, if they're coming up the stairs, somehow get their attention, and I can get to Weller. Just do something.
Like
And
look
then
like a
kind of
hippogriff.
run.
We are leaving as soon as she's ready.
I just say that, and I just book it over there.
Okay, well,
And
that's
and
my
you
reply.
just go
That's
behind that part of the castle bit.
Oh yes.
I imagine that, like I said, the hippogriff will be enough for that distraction.
Okay. The really exciting rest of the courtyard that you can see out here.
Wow, lovely.
It is beautiful.
Yeah, there's
Hey, Arundel, I am not a zombie. Thank you very much. That is insulting. Jeez.
Hippogriff with the dragon
It's
skull
also
and a zombie
insulting to
riding it.
zombies. So
Exactly.
Just another Saturday in Barovia.
Mindless, blathering, limb-dropping creatures. Please.
Okay. So yeah, that's what you see.
he's too classy for that.
That's right.
Okay.
I get blown up. That's a different story.
Have you ever tried to sew a zombie back together? It's
Okay.
hideous.
So yeah, no, it is an
That's very
amazing
good
sight.
at all.
100% live sewing. It sure is. Okay, so that's Alec is doing that. Alec, are you, I'm sorry, just to be clear, are you waiting for someone to appear?
I'm basically hiding behind there,
Okay.
and I'm just gonna keep an eye out. If Strahd or anyone like comes out the door and gets distracted, I can like dart through the door.
Okay.
So that'll be my next. It depends on what happens next turn. I'll
Okay.
figure out something.
I've just been talking.
But I have to keep my concentration on the spell because if I get hit, I'm in trouble. I have to do concentration checks, so that's why I'm staying away.
Yeah. Okay. And there's no
effective
range on that for you, right?
No, as long as you cast it and then you can just leave
That's
it.
what I figured. Okay.
So they've got an hour.
All
from
right.
now.
Sounds good. That brings us down to Weller, who right now is down on this level here, and has now appeared in front of Rahadin. Strahd is, apparently making his way upstairs, so it seems to be not paying attention now.
Give it to
Weller.
Strahd. He's a master of delegation.
Yes. So you are now facing Rahadin, Weller. And Strahd is not paying attention to you, as I said.
Yeah. So since Strahd is just making his way, downtown or uptown, I guess
Right,
in this
mhm.
case.
Ba-da-da-da-da-da.
Weller's just going to kind of look at Rahadin and say, "Just one moment," and he just, without even looking at Strahd, just telekinetic slams Strahd back down the stairs toward this room.
Ooh, does he really? Let us see if that happens. There's a saving throw associated with this, I believe.
No,
He just does it?
I believe so. Let me double check.
Yeah, I was gonna say, let me see that again. Wow.
It seems like he does do that.
This is a badass visual if that's the case. I have not said goodbye. I have not
Straight into the
dismissed you
skull
yet.
hand on the ground, I guess.
You
Okay.
surprise
just
an
a-
enemy with an unstoppable telekinetic impact. Choose one creature within range. It takes force damage equivalent to bleh, which was that, and then gets pushed 10 feet in the direction I choose.
That's an auto hit.
Yeah. All right then. So you do that. Strahd is knocked off his feet and brought back, and actually is caught by one of the skeletal hands. So it actually kind of grabs him like this, and he stands, from that position, just like doesn't move towards you yet, obviously, but just sort of stands and faces you, and his get out of the way, him, and his
sucker.
eyes
Oh, sorry.
blaze in fury.
We're helping hands.
Okay, Weller, you've got so you did that. You've got one.
See if I've got a bonus action here.
I'll hit him
And
again.
a move. If you wanna
Take
receive
it under
him
advisement.
again.
Hit him again.
Yes.
Um,
Reference is always great. Thank you very much. I'll take that under advisement. Hit it again.
I don't think I have a bonus action that I.
Oh, after all that setup, trend, come on, don't break our hearts.
Well, I was only thinking of, this part.
I didn't think that far ahead. I just was getting him back here.
Exactly.
It sounded like a good idea at the time.
It is extraordinarily unlikely that I will survive this next round, but I'm going to go ahead and cast a staggering smite on myself
Okay.
so that. Wait, no, I have to cast it on a weapon, don't I?
Yes.
You got your
Yeah,
telekinetic staff, I think.
Yeah, but I don't have it. I would have to summon the staff and
conjure
then
it.
cast
Yeah, yeah.
So it'd take you
Right.
2 rounds because it's an action for the telekinetic
Right.
stuff, right? Yeah.
So
Okay.
Just vicious mockery him to death.
that wasn't me. That was Little Weller.
That's true. I
Yeah.
know. Sorry, didn't mean to
Very
bring up a
legal.
didn't
That's
mean to bring up.
okay.
Hey, but you know
Didn't
what?
mean to bring up painful memories. I'm sorry.
If you die, somebody can smash the bottle.
He has the bottle.
Yeah, I promise he's got the bottle.
Oops.
Okay. Top of the
Oopsie.
round.
Whoopsie.
Top of the round. We
Top of the
have
morning.
because
Weller, didn't
you're not
wanna-
moving,
Weller,
are
you
you?
didn't
Weller,
want
I
to try to
assume?
move? Yeah.
Technically,
at
you
least
have a move. Still available.
I mean, you know.
I mean, even if I move diagonally between Strahd and the hand, so that because that would be 1, 2, 3 opportunity attacks on Weller.
Right. You could withdraw. You could disengage one
That's an
square,
action.
You can shift. You can
but
do
it's a
5
move.
foot
You could shift.
It's a movement thing, yeah.
Yeah. You could shift,
You
but
don't-
you'd only. But it would only get you
Disengage
5
is
feet.
an action. I can't do that.
You could. It's a move action. You can't move any further than that, but you can disengage as a move action. Absolutely. You would disengage to here. Is my point.
I don't think
That would
that's
that would save you from one opportunity attack. It just doesn't get you very far. If you were to move, then yes, you'll get all the opportunity attacks you just talked about. If you disengage to here, just one square is all you can move, but it would mean you wouldn't suffer an attack of opportunity this turn anyway.
Disengage. If you take the disengage action, your movement doesn't provoke opportunity attacks for the rest of the turn.
Right. Disengage is a move action.
That's what it says. Yep.
Okay. Then,
I guess you could disengage the other way. You just be like, I'm just gonna run back to the bone room,
right.
and I'm gonna live here forever. This is where I live
Yeah,
now.
but it's fine. I've got all this calcium to sustain.
Yeah,
I've
exactly.
heard you need a cook.
Your last one exploded by your hand.
My lord, I brought you back to talk about food opportunities, franchising. Have you?
I know that you have rather specific dietary needs.
Have you heard of mixed Strahds?
The beyond
You
strong.
heard the good news about vegans.
They're delicious.
McStrahds sound terrible, by the way.
Yes, they do.
Strahd, it's so bad.
They really do.
It's like, here's a burger made out of rotted beef. Let's go.
And blood. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, always rare.
How bloody do you like it? Still breathing.
Good. That's all. That's all we make. That's all we serve.
No, in
I
all
will-
seriousness,
I
we
will-
want to do.
I will find. I will take my disengage action, and I shall move here.
Okay. The hand, by the way, is like stays within its square, but it's like bleh, like it's got like moving like this up at you. Yeah, exactly. And Strahd is just like literally standing, now sort of like in that square. All right,
Mind
we
the
will see what
step.
happens.
It's a little bit slippery here.
He said, yeah, he does not look happy. That's going to bring us back up to Mason. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I take that back. It's back to Mason's troops first.
Speaking of
and-
which, I have no idea how much time has passed. Am I still in?
It's been 83 years.
It's been 83 years.
How long is it for other personal questions?
I'm just trying to figure out how much health I'm supposed to add back. I think it's been 2 rounds.
No, you did. I did it 2 rounds ago. You did it for you. So I would say it's 1 round, which would be 4 points a round, right? So you'd be up to 71 now, because you were at 63. We remembered it last round. That's 67, and so
That was the round before that.
Right.
We did not do it when
we
Calix
didn't do it this
died.
last. We didn't do it this last round.
Right. So there would be the last round and this round.
No, we've had. This is the 3rd round now. You've had 2 rounds of healing, and 1 round of healing we forgot. This is the 3rd total round.
So wait, start. Okay,
The
sure.
3rd total
whatever.
round. You got healed once, right? So
It doesn't matter. It's gonna. Yeah, it's fine. So 71 then.
71.
Okay.
And you will be.
I thought there was one extra.
No, you're
round
going to
in
be
there
healed.
because-
I mean, you're going to be healed at the end of this thing. Actually, is it the beginning of your turn or the end of your turn?
I'm sorry. No, the last round was not actually my round. That was all the other people's
Right,
round.
exactly.
So that's what I'm remembering wrong.
Yes.
Okay. Cool.
Speaking of
So,
which,
awesome.
speaking of those other people, I should mention that it's their turn now. So they are, moving themselves in a position. They're basically now waiting for. They heard you about like kind of getting ready to move, and they all look like they're ready to move, more or less.
Yeah,
There's
as soon as they're ready to move, we're
barbarians
moving. Yeah.
They all basically have Calyx ready to get on their shoulders, depending on if you want to, like, check him as you move, or like, it depends on how you want to handle it, basically, Mason.
Well, I guess I didn't get an opportunity last time to check if he's okay, did I?
You
Or if he's
just
alive.
got over to him. You would have to do that this round if you wanted to.
I definitely want to do that, but once I do that, we need to move.
Okay, so if you want, you can just drop your troops right behind you, like, so in the turn order. So in other words, you would then check it and then say move, and then they move right after you. So it means they're just, do you understand what I'm saying? They just basically drop one spot. So they will move after you go from now on.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. So they will not go, you will go. Now you're the whole 71, the healing, whatever. So now it's your turn. Now you're going to check him. So, okay. So I would say to check him, you're going to need to do a medicine check before you move. As you said, you're going to check him and then
That's
move.
fine.
So medicine.
Right. I'll take that. 25.
Yeah. It's pretty clear to you, Mason, that Calyx is probably beyond saving. Could he be raised from the dead or resurrected? Possibly. But he is more than unconscious. He's dead. The wounds that were inflicted by the spawn were severe. In fairness to him, his axe cleaved basically from the collarbone all the way through the center of her chest. So she's real dead. But he was also killed in the action. He was already pretty hurt when she laid that on him.
Is there anything left of the creature on the ground?
Yes.
Aside from the cleaving?
Yes, it's sort of in parts, kind of, or at least one part of its body is almost disconnected from the other part. But yes.
Considering how furious I am that Calyx is dead, I take the stun sword and I just slice her damn head off directly from whatever's left of her body.
Yep.
And I just say, "We move!"
Okay. And the barbarians kind of lift his body, his arms back, right, as his axe on the ground. As you head off, the Dusk Elves kind of fall in behind you, and you start moving this way. So let's see. I would say you can probably get about here-ish, I would say.
Okay.
And I'm just going to have you and all, as you move yourself, like here's you, but as you move yourself, I'm going to have the troops basically falling in behind you, more or less.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. One last ride. Exactly.
Are we still in initiative?
Still in initiative, yeah. Have to be because the other situation has not changed yet. Okay, so that's you. And then at the end of the round, you heal, yes? Is that what it is? The end of your, not the round, the end of your turn, or at the beginning of your turn?
When I take my turn.
Okay, so then you would get 4 more at the beginning of this turn. So now you're at 75.
Okay, cool.
All right, and now it is Valley's turn. Meanwhile, back at the ranch. I'll move you back over there.
I mean, just to unconfuse things, it doesn't matter whether I do it at the start or at the end of my turn. It's just on my turn, I gain back that amount.
Okay, well,
so.
Yeah, that's fine. So,
if you're in combat, it does actually make a difference if you get at the beginning or the end. So.
I don't think I'll double check if it clarifies that, but I don't think it does. So
okay,
I'll double check it.
Oh boy, I hope it's 3. I think it's 3. Is it 3? It's 3.
Big maps, no whammies.
I remember. Yeah. Okay.
I think it's time for Valley to rejoin. Well, he's going to wait till he gets the skull off him because he has nowhere really to land at this point. He's just going to hang here for another round. I mean, you can always follow them out when they're flying. It's not a big deal. So, because he goes before them anyways. So, yeah, he'll just stay where he is.
Okay, Nero is going to do what he's doing, just hanging out there, Agatha. Okay. All right, it's Strahd's turn.
It is at the start of the turn, so I will try to remember to do it at the beginning of my turn before I do anything else.
Oh, interesting. Okay. All right. That is an interesting note that I received. Okay. Okay, so it is Strahd's turn. So I'm gonna bring us here. Strahd looks at you with furious vengeance and anger, Weller, so to speak, at the rage that has been sort of seen. And he looks at you, and he raises his left arm, his left hand, because Rahadin is starting to start to move, and Rahadin sort of stops. And he looks at you, Weller, and he says, "It has been a long time since someone has dared to hinder my progress, Weller. It is unfortunate that I was unable to introduce you to your teacher."
I met him.
He nods. "I have learned much from him. You, unfortunately, will have no chance to repeat your lessons." And he swipes down with his claw upon you. He's going to get 2 attacks here. First one is going to be a 23.
Myth. No.
Yeah, I was like, damn it. Okay.
Haven't killed
So
anyone since 1983.
that is going to be, oh boy. That's going to be, all right, 8 bludgeoning damage,
Okay.
which is going to knock him down, I think.
Yep.
And as you are hit by this, 11 necrotic damage.
Mm-hmm.
So,
That's 2
let's-
attacks.
Yep, and that's 2 attacks, right? This is all part of one thing.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
so that's let's see. So right now you're at negative what?
Whatever 19 is minus 2, so minus
Negative
17.
minus 17, right? Okay. And then he has his second attack, and on his second attack, which is where is the freaking, there we go. On his second attack, he reaches down to you, and for a moment the music stops, so to speak. He reaches down to you, and he whispers in your, as you're like gradually beginning to lose consciousness, he whispers in your ear, and he says, "He told me that your friend squirmed in agony when he died. I hope you feel the same." And he bites into your neck. It is going to do, since you are helpless and cannot resist this.
Mm-hmm.
Total of 25 points of damage, 16 necrotic and 9 piercing.
So, how much?
Which means you're now at negative 32.
Okay.
No. What did I just say? How much damage? 25?
That's
Negative
what I was
42. Sorry.
Negative 42?
Yep.
Weller has 41 hit points.
Yep.
That pushes him beyond any saving throws.
Right.
And he is,
So what is Weller doing as he passes out? Because this is basically the...
as Weller is feeling everything just fading, and whatever strength he has left, I mean, he can't really even say anything. He just reaches into his robe, grabs the bottle, and chucks it up the stairs as hard as he can.
When it hits the top of the stairs, there is a smashing sound, and the bottle bursts, and coming out of the bottle is an enormous explosion, and you outside hear this explosion. The stairs themselves ripple as fire and water comes bursting out of this bottle. And as the bottle explodes, and you can sort of, you hear the sound of shrieking and screeching, and Weller, I would say, as it's fading and you hit the bottle, you can see that the skeletal hands burst in fragments as this water hits them. And sort of hits it, and at the very top of the landing, there is now lying a lot of equipment, including the holy symbol of Ravenkind, which is at the top of the stairs, lying on the ledge. And Weller has expired. That brings us to I should say he does that, and then having done that, he then starts walking up the stairs.
Right. Not Weller, Strahd.
Yeah, no, not Weller.
Damn.
Clear on that.
I hope to God somebody is at the top of those stairs.
Unfortunately, no.
Nope.
We're all out, and I'm not going back in there. We have the skull. We got what we came for.
That's going to lead us
I
to
have no idea what's going on in there. So
It's going to lead us to Agatha.
Unless,
let's see.
but even so, trying to take him on would be like,
Okay, well, it's cast on me, and
Shit.
I can turn into Hippogriff. That's the sound it makes. I will do that and use my movement action to pick this fucking thing up and get in the air.
Sorry. That's what I meant to do. Okay.
is that a full turn shift? Does that take your entire action or just one?
It'll take my entire action
remember-
to shift.
Remember, I still got to get on top of you, so hold on.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm right behind you, so you're gonna be actually leaving until next round anyways, because it's shift, grab this, and then take off next round.
Okay.
Is the best you could probably do. So
Great. Well, then I shift and like maybe get my claws dug into the eye hole.
yeah, I like set it down for you to position so you can like burp,
Yep.
and then I'm up there. I'll be watching in case I have to blast the doorway, and we're out of here. Exactly.
So, you shift into Hippogriff form. Let's see. I'm fresh out of Hippogriffs, but give me a second.
I have.
Hold on, I got something.
She turns into this jet
Nah,
black.
I gotcha.
I imagine it's like.
Bigger than that.
Yeah, cool. I imagine it's jet black, like almost like black velvet, except the ends of the wings are like kind of like lace. They have that like transparent.
Oh, cool. That's very cool.
You know, kind of lacy cobweb type situation.
Okay, you now have control over that.
Oh, great, awesome, thank you.
Okay.
I stick my head out and I go, "Wah!" Like, get the fuck on!
Nicely done.
Yeah, you're welcome.
That's what that means. Oh my god. All right.
The accent's a little thick, but yeah.
Yeah.
Do the best I can. I am a dusk elf, not a hippogriff, so.
All right. So you do this. Django, you're up next. So I assume you're getting
Yeah.
on. So you get on the thing.
Yep.
And then Agatha is then shifting, and then I would say, because it's all happening more or less at the same time, is able to
Take my move
and
action
like
and
lift
get us in
off.
the air.
Yes. And so you take off and begin to fly away and around the area.
And that is when actually Valley will join us since he was holding his action anyways.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
When
That
we
sounds like a
leave,
plan.
he'll leave. Yep.
And I should say, by the way, that there are skeletal hands beginning to erupt all around you. And Alec, you also notice that there's starting to be some hands popping up,
Must fly
not right
faster.
next to you, but yeah, like close to you anyway. So just
I'm on a
because it's
one-way
Alec, it's
ticket to...
your turn. Yeah, are you? What's your situation, Alec?
I'm still waiting. I want to see if I can get to downstairs somehow. If they can distract, hopefully, if Strahd comes out the door and sees like them flying off, he may.
I made
chase
a lot
after
of
them.
noise. That was kind of my
Yeah,
goal.
I'm just gonna wait here. I'm not moving.
All right.
I'm just
And,
prepping a dash, like a full-on high-speed dash.
Or I'm actually watching the doorway to see who comes out of it first or whatever.
Okay.
So
What's the speed on the hippogriff, by the way? Assuming you're going to be double moving it all the way.
850 miles a second.
Exactly.
So
Instantly.
we technically have done this before. My flying speed is 60, so I can do 120 feet around.
Okay.
And we estimated it would take me 15 minutes to get there.
That's
at
what I
full
figured,
speed.
yeah. Okay. So, all right. You do that. Alec is waiting. Okay. Weller is gone. That leads us to, they're now going after Mason. Mason's people are. Mason, meanwhile, outside in Barovia proper, you are now moving with your people. So you're I assume, just basically now just heading straight west, as you said, right? Like you're getting through the barrier and like through the doors and like riding through the
We have
forest.
no
back
reason to
towards-
believe that there's any other
Right.
plan right now than to do exactly what Mordenkainen commanded us to do.
Right. Okay. And Mordenkainen
And he
incidentally
wants
is
us
moving
out, he
quickly.
wants us out of here. He does not want us here.
That is the case.
And I have no idea what's going on inside the castle, so I have to assume that mostly the plan is going as intended. I obviously can't know
Oh my God. stop.
what's gone awry, put it mildly.
So far, none of us
Um,
knows. None of us know. is the
That's
thing.
true.
Yeah.
That's true. I imagine if things play out the way I think they're going to, someone will know momentarily that I've encountered. But yeah, right now my plan is to take our wounded back and regroup at Argynvost Hold.
Okay. So they make their way sort of swiftly this way. And you make your way into the forest with the rest of your troops as you head west. Valley is going with you, so I'm just going to put Valley along with, for ease, I'm just going to put him after you, Django, now in the order because there's no reason not to do it that way. Nero, Agatha, same. Now, is there a certain point beyond which you lose range on Nero? Okay.
Yes,
So,
this is kind of why I was more interested in him stalking Strahd than like riding his cloak immediately. That the real goal was for him to like wait for the opportune moment. So he's riding the cloak now, so it is what it is. But like his plan was just to hang out at the castle until there was like a need for it.
Okay.
But if Strahd is gonna be moving, then he needs to be where Strahd is. So
okay,
it's
I
just
was
kind
going
of
to
like,
say, yeah, that's just
he's
kind of...
just riding the cloak
Okay.
of Strahd, and if he falls off, well, fuck it, he falls off. But
Okay.
the goal is for him to just hang on until he's needed.
Fair enough. Okay.
And am I at 79 now? Just
Yes, thank you for the reminder.
okay, cool.
Okay, so let's head back over then to this Okay, here we go. So, right, so Strahd's turn. Strahd is going to emerge from...
Aye.
Let's get to this one here. Strahd is going to leave here. And he is going to go right up here. All right, so he appears, Strahd appears here and is going to, at great speed, make his way out. And so, Alec, you see Strahd emerge himself, and Strahd looks up, and Django, you can see as you're kind of on the back of this thing, back of Agatha, sort of making his way, you can look down and see Strahd look up, and Strahd sort of gives a kind of half smile in the moonlight, and then takes off and shifts.
Actually, I'd like to shoot him if I can. Eldritch Blast. I would like to actually attack
Sure,
him.
why not?
He's within range.
And Alec should have a turn as well against him. He was standing
He's,
at
he's,
the
he's too
door.
far away.
He's too far away, and also these were, it was told I was waiting until he comes out, not I'm waiting for a particular attack to happen. But the 22 will hit, yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And then he can suck it.
And he can suck it.
Oh, jeez. 8. Lousy 8 points.
Okay.
Wait. Actually, what is that? Why did I roll twice? That's weird. I'm sorry. 9 points. We'll take the first one. It's 1 point better. Whoop-de-doo. But yeah, I'll tag him. Absolutely.
Okay. Let's see. So
Let's dance, bloodsucker.
9. All right. So
It's gonna be a tough one, y'all.
Yep.
okay.
Yeah, this campaign might end tonight
That's,
poorly.
All right.
I guess, Arundel, that is exactly correct. I am the
Tail
top-mounted
gunner.
turret.
Yes. All right. Give me 1 second, everybody, as I'm just checking on.
So
things
wait.
quickly.
Does that make you Dak? I don't think that didn't turn out well for him.
I plan
yeah.
to survive.
Like I could take
never
on the
said
world,
I
sir.
could take on the Emperor,
I know how you
Empire all by
feel.
myself. No, I never said that.
And
Never said
yet
that. No.
you're kind of doing that.
Luckily, he's only one guy.
Remember to
he
use those
controls
tow
everything.
cables.
Yeah, exactly. Tight and low.
Okay. So what it turns into is not a bat.
Of course not. I was hoping to kind of shock him enough where he'd have to like refocus for a bit.
Okay. What he is going to turn into instead is
Drop bear.
turns into a drop bear.
Flying
Drop bear.
Daily
Yes, he's the
disaster.
new. He's evolved. He's an evolved
It's
drop bear.
counterintuitive, isn't it? I mean,
Okay.
It's a fly bear.
he could stop flying.
Okay. That's what I thought. All right, good. Okay, so he turns
I'm sure it's not
into.
good.
I mean, yeah, maybe when I say good, I mean let's be.
Yeah.
He
What's your
turns
definition of
into
good?
this-
How
his-
about bad?
His body, as he sort of as he kind of leaps up, his body lengthens and grows. His arms become long and wiry, and his hands become even more of these claws. And you can maybe see just a little bit of maybe a drop of blood, Django, in the moonlight, as he gets his body gets longer. As I said. His face becomes long, his nose long and crooked, and he lets out a shriek. And you realize you are suddenly looking at what looks very much like an enormous harpy. And the harpy basically flies after you. And as it flies in your direction, it can't do anything yet, except it's going to be moving at, decent speed. This is much bigger than a normal harpy, incidentally, just so everyone's clear. But yes, so you see though, swoop area, not so much. Okay, so it is flying in your direction. That is Strahd. Alec, you saw this happen. Did you? What did you want to do? Because you saw him come out, and you said you've been waiting.
Yeah,
for
I'm
that.
just gonna wait a bit longer.
Okay.
Until he's like out of, just a bit away, so I have time to get in and out. 'Cause
Got
I
it.
need a bit more time.
Okay.
So I just want to keep an eye out if there's anyone, because there was the other guy. I did see him.
He's not.
the
It's true. He has not
raid
emerged yet.
Hasn't come through yet. So I'm just gonna wait a bit.
Okay. That's going to lead us to Agatha's turn. So Agatha, you are flying at top
Must
speed.
fly faster. Must fly faster.
Yeah, I continue. 120
Harpies in rearview mirror may be larger than they appear.
feet, as fast as my wings can carry me, and even faster if possible.
Okay. Let me just zoom out of it so I can make sure. So I'm gonna open up a lot of this map here. 5, 10, 15.
Yeah, 'cause I know
So I
you're
would say you can get probably to about
Danger zone.
here. I would. Oh, sorry. Right here, I would say, if you can see that on the map.
Okay, yeah,
About there, I would say.
great. That's what I do. I fly over there. There-ish.
Okay. Yep. I would
So-
say, and that means that Valley is over there too.
Right. Where did I go? I disappeared.
Who's that?
Oh, there I am. Wait, sorry. Can't really get on her back. I was to be close. There we go. Okay.
How's that?
Yeah.
Good?
Yeah. That's.
All right, and also we can't forget, not you, Strahd. Oh, for God's sake!
Now, Harpy Strahd. Collect them all, kids.
There we go. The skull. Okay, and Strahd.
It's Strarpy now.
Yes.
Strarpy,
Yes.
that's right. Straharpy, yeah. Okay, Django, you were up. Now he's making his way. He's not around the corner yet, because he was transforming and such.
Mhm.
So, yeah.
My range is 120 feet. I can wait until he appears, and then I will tag his ass.
Okay. All right.
Gonna find it really hard to get close to us without taking some kind of damage to the face and other areas. Yeah.
Valley is going to go be next. He's just staying with you. Okay.
Yeah, he's just I'll go after him if you want, but I'd rather not.
Alec, you're still waiting. Okay. That brings us back up to the top of the round. We already know what Mason is doing. And I think, well, let's see. I don't want to pull us out of initiative quite yet, but in just a second I will.
Okay.
All right. So back in Barovia, still we have Mason and his troops beating a retreat. So
83.
Okay, yeah. So making their way here, there, and they're running
And everywhere.
just running down the road, basically. And you heard, by the way, a growl like some.
I was gonna
call
ask if
from the-
I was gonna ask if I heard that.
You definitely heard a
Yeah.
call, although you don't know what the hell that means. But you
Oh,
definitely-
sure. I imagine I don't, but it sounds like get the hell away.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, Mason, I think I have you at 80 because you have currently you have a there was an injury.
My max
that you
health was
took.
93. I thought, oh,
No. Your
wait a
max,
minute.
yeah, your max health normally
is 91.
is 91. You were at 83 because of Right of the Storm, but you took damage, which means that your current a particular kind of damage from the vampire spawn. That means your current maximum is 80.
All right, so 80 is my max,
At the
but
moment.
should I take more damage, that spell is still active.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. So that was him moving there.
So I
doing
guess
that thing.
I'm at 80 then.
Gotcha. Okay, we already heard about what Nero's doing. Strahd, okay. Meanwhile, back on the Strahd level, Strahd is going to, here we go. Strahd is going to fly and moves at what might be said. Now you can hit when he comes in a range, you can fire off your bolt at him if you wish, Django.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So I assume I can make the attack rolls.
Yes.
Hell to the yeah. I wish I'd saved hex, but I'll take it. 25 and 18.
25 will hit. The 18 will not.
Okay.
Damn.
Take the first roll of damage. Come on, baby. That's a 9.
Okay. All right, he will take that.
Yep.
Kind of, and then accelerates to, and seems to be accelerating even faster.
Oh, that's not
And is
good.
behind you, and as it comes, within about 60 feet of you, is as far as it gets, it begins to sing this. It's this horrible sounding, shrieking,
Halen.
but, yeah. Exactly. I thought it was just like dun 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 dun. All aboard! Da, 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 da. Anyway, sings that song. I need both Agatha and Django to make a wisdom saving throw, please.
Oh, thank goodness. Okay. No, that's yeah. Okay.
Oh, may the dice be with me. Yes!
Dang! You're like, no! It's like-
I am living my best hippogriff life, motherfucker! You're not stopping me!
I only got an 11.
That is just enough. You actually feel this sort of part of your, like, you hear a voice whisper, you'll do what I say, or your family dies again. You hear whisper in your mind.
Okay.
But then it passes, and you
Shrug
kind
it
of have
off.
control over yourself. But yeah, you could tell that was going on. Now, meanwhile, back at the castle, you see
Wisdom?
someone, Alec, emerge.
Bonus.
And that is person who emerges. I promise it's going to happen. Okay. Is going to be, for those of you listening, of course, you've been hearing the sad music because, well.
Yeah, nice touch.
So we are here emerging. Okay. You see Rahadin appear with scimitar in hand. He looks a little hurt, not a lot hurt, a little hurt, and is sort of looking around and like kind of looking. There are skeletal hands now popping up all around him, but he ignores those. And he heads off this way around the corner of the castle, basically at a
as
full
soon as
run.
he heads off, I just go like around the corner. I'm in. I just go straight in, vampire speed,
Okay.
evading all the skulls.
When you get
Full
to,
90 feet.
if you're going at vampire speed, so what's vampire speed? What?
Whole total of 90 feet of movement. So that'll get me all the way down the stairs.
Yep.
Just about like halfway.
So when
down.
you get down there, what you see, Alec, is you can see, we'll put you at about here is where the ledge would be. You see the shattered remains. First of all, inside, you see that the stairs are an absolute wreck, largely crumbled. There are bones, pieces of bone and skeletal fingers and so forth that are shattered and just lying on the ground. You can see scorch marks all around the ground and the floor, and you can see various sizzling chemicals. And you can see what is very clearly shattered pieces of this bottle that are lying on the ground. And, sorry, Did I not bring you over to the... My bad. Thank you. I must have forgot to put... Oh, yep. I'm sorry. Sorry about that. There you go. That's what I meant to do. My bad. You are over there, and I already mentioned what happened to Rahadin. So when you get here... There you go. Yeah. You can see those shattered pieces of glass, and you can see in there a piece, and there's also like fuzz and various collections of like fur and eyeballs and like all these things that are lying on the
horse
ground.
Manure.
Yeah, exactly. But also lying among all of it, you see what was the holy symbol, what is the holy symbol of Ravenkind, lying in the heap of it. And past the smashed and destroyed staircase and the skeletal sort of things down below, you see the lifeless, motionless body of Weller Pale at the bottom of the stairs.
I mean, like, you see, Oleg's just, he's still focused. He's pissed off as all hell, but he's just going to be focused on what he's going to do next, which I can't do right now because it's the end of my turn as I get down there.
Okay.
Oleg has a very, very pissed off face.
Okay. So okay, so you're not picking up the stuff from the ledge
next
yet.
turn.
You will
next
be,
turn.
okay.
I'll pick up the necklace as well as Weller and Vampire dash outside.
Okay. So I think at that point what I'm going to do is to speed things up a little bit. I'm going to pull us out of initiative, but there are still going to be attacks taking place. So I just want everyone to know that's what's going on when I do an attack, or when you respond to do an attack. So I'm going to make this a little more fluid going forward. So that means Mason and his people, I'm going to assume, unless told otherwise, that you're continuing to move back towards Argynvostholt, right, Mason?
To continue the sentiment that was uttered by Django, we are leaving.
Yeah, that's what I figured. So there's that. Then let's see. That was okay. So that means the next one that we've got is Agatha. I'm going to allow. You're going to continue to fly in that direction. As you're flying out towards Argynvostholt, and you cross over into Barovia proper. So I'm going to make just a quick copy of all of you. No, I'm not. I'm going to just highlight you for no reason. Okay. Now I'm going to do that. As I said, I'm going to make one big copy. And then I'm going to bring you over to Barovia here. And I think I moved the players over to Barovia this time, did I?
I'm still on the castle map, but you can keep us on the Barovia map for now on because we don't need to go back and forth.
Okay. Right. So you folks are now. Yeah. So you can now see all of yourselves. Right.
Okay,
I'll bring you over to it. Right there. So that's you with the skull, sort of now outside.
Okay, great.
And
I'm gonna start making as much noise as possible.
Yep.
Agatha's flying. Ah! She is like calling all of this fucking druid is calling all of Barovia to her aid at this point.
And those shouts are going up. Django, I'll give you a chance to take another shot back at Strahd, who's like rapidly closing.
Yep. I also, as I'm firing at him, I am drawing the silver sword I have carried since like level 2.
Okay.
In case he decides to close for that. But for now,
Lone Wolf has inspired Agatha. Thank you, Lone Wolf. That may come in handy.
I got a 21. One hit, one miss.
Yep. There you go. The 21 will definitely hit.
Yep. And smack. There we go. Max damage 15.
Okay. So when you strike him, it kind of it strikes him in the shoulder, and sort of semi shrugs it off. I mean, that definitely hit, but okay. And then begins to accelerate, and is going faster and faster. And as he comes close to you here, he again sings his "Run!" Again the metal song. So I need everyone to make a wisdom saving throw again, please.
Right.
Can you inspire Welder to +1 life, if only?
Okay. 17 for me.
All right, Agatha, how about you? And you have that inspiration if you wish. Oh, man. Were you using it, I assume?
No, I was not.
Oh, you're not using it. Okay.
It's coming purely
so, okay, you all sort of, again, have this thing pass through your mind, but not as much as last time. But Strahd is now very close behind. And again, the claws are almost sort of reaching for the skull / hippogriff / tail, etc. Shadow Mage has inspired Mason. I think chat may feel like everyone's in a bad way here. So
Mason,
Mason
guys,
has
come
been
on! I can really use
inspired.
one here for what I'm about to try.
They're like,
I could
you're
really use some help.
fine. Okay, so there's that. That's going to bring us. So let's have Alec up here next. Alec, you're
Okay,
at that
so-
ledge. What are you doing?
Thanks,
Uh,
but why
thank-
me?
Thank you,
Hillness is
Hillness.
inspired Django. Okay,
Thanks,
so
but what? Shadowed, love you, buddy, but why me? They two other people in a way spat.
I think the
but-
chat wants to inspire everybody because they're like, oh crap, this is
Right.
Yeah, it does.
Wow,
It's end of the
holy
month.
shit.
Smoke them if you got them, basically. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. But yes, this is good.
So I pick up the necklace. Does it do anything when I pick it up out of interest?
When you
Do I
pick up
feel
the
any-
necklace. That is a good
I just need
question.
to know.
Hold on one
It's gonna-
second.
it's
It
gonna
burns your hand off.
affect me.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe.
Hold on one second. What to do if this creature? No.
See what? Agatha, how high are we off the ground?
High, aren't we, Arf? Like, we're like in the air.
Well,
I imagine that. I
Yeah,
imagine
you're in
that
the
we're
air.
below cloud level or whatever.
Yeah,
Like we
low,
can see
low polar
them.
orbit.
But
Yeah,
like
yeah.
a couple hundred some odd feet,
Coup-
150
yeah, a couple
feet
hundred
at least.
feet in the
yeah,
air,
exactly.
Oh,
probably.
that's okay.
Yeah, a couple hundred feet probably.
Don't fall off.
It's not falling. I'm gonna do in a minute.
Okay.
I can probably take it. It's just not gonna be pretty.
I need you to make a. What do I want you to make?
Pterodactyl?
Yes, I need you to make a pterodactyl. No. I need you to make, please, for me.
But please
Thank you,
try.
Dragon
Yes.
Spear. Let's just
I
hold that
need
reserve
you
for
to
now.
make a wisdom saving throw for me,
Again?
please. Nope. This is
Oh.
Alec. When he picks up the holy symbol.
Oh,
Ugh.
and he becomes a vampire raven.
19.
So this thing burns you, and there's a
Oh,
moment
that's
where you're
right.
like it's like burning into you. Like, okay, the guy picks up in Indiana Jones.
Indiana
right?
Jones,
That's what I'm talking about.
yeah.
Right? So he picks it up. Right. And you are going to take actually 12 points of damage from this, Alec. As this
Do I
thing
need to take a
burns into your
concentration for that?
But no, you don't, for the reasons I'm going to describe.
Okay.
Well, actually, wait, let me think about it. No, you're right. You do have to do that. Go ahead and make the concentration check, but I'm going to describe something else for just a moment because you made the original wisdom check.
Yeah, fine.
Okay.
Concentration.
So you made this check, so that's fine. The you do this, and there's a moment where you're like going to throw it away. You're like, because it hurts, But then it burns, but then there is a coolness that passes over your hand, and there is a voice in your head that says, "You know the right thing to do. Do not give up now." It sounds vaguely like the voice of your old mentor. Now, this can't obviously really be the voice of your mentor, but something about your old strength, your old personality has not abandoned you. And in a way, it's as if the symbol reacted to two aspects of the same thing, or the same person. One that was the vampiric part of you, the other that was not. And so it cools, and now you're just holding the symbol.
All right. I guess I'll put it on. That's part of it. No.
Okay?
And then I'll head down to Weller and pick him up and start heading outside.
Okay. All right. So you pick it up, head outside, and all right. So that takes care of that. We'll move that over there. Great, lovely. Okay. So you now have the holy symbol of Ravenkind. You head outside. That means now that Mason and his people continue to move to the west, as we've been talking about, moving at top speed.
Do I hear or see any of that stuff? Because it's above us, off to the.
It's above
east.
you,
Can
but it's going to catch up to you in just a moment. They're going faster than you are, so they will pass over you in just a moment.
Okay.
So, and speaking of that, so they get to move.
Sorry, I just had to give you a private
That's
message.
okay.
on
Yeah,
as
yeah,
well.
it's okay. I just responded.
Cool.
So, all right. So you're doing that thing, and then Agatha, you're going to get a chance to continue to fly in that direction. So you're going to fly over this way, and I would say, So you're probably about here. And at this point, because you're making a lot of noise, now I would say, Mason, you and the crew, let me see. Oh God, it tried to make me move the entire map. All right, hold on a second. It was like everything. It's gonna try to make me do it again. Someone's gonna have to move that skull for me because I can't do it without moving everything else.
I'll do it.
All right. So as
I love how the directions of its eyes just moved. Okay.
yeah,
That's
exactly.
creepy as
Oh,
hell.
it's a magic skull. What do you want?
Yes.
There we go. I moved that.
Everything in this game is magic.
Okay.
I
So
believe
you do
it's
that,
magic,
Django. You get another
magic.
shot at this thing if you want.
Oh, okay, but he's
He's going to be right on top. Next, he's going to catch you or be right next to you as of this next action. So he's
All right.
very close to you. So it's up to you as to whether you
my
want
action. I want to hold my action then
Until
and
he
see if
gets
he's
right
actually
next
going
to
to
you?
go for the skull. Yeah, I want to see if he's going to make a move to go for the skull, and that's going to modify what I do. So I'm
Got it.
holding my action right now.
Got it. Okay.
Plus my blast hasn't been doing that much.
So
time,
he's gonna come. He's gonna come real close, and then he's going to, basically, he's going to swipe out at the back with its claws. Swipe out at the back of Agatha.
So is he like attacking the hind claws?
That's what it
Basically,
looks
so
like.
he's below us.
No, he's right. He's right behind you. So he's sweeping out with his long arm.
Oh,
Trying
perfect.
to hit that. So
That's when I
the plan.
take a running jump off of her back and leading with the sword, charge right at him. I want to lance him with the silver sword.
So you're gonna jump. You're gonna jump at him then.
Yep, using
All
my
right.
inspiration to attack.
All right. I'm gonna have you do that. I need you to make a dexterity check first as you jump off. You can jump off him, but I need you to make a dexterity check to make sure you're able to do this.
I'm gonna inspire him for that dexterity
He's
check.
I think he's already
have one.
inspired.
Well,
But he's using it
got
on the
one.
attack.
Oh, he's using the attack. So okay, well we
yep.
can't. So you can use the
I'm
one
going to use
you
the
already
inspiration
have,
on the dex,
and then you can inspire him again,
Rob's-
Rob, for that
yes,
other
Rob's
thing.
going to hit me up again. Thank
Yeah.
you for that. I may need it.
Yep.
So in the moonlight, silver sword.
I don't
up,
know.
you know.
I think I have two, but I think I haven't used any of them. I think.
All right, so advantage on this one, which would be a good thing. Yeah. So come on, baby. My dex is decent. 16.
Glad you did that with the
16, yeah.
advantage.
Yeah.
Wow.
Thank you, Hilness.
Wow. Yeah. 16. Okay, so you do make the check, and the sword now is in a position to attack him. So now
Yeah.
you can
Now,
Rob, if you
you'll
want to
be
inspire
so
him,
kind.
you can do so.
I had
I
dragon
don't
spear
think
on
I've
that one.
used mine. I hope I didn't screw that up. It's exclamation mark inspire.
Correct. And then space, and then Django.
Right.
Last salvation of, or whatever. Okay, done. Successful. Oh,
Thank
no,
you.
I'm sorry.
All
You
right.
inspired Django, who does not exist. So
Okay, that's
I'm
fine.
just joking.
Sorry,
Well,
you lost it. It's all, yeah.
somewhere in an alternate universe, someone is inspired. No, I'm
Yes.
just joking. All right.
All right.
So go
All right,
ahead and
here we
make
go.
your attack. Okay, and Burner is inspired. Alec.
Okay, got a 19.
Again, good thing for that.
Yeah, sure
I don't know where
was.
that I don't know where that hex damage came from, but yeah, that was weird.
Okay, that will hit.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's built into it in case you hex. So
Okay. Well, I didn't, so it's a lousy.
I'm really glad I used that inspire there.
Like you, yeah, that would have been. Those both would have been no good, no good. And
So the
I am
sword
actually trying to
pierces
hold on
him.
to him. Yeah, I mean, you know.
So pierces him, and he sort of lets out this horrid cry, this shriek, and then, as you're sort of doing this, he like reaches basically down towards you, and then turns into mist, and
Oh, that kind of sucks.
You
Yeah, that's
plummet.
bad.
So you plummet.
We're losing
As
another
you're
party
heading-
member right now.
As
Shit.
you're heading towards the ground, looking like even with your strength, you don't know that you're going to survive a 200 plus
it's
foot fall.
50-50. Yep.
So, but as you hit the ground, suddenly you find yourself slowing,
Yes.
and you think, "What is going on?" And you slow, and then below you, you see, looking up, his face silhouetted in the moonlight, is Mordenkainen, who is
Yes.
guiding you back down to the ground, and who lowers you to the ground and looks at you, and nods once, and then says,
Yep.
Strahd! And his voice just like just booms across the landscape.
Ow.
Mason, you hear that? and your troops are like, what? Like you hear it on the other side, like it just
And I just
echoes
like
everywhere.
keep going, keep going.
Daddy said keep running, just don't stop.
Yeah,
And
You know what's best in life? Hauling ass.
exactly. So Strahd, who is turned into mist, you hear sort of a kind of growl of rage and anger, and he whirls to face and heads down towards Mordekainen,
Yes!
and is lost to view as Agatha
get
passes over that direction. And I think as he passes out of view, and we hear this just smash and this sound of just sizzling, like exploding spells and just stuff going off, I think that's a good moment for us to go on break, as we are on the other side of this. You're watching what has been a hell of an epic session so far. Day 52 of D&D with INB Curse of Strahd. Don't blink or you'll miss what happens next. Let there be
Son of a
light.
biscuit.
If you like what you've seen and heard so far, please support the channel by checking out all the things and support all these wonderful people. And in case you're like, but what about Weller and what about everything? Fear not, we're not done for the night, but we have to give these folks a break. So we'll be back to you.
But Weller
in a
might
little-
be done for the night.
in a little over.
There's a chance.
It's a long
There's a
night.
chance.
I don't know.
that,
There's a first level spell that could bring him to some semblance of animation.
We will.
Just
Oh
saying.
God.
Just saying.
well,
Weller
okay,
zombie.
actually, I won't say. I will say it after the break. But
You'll
yeah.
say it after the break. We'll be right back
Yeah.
to you folks in just a few minutes. Until then, everyone hang tight, and we'll be right back to you in about 5. Hang tight.
Remember that.
Okay. So that is going to bring us back. Welcome back, everybody, to what has been a hell of a day. Day 52 of D&D with INB Curse of Strahd, what we are calling Let There Be Light. If you were enjoying this wonderful role-playing from this group that I've just showed you, then please make sure that you support the channel and support them on their various individual endeavors. This is a very talented group, and it's been a pleasure to DM for them for quite a while in various adventures in many cases, but Curse of Strahd has really brought it home, so to speak. Oh, yes. It would be nice if you could all see me, too. Hi, I'm here.
Hi.
Chat can see me, but yes.
There he is.
Okay,
No,
and Dot will
No,
be
wait,
back.
turn it off!
Exactly.
Still on those.
Dot will be back with us in just a couple minutes, but in the meantime, I wanted us to get back underway. Okay, so
You're
as
still
that...
on the "We'll be right back" screen on the screen.
No, nope. Refresh, dude. I had to do the same thing. We're up. We're up and running.
Haha.
I don't believe you. Then what the hell do I
Well-
know? I'm dead.
Yeah, exactly.
Just
Perhaps
lie
in your
down.
old
Lie there
version.
and be still.
Okay. Yeah, just a couple as we're kind of moving along here and getting these things along the way, just to reset a bit. So Mason and his crew is rushing at top speed, while Agatha is continuing to speed along to the west with her burden. Meanwhile, Django, you have been lowered
Only
to the
half
ground. Sorry.
I need to be bigger. I need to be bigger. And also, where did I land next to Mordenkainen and Strahd?
So
That's actually kind of
you-
important right now.
You're like
Sure.
there-ish. The hippogriff should be a little bigger as a consequence. There we go.
Yeah.
Okay. And so you landed about there. What you can see from your perspective is where's my mad mage at?
Where my mad mage at? God, I wish I had a spell.
Man, they
Just
got-
one freaking spell.
Yeah, did Mason's group spot that from where they are? Because they're still pretty
just the
close.
other side of the forest. But they heard more than saw it. They see a bunch of lights and all that kind of stuff. So let's see. Well, bam. There we go. Actual
Oh,
size.
God.
Oh my god.
Uh,
He cast giant size apparently. So,
All right.
That's why his voice was so loud.
Yeah, exactly.
okay.
I mean, I think
So,
it'd be cool. I'll be each of those.
Okay.
There
we
are
go.
giants in the sky.
There we go. All right, so they are battling. They are battling each other. Mostly, what you see, Django, right now, are just like back and forth flurry of lights and like just. You feel like you're watching like a, basically just perpetual explosions like back and forth. It's hard even to actually see exactly like what is happening or where. And wandering into it under current circumstances would probably be not very good for your health, as the firing back and forth is continuing.
That is true.
Yeah.
However,
But yes, so that is what you see. I'm gonna. So what else?
so
what
hold
I'll
on,
do
hold
is
on.
I'll
One more
deal
question before you go
Sure.
to someone else. How far away am I from this magical super mage duel?
maybe 100 feet or
Okay.
so,
That's
100,
fine.
150 feet.
That's fine.
But they are. I'm not going to leave you yet. I want to see
Okay.
what you're doing, and then I'm going to jump over to Alec and find out what he's doing.
All right, that's actually pretty easy. What I want to do is, since if they're totally hopefully with each other, I want to get within like 50 feet of Strahd if I can, without being noticed, possibly, because I have something that hopefully will let Mordenkainen get the upper edge if possible.
You're not going to
So-
be able to get close to. But the thing is, there's.
I don't need to get
literal-
close. It's 50 feet away. Is not. that's
No,
not
what I
call
mean is
close.
there's no way to discern what you're looking at. I mean, this looks like you're just looking at a mushroom cloud. It's like the way to describe it. Like,
Oh,
there, yeah.
okay.
It's
Well-
the magical energies, the arcane energy being put up here is rattling your teeth from where you were standing, let alone what's going on down there.
Fortunately, his mouth is sewn shut so they can't fall out.
Yeah, it's like
Exactly.
rattling your wires.
All right. Well, shit. We're by the gate, and I don't know where the hell anyone else is. But all I know is the hippogriff is getting further away, which is a good thing. So that works. Okay. I don't really want to hang around if Strahd actually bests Mordenkainen. That's not a good thing either.
Fair
So
point.
Hold on, let me zoom the map out real quick. I guess I'm gonna start heading over to Argenvost. That was what we had talked about. Now, where the heck? That's all the way over. God damn it!
That is over here.
Oh, that's a hike. Jesus.
A little bit.
Yeah. But
And it
I don't
means
have to.
you have to go through Valaki again.
All will be well. Welcome to
no.
day 372 of the.
I would go cross country actually. So I am going to start heading up the road because there's really not. It's not like I'm going to swoop in at the last minute and stab Strahd in the gizzard or anything. So,
Mhm.
I'm
Good
gonna
thing
start
you're a
heading, I'm
construct.
start heading this way. Yeah.
Okay. All right. You are going to make your way there. Alec, what are you doing, sir?
All right.
Gonna move
First
out
thing
of
I'm gonna
here.
do is anything that's on Weller's person, his effects, I'm gonna just wield them myself, just to make him as light as possible.
Okay.
And then I'm going to use my protein form and transform into a swarm of bats.
Okay.
Is bats or ravens? Which one's the strongest?
Right.
Ravens.
I want to note that
No,
when you first said
bats
that,
are
I thought
stronger.
you said protein
stronger.
form. and
That's
it was
what
just
I
like-
heard.
I was
Protein
like,
form.
I'm just going to switch into my energy bar form, so
That's
I'm
the
looking for
name.
big
I'm gonna
gains
switch
here.
into my protein shake.
I'm looking for big
and,
gains here. And
Protean.
Protean.
form.
no, I know, I got it. I was just saying this. It wasn't you, it was me hearing it and going like GNC suddenly.
I heard that.
So I'm going to transform into a swarm of bats, and I'm going to pick up Weller and start flying. I'm not going to be going very fast because it's a swarm of bats.
Right,
Compared
but
to
they
an
are enough
eagle.
to. You can. Fortunately, Weller is
Yeah.
pretty light actually, and so
Yeah.
you're able to pick up his
You
body.
take off all of
Swarm
his-
light, which is a
yeah,
good
his-
perk.
Yeah.
And I'm actually going to go to head in the direction of Barovia. Going to head to the temple there because it's going to take me hours to get to where Argenvost is.
Okay, so you're gonna fly. So you're actually flying to the east down to Barovia.
back down to because Barovia's right nearby. I remember that.
Okay. Yep.
The church where we had the guy's
Yeah.
the priest's son was a vampire in the basement.
That's it. Okay, so interesting. So you're flying to the southeast with Weller's body. The swarm of
Very
man.
slowly. But
Can we
yeah.
just make a movie about this now? So there's just a swarm of bats carrying Weller's limp body, lifeless body, broken and cut from many wounds and so forth, over the woods and the forest, over the cliffs and the distant falls below. As you're doing that, Mason and his troops are heading west to Argenvost at top speed, like flying down the road practically, not literally flying. Agatha, meanwhile, is bearing her burden as this, as fast as speed can possibly go, while Django, runs along as fast as a construct can go, I guess. Sorry. let me do
Won't
that.
really tire, which is kind of weird because I don't breathe. So
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
like-
no, yeah, it's not a stamina issue for sure. Like that'll be
Right,
fine. And meanwhile, the explosions and the earth shakes with the sound of battle between the two of them, between Strahd and Mordenkainen. I would want to, I think, move the time forward to about 10 minutes later. And at the 10-minute mark, I would say at this point, Alec and Weller are able to get down. Alec with Weller is able to get down to about here. I'll come back to you in just a moment. At this point, I would say, moving at absolute top speed, actually, probably, Django, you would be able at some point to see that the troops, like, the groups of
Right.
people plus Mason, they're ahead of you, but they're down the road. So you could, run to try to catch up with them. I mean,
Pretty much.
somewhat. So, all right, so you're going to be, racing with them.
I know that guy.
Yeah, it's like, that guy. Meanwhile,
I've seen him somewhere before. I can't place it.
Agatha.
It was the discotheque. I remember he was.
Oh wait, I want to avoid them at all costs. I'm going to.
Okay, yes, exactly. Don't ever be seen again. All right. Actually, if someone can do me a favor, Sod or somebody, can you move the skull again so that I can get clear of? The problem is I have all these drawings that I put of the various places you
I have
all
to-
went. So
I'll
like
do it
getting
in a
down with
sec.
Weller,
Just
exactly.
do this. I'll fix it while I'm
Okay.
doing the thing.
So because the reason is I want to move them. 10 minutes would probably put it
Okay.
about here-ish. So They are almost there, I would say.
Okay, yeah, I'll move. It just takes me a sec to get, because I have to go into GM mode and do it manually.
How dare things take you time, Sod?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
This is not allowed.
Outrageous.
You're fired and replaced with Sod.
We're gonna have to find the next person who can do this job that well. Sod, you're stepping in for Sod.
Yes.
All right, there we go.
Okay,
Skull.
cool. Thank you. Next time, by the way, to avoid this, just make sure you do that skull as one continuous drawing. Okay, no extra eyes. No,
I
just
can
get
put it on the.
I'm
other
totally
layer as
joking.
well, actually, that might help.
I'm just
put on the,
joking.
I
I just
layer.
love that image of the skull. All right. So.
We're paying you an exposure for this next time,
Yeah, oh
Sod.
God, right? Okay, making your way in that direction. Let's take this step by step. Let's take this step by step. Let's start with
Ooh, baby.
I think Alec and Weller in Barovia. Let's bring you
That is Alec and Weller's body in Barovia.
Yes,
he's
yes.
He's weakened at Weller's.
to specify.
This right
Yes,
now.
that's
Yep.
exactly right.
Alec and Weller in
You know-
Barovia.
You know, Alec, if you have the bats go under the skin, you can actually like animate them. You can like move them around. It really
Hold
would
on,
be
you're not in the
weakened at
sword coast.
Weller's.
Just give me a second.
Oh my
and-
God, we're the
His
Sword
wo-
Coast.
his-
What the hell?
Hey, we
Oh,
made
we
it
went back to look at it. Oh, it's perfect. I can
There you
do
go.
His wounds wide.
That's what we were
Exactly.
looking for. Okay. So you are now here,
Where the
and
hell
you
are
folks
Yeah, I
are.
pretty much,
let me
I
just-
nearly run, the closest landing spot, 'cause I'm coming from the northwest, so I'd be somewhere like out here, I think. I don't
Yeah,
know.
that's what I was
Maybe out
figuring. And
here.
then we're gonna throw Weller up there too.
So would technically all of this too be revealed?
Go down. Yeah, where they just went would definitely be revealed for sure. Like,
Okay,
No,
I
he-
thought we
he
had like the
means-
whole map revealed at this point.
Because Mordenkainen put the whole map of Barovia up and Weller copied it.
oh well, I guess. Well, I'm trying to think if Weller would have let everybody. Oh, I guess if you have access to
We
that
had
map,
a
maybe.
week while we were planning.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's fair enough. I'll accept that. As
And
a-
Weller is detail oriented enough to do all that. So yeah.
Granted, his
We
map
don't
is
know
up
what
here.
building's what, we just have a general layout.
Well,
Yep.
that's what I was wondering about. Yeah, was like, but yes,
Eh,
So we got marked
Probably
already
a
is what we
pointless
know.
question anyway.
I think
we
that's
know the
reasonable.
temple obviously up to the top as well.
Let's go like,
Sod,
That.
look at Zoom chat.
and let's go like, like I reveal the house. It's like, go here to defeat Strahd in one easy step. Like, oh man, I knew that this
See, we
was
went to the
Contains
death
Strahd
house.
killer weapon.
We should have gone to the Strahd death house. That's what we
exactly.
should have done.
We're supposed to go to the life house. It just took a wrong.
There was a
turn at
big
Albuquerque.
sign at the first house we went to. Winning this way.
Exactly. Okay. Right. Okay, so there you are. Up here. There we go, everyone. All right. You have landed. What do you want to do? Ollie?
Transform back out to
Okay.
Minors and pick up Weller and just bolt it into the temple, the chapel.
So, Sod, Zoom chat.
Okay. That's just. I was checking to make sure that for a change, I am not getting something on Zoom chat. Usually it's just
Be
kind of like,
patient.
oh, Zoom chat.
Be
And it's like, you know,
patient.
just
Just wait.
patience.
Depends
No,
on.
no, it's not that.
Okay, good. Never mind then. Everybody carry on.
Okay.
So we bolt inside. Well,
Oh.
he bolts inside.
Okay, that was supposed to be to. That was supposed to be to Tren, Sod, originally.
Yeah, he was just asking. He was just confirming a mechanic of mine, just
Okay.
to make sure it didn't break concentration, which it doesn't.
Okay.
So
Okay. All right. So you enter then into the temple, which I think actually have a map.
we
of
do have a
this.
map of it.
Yeah. I do have a map.
It has several the entry hallway with the little rooms off in the
Yeah,
bottom.
it had like
corner,
the
had
underground bit as well.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
trap door
yeah.
that Weller froze shut before we realized we had to go down there.
Yeah. Ah, I found it. It is here. Okay.
Look, we're even all
Hey, we're still here. Wow.
Nope, you're
We
not.
teleported.
Nope. No.
These are our old tokens.
We've escaped.
Get out. And there we go. All right, good. Okay, everyone is where they're supposed to be now. Okay, when you come in here, though, you don't actually see anyone inside. There are lights burning inside, but you don't actually see anybody when you first enter this
Because
area.
the priest went with everybody with his mark.
Yeah, that'd be hilarious if he did leave. I don't know. So he could
Yeah,
have gone with them. So I just straight up just go, Father Donovich, you here? I need your help. And as I kind of run to the altar and put Weller on the altar, it's like I'll swoosh everything away and just pop him on the altar.
Okay. So you when you put him on the altar, Alec, you have to make for me a Constitution saving throw because some energy shoots up from the altar when you touch it.
Just stand a few feet away and toss him on there.
I say,
What are you gonna do?
11?
11, not so much. You are going to take 50 points. Sorry, I was looking at your hit points. My bad.
Whoa, hey,
you are going to take
50.
8 points of radiant damage as this comes. This almost looks like sort of lightning comes shooting up from the altar. But you are able to place him on it, but it definitely hurts, and that happens.
Do I do concentration as well? Check to see.
Yep.
Okay. Don't screw up. Jet, we're good. Whew.
Okay.
I saw that 3. I was like, oh.
Yeah. So, yep. All right. So you managed to hold on to that, and someone emerges behind you and says, "What has happened?" And as you look back, you can see what looks like it might be the form of Donovich, but Donovich is not himself. He is badly hurt, it looks like. His cloak and his habit is torn and ripped, and he has sort of claw marks, scratch marks all over him, and he kind of staggers towards you. And as he staggers into the light, you can see that there is blood on his habit also. And
if he's hurt, I'll run up to him and lay on hands just to heal him.
Okay.
15 points.
So you are able to do that, and you kind of like, what are you doing? What are you doing here, Alec? What has happened?
What happened to you?
Is
your son...
He is down below, unhurt, but he seemed to lose his mind. About an hour ago, I had gone down to tend to him in the way we had arranged, you remember. But he attacked me with fury, as if he did not recognize me. He said his lord was calling for him to strike. He tore into me. I barely managed to close the door that led to the basement. Something has happened. Terrible. And then he catches, his eyes fall upon the lifeless form of Weller on the altar, and he says, "What has happened? What is going on?"
Can you revive him? Please. He's only just... Strahd got him, I think. I wasn't there for him. Is there anything you can do?
And Donovich kind of stands and walks over
Please.
to him and looks down at Weller, and he says, "Who has done this to him?"
I think it was Strahd.
And he sort of turns and looks back at you. Strahd himself did this?
I don't know. I wasn't there, but and there's probably obvious teeth marks where his because he got bit. Yeah,
Yep.
So there's probably blood there, as well as the giant rake of
Claws,
claw marks on him.
And he looks down at him and he says, "If Strahd has done this," he shakes his head slowly, "he is beyond my aid. The only thing now that can be done is Strahd must be destroyed. Weller cannot be brought back so long as Strahd lives. In fact, if Strahd had done what he usually does to most, then Weller himself would have risen and would now serve Strahd as my son does. But this was not a bite to bring him to Strahd. Strahd wished to kill him with this, and he did so. I am sorry.
You hear a massive smash as I kind of kick in all the already broken
Yeah,
chairs. Damn it!
Donovich waits by Weller's side and he says, "What of the rest of your party? Are they all dead?"
I think they're alive. At least my spell's still running, so that person's still alive, and my horse is still up, so there's a good chance that they're still alive.
What of Ismark and the rest of the Barovians? They left here yesterday.
I don't know.
He shakes his head and he says, "If your party has failed, then Strahd's vengeance will be terrible. He will come here first, and then will wreak his anger on all of Barovia. From here to Valaki to Kresk, none will be free of his wrath."
We were able to retrieve something from Strahd. It may help in the fight. I don't know what's going to happen next, but is there really nothing you can do to help him? You have no revival spells.
"Not that will overcome what Strahd has done to him. I can perhaps keep him here in relative safety, as safe at least as this church provides. I can keep him from decaying, and his body from vanishing entirely. And if he was to rise and serve Strahd, he would already have done so. But until Strahd is destroyed," he shakes his head, "there is little that can revive him, except perhaps there is one powerful spell. It is not to be used by those of like myself in the priesthood. It uses arcane energies. It has the power to bend the fabric of reality itself, it is said. But these spells are only given in very small and rare occasions, and I can think of few even in Barovia who would have the power to use them. There are dark powers, dark pledges that may be made too, but there the cost is greater than what it is you would be paying for." He says, "Either you must destroy Strahd, make this dark pledge, or find this, as I say, most powerful of arcane spells. Perhaps that could override Strahd's violence here."
This spell, do you know anyone who is the person that you know who might have it? Anyone that I know?
There
I'll
was...
just start listing off names of people I know.
Okay. So he's just like, as you're naming some people off, he's like,
Billy.
"No, not the drunk guy in the lake.
Mark.
No." Like, exactly. "How about Susie?" No. He goes through, he says, "No,
Definitely not Susie.
I have heard tales of this abbot you mentioned, but I have never seen him myself. Trips to Kresk were dangerous, and I don't know now what things would look like there. As for the others that could maybe do this, in some time ago, in many years, there was a powerful creature, a silver dragon. It was said that his might was so great that he could perhaps cast some of the mightiest of spells. Strahd, though, destroyed him, and the order that he founded fell into ruin. It is possible that bringing him back in some way, at least restoring his spirit, could have an effect, but I don't know much about it. Old legends and tales only. Otherwise, there is none else who could, that I know of anyway, that could cast this spell that you mentioned, that I told you.
There's one other option. And I'll transform in front of him so he can see it.
Okay, he takes a little, like a half step
Yeah,
back.
he'd be.
Yeah.
I
So, you two
I could turn him.
turn into what? What do you mean?
I could make him my thrall.
What? You would turn him into something that Strahd reveres? You would make him like my son? Have you learned nothing of the lessons of this land, Alec? You cannot become what you abhor. You cannot take part of the evil out. You yourself, you fight against this thing within you. You would do this to your friend? Have you learned nothing? He pauses and then he walks over.
Yeah, I'm just.
He actually gets right close to you, actually.
Yeah.
Even like this. And he says, I have looked into the eyes of my son like this now for many days. And despite my grief, I have not destroyed him. But I know that what he is not fully, not wholly my son. At least not until Strahd is destroyed. And I have prayed to the God of light that there will come a time when Strahd is destroyed. But you do not defeat darkness by becoming darkness. You only defeat it through light. Strahd wants you to give in. He wants you to believe there is no hope. It is only by realizing that our strength lies in the light and not the darkness that there is any hope at all. If your friends are alive still, go to them. I will watch him here. None will harm or desecrate his body. Do what you must, but do not make him into one of you, of my son, of Strahd's minions. That is not the path of the light. You know this. And you see his face is just worked with passion.
Could you give me a moment with him?
Only if you give me your word, you will not turn him without speaking to me.
You're right. I can't let him be like your son.
Alec. And he goes over to you. He's still standing there, actually. So he says, Alec, hold my hand for a moment. He kind of puts out his forearm. Sorry, what did you say? I didn't hear that.
Yeah, hold on to his hand. So.
He says, you feel this? It is the skin, the flesh, the bone of a real human. And his eye falls on the symbol around your neck, and he says, so it is true. Do you know what you are wearing, Alec? This is the holy symbol of Ravenkind. That God is not my God, but the God of the sun respects what this is. if you were truly one of Strahd's, you could not wear this. There is something left within you, a path you must choose. And the only thing that will lead you through this path is this. This skin, this flesh, this bone. When I look into the eyes of my son, there is something of him left. Not enough to trust, but enough to hope. Don't let Strahd take that part away. And he lets your wrist go and your hand, and then he kind of heads off more steadily since you healed him this way and enters this room that he came out of.
So I think Oleg would go to the altar and just stare at Weller. And no one's there, but it would be the first time you see Oleg actually cry. So it's a rarity. For a half-orc to cry, that's...
Of course.
Ooh, that's something you'd never see. And... Well, I swear on my blood, I will end Strahd. I'm sorry I wasn't there for you. No one else is gonna die in this group of ours. And then I just turn and exit.
Okay, where are you headed when you leave?
I go outside, transform into swarm of bats, and actually ravens would be faster. So, swarm of ravens, and I'm going to head towards Argynvostholt.
Okay. That is going to bring us then to Agatha, who emerges or arrives just as soon as I can find the map. Go here. Oh man! All right. See, I don't want to move everything because. Okay. I promise you're not back at the Sword Coast. Yay! You're back at the Sword Coast. You're not. Just kidding. Okay. So you arrive back after I look. Okay, good. So you arrive at Argynvostholt, and you arrive here. You do not hear pursuit. You are alone now with the skull, Agatha, because Django is.
Is there a rooftop landing
ground.
area? Or do I have to land out front?
There is actually a rooftop landing, and
I come in loud as I can. Just like screaming.
I cried out like a wrecking ball.
Didn't we? We didn't tell you about this place, did we?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope. That was where somebody
Yeah.
was escorting me because I don't know anything about it. So here we go.
All right, it's
All
gonna
right,
be good times. Let me just find the map for this too. There we go. All right, I think that's that floor. Yep. Okay. So, I'm just gonna put you over here for a second. Why are we back at Ravenloft? You're not. I'm gonna put you here. Okay.
You did tell me who was here, who we were meeting. I feel like.
Well, no, because it's infested by the undead.
Well, it's about.
The Order
to
of
be.
Knights doesn't exist anymore. We're just trying to replace the head, really.
Okay, well,
All right.
I guess I'll figure that out in due time, won't I? Is there a way into this fort? Is it that large, or is it just this upper area is probably the best place to like land?
There are several places that you could theoretically land. Let me just pop up here the 3rd and 4th floor.
Nobody told me it was infested with undead. Thanks, gang.
Well,
We didn't think it was going to go down this way.
I was hoping that to be with you here so I could help it out. So, but that didn't work
guess
out. Yeah.
Okay, give me
Guess I'll
just
find
one
out.
second.
I do know that I'm supposed to be putting the head back on the body. Yeah, that was like the goal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Just making sure that I actually know what I'm doing here.
Okay. Well, not exactly the body, because there's a statue in front, but that already has a head.
Okay.
So, the area that you'd be looking for, there we go. That's what I was looking for. Is the very, and this is not. This is where you would be expected to go. Let me put it this way: the tallest tower is my guess as to where you're going to go. If you want to be landing in this, is that fair to say? Since you're coming through the air or not? Because
So can I get like a good, like, I'm sure I like loop this place at least once to see, like, are there open sides? What is the state of this location?
right. So let me describe a little bit about the way the outside of this place actually looks when you're first there. So high above the river valley, which is where you're flying up to, there is a quiet promontory on which looms a sepulchral mansion, and its turrets capped with these fairy tale cones, its towers lined with sculpted battlements. A third of the structure to the south has collapsed entirely, as has part of the roof, but the rest appears intact, and there is a dark octagonal tower which rises above the surrounding architecture. And it's that tower that I was talking about here, which is sort of open to the air. So you've got this area over here that you can see has got basically these huge like ballistas basically pointing outwards. When you get down here, you're talking about a lot of destroyed rubble and that kind of thing.
And like ruin, but I can't see into the building proper.
You cannot,
I guess.
yeah, you can't. So this part technically is closed off, and this part is the second floor. I'm not going to conceal it just because for time reasons there's no reason to do that.
So this
but you
edge
can
here-
see this. This is the top of the tower, and you can see this, yes, because the wall is broken down. So you can, in fact, you can see all of this area that I just showed you, because this is all on the, like, the top floor, like,
the top floor area.
of the whole
I guess
area,
as I
yes.
come around the edge, though, there aren't more floors ripped off.
There are more floors. Yeah, that's true. There's like a cutaway view. I could start. The thing is, if I bring you down to that other map, then I've got to bring you in step by step. There's
No, I'm just saying, like, as I come through the cutaway view, do I see where I should be putting this
not from the cutaway. No,
skull?
nope, not from the
Do I
cutaway.
see movement? Do I see people?
You do not see movement, although you think you may make a perception check for me. Actually,
Well, she's making that roll. We
My
had a
glasses
week
on for
that
that.
we were setting this plan up.
Sure.
Knowing that she was going there, we would have told her.
I
about
feel like
our-
you would have told her a little bit. This is why I'm
I
not
feel
taking
so
that too
too.
long. Yeah, I
Right.
think so.
Right.
I don't necessarily think you would have given her the layout of everything. I think there's only so
No,
much. that
No,
you
we
can
would
let
said
her
like.
do. But I
definitely
think you would have
about
told her the
the,
basics, yeah.
the
20,
ground level.
27
Wow.
with a nat 20.
Nice.
What do my hippogriff eyes see?
What do my
Arv?
hippogriff eyes see? You see delicious food away that's not anywhere close to here. No, I'm just kidding.
Rotting
you-
spiders
you
on the
see,
southern end. of
you
the
do actually see rotting spiders, and you also see you see silent, steady sort of figures that stand like statues but are not statues, but their eyes glow. They burn a white green, and as you kind of float around, you can see them slowly, their heads turn, following you as your body is flying around the outside. They don't rush and challenge you, but they do not look. If that's the welcome committee, it's not very welcoming. On the
I imagine
top,
it takes me the full loop for the.
Yep,
Yep. Okay.
absolutely. And the top floor, this top tower I wanted to mention, does have one other living thing, and that's ravens. There are multiple ravens up here on the top floor. And I think what they would have told you was the idea that something about that basically that there was something that needs to be sort of placed. There is, however,
I
there.
have an idea, and it's a bad one,
Okay,
but it is an idea.
right. Because there are those creatures that you can see kind of around
Let me see. if I can
around the
pull
outside.
this
And
off.
actually, let me think about this for a minute. How
Let me see
close
if
are
I
you
can pull this
flying?
off.
How close are you flying to the?
I would just like take I would say like 10 or 20 feet. Like I don't want to be able to jump off and tackle.
But
me.
so
I-
such that they could see you too. Yes. I mean, you're
Yes.
obviously okay.
yes.
So I actually want to change around what I said a little bit because they would have seen the skull, and when they see the skull, something sure as hell does happen. So they, having seen the skull, those figures begin to move quickly, and they move off into the sort of castle proper. and as you're doing your loop. And I would say, I don't know if you want to loop back around there, like if you want to do a tight circle and stay, like, see what they're doing, or if you just want to keep looping
Yeah. I
generally.
like, come back around. Yeah.
So when you come back around to the side, you see that there are 3 of these creatures that are clad in tattered chainmail, that all have long swords with these burning eyes that I mentioned before. But there's also someone else that you see. There are 2 figures, actually. The first one is, let's see if I've got him here. Yeah, okay. The first one is not that one. That's not it. I want the other thing. Okay. There we go. All right. So you see this figure, and I'm going to increase the size. This is not a size, just for a moment so you can see it more clearly.
Oh, no.
Right.
Is this gonna be a Game of Thrones moment where he's gonna try to like shoot me out of the sky, Arv?
We'll see.
Given the way, let's hope that I end my stories better than they do.
Blaine.
So dang, sorry. Occasionally I have to spit truth. As you are looking at this one, you can see that there is this. He has this white hair that is standing there. And he has this, as opposed to the others who have this sort of white greenish eyes, he has red eyes, and he looks out upon you, and he is sort of he looks almost stunned to see you, and that brings behind him, stepping forward, is this man, who also is prominent. They have, he carries a long sword, and a shield is slung at his back. And both of these, behind them you can see there's an array of maybe 8 or 9 more that are climbing and walking over to where you stand. So you're now looking at about maybe 12 or 13 of those figures as you kind of hover. And the one with the white hair looks over at this other figure right here. And he looks at him and he smiles and he says, "I told you, Vladimir." And Vladimir, the so-called Vladimir, looks and nods and says, "Oh, sorry, with my echo machine."
Yeah, I was gonna say.
That says,
That's
and says, "Why have you brought the skull to us?"
That in my bird head? Did I speak bird?
Not necessarily, but you could like try to speak it and see if they'll understand you.
I'll do one better. When they reach out to speak, I'll come land.
Okay, just on the edge.
Just on this, like, the highest point. I'm gonna keep it away from on the highest point. And I will... I'll come out of hippogriff form now that I've
Okay.
arrived. And change back into Agatha Massey. And whatever this top point is, I will cast, just to be on the safe side, because like I don't know what's coming, a resilient sphere around myself
Okay.
and the skull. And I wait for them, and then from here you may hear Agatha's voice kind of cast out. "I am Agatha Massey, remaining female of the Dusk Elves. We come for your help. Strahd is near."
And there's a sort of pause, and then Strahd. It was Strahd that defeated us. Lo, these many years ago. But, and there's a pause, and then the one next to him says, I should have had this already in echoey form, I apologize. The one with the white hair says, "They had made a promise, Vladimir, you remember. They said that they would return." "Were you with the others?" Vladimir says to you. "The
If
others
by
that came
others,
to
you
us
mean-
before."
Yes. I'll just say yes.
Okay.
Time is of the essence.
And they say, "Strahd is coming here."
Yes.
And Vladimir pauses and looks back at the other assembled that all stare at him silently. And then Godfrey reaches out and takes Vladimir's hand and says, "It is time, Vladimir." And Vladimir sort of looks at him and you, and for a moment you can see the proud bearing of this creature for how many years borne up by anger and bitterness and stubbornness against the world around him, suddenly, "Follow me." And he turns, and he basically starts to lead you back into...
With the last of the strength spell, Agatha Massey picks up this skull two-handed and walks it inside.
Okay, and as you do so, there's a point I think where it starts to slip, but the other silent creatures surround you and kind of, pick up the edges of the skull. And so these dark, silent creatures gradually, with you, bring this thing down below. You are brought through various, rooms. You see, again, a lot of shattered rubble and destroyed spaces. And finally, you are brought all the way to...
Down to Goblin Town.
Yes, you go, my lad. All right. You are brought...
The spider battles we had here.
Yeah.
I hope
You are brought...
that they are quick in their motion. Agatha's like, chop, chop!
Yeah, they're... Well, I mean, they go fairly quickly. Down
like
some
strong
stairs, and eventually you are brought here. On the other side of this graveyard, there is a door that opens, and the door is just large enough to accommodate this skull. So go ahead and move yourself over there when you get a chance, Agatha. Bring yourself on here.
Agatha Massey.
Okay. When the door opens, Agatha, you see tarnished silver-plated gargoyles shaped like dragon wormlings cling to the stone-tiled roof of this mausoleum. And the door, which is a white marble door, is engraved with a name, and it is Argynvost. And when the door is opened and you look inside, you can see the interior of the mausoleum is dark and dusty. There are 4 empty alcoves with raised floors, and etched into the far wall is a verse which is written, apparently, in Draconic. Now, do you speak Draconic or not? Probably not, right?
I don't think Draconic is one that I took. I'm gonna double check because...
Fortunately, you have 2 translators here anyway.
No.
Okay.
No. Oh, no, that's Druidic. Correct.
Okay.
No, I do not speak it.
Fortunately, they do. And
She says, what does it say?
And the one with the white hair goes over. Hold on a second while I get the guy with the white hair and bring him back here. Okay. Take both of you.
Forgotten his name. I just want to call him the husband. And I would also refer to Vladimir as the husband. So.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I went the wrong way. Wanted to go to the first floor. Okay. So, here we go.
If you want the names, there's
I got
the
'em.
little
So,
journal thing I made.
yeah, I got that. Oh, you vote for them. Okay, I know what his name is. So he goes over, and he goes to the inscription, and Vladimir, who is standing here, as well, looks over, and he says, Godfrey, it is forbidden to speak this to outsiders. And Godfrey looks back at him and says, it was also forbidden to face Strahd. Many things have changed, Vladimir. You and me most of all. Our time is passing. It is time to pass on what we know. And Vladimir opens his mouth as if to speak, but then closes it again. And Godfrey reads from the Draconic script. Here lie the bones and treasures of Argynvost, Lord of Argynvost Holt, and founder of the Order of the Silver Dragon. He turns to you and he says, the skull must be left here, and all of us within it. We must be sealed within this place, and then we will do what we must. It will be an ending, but also a beginning. And he kind of looks at you, Agatha.
She's already out the door.
I was about to say she's always like,
Thanks for letting me know. And
let me just step a couple steps back out of this doorway. Let's see. Agatha was supposed to ask for Little Weller back, but we're missing a Weller, and I imagine we can't have a Little Weller without a Weller.
it's true.
That'll be tricky. Yes.
I think
The math states.
You're one Weller short of a full Weller.
We're-
I think the terms of the Geese was that it was Weller's wish. So I think
Ah, crap.
okay, so
Made it even more difficult.
I can't.
And
Okay.
Mordenkainen. Jesus.
Okay, well, you know what? It's fine. Agatha says, so like, are we expecting a dragon to rise? Like, what do we expect out of the outcome of, what are we really expecting with redelivering this skull?
The aura is supposed to rise over. Mordenkainen talked about this with us. The aura
Right.
of the dragon is supposed to like spread over the land or something.
Over,
and
it's just like
weaken
it's like a good vibe, yeah.
like
Yes.
an
Exactly.
At
anti-vampire
least that's what we
lighthouse.
think.
Yeah.
We have no idea.
Strahd. That's what
Honestly.
Mordenkainen supposes is going to happen.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Okay, well, Agatha's okay, well, this was much easier than planned. Agatha's going back.
Well,
So
you close the door first, right?
yeah,
Well,
Agatha
get
like
the other
nods.
Well, I mean, do you?
Residents in there, too.
They're not waiting. They're kind of like seeing. The impression is whether they're like, whether you agree with them. I mean, it seems like they're kind of like, okay,
Well, they can
you
do it
know, before.
themselves. Yeah, exactly.
Agatha goes, as much as I would like to stay here.
Charming
I have a-
domicile.
She goes, I have a heart to break. Back at Ravenloft.
And the two say. Godfrey says, "We understand. When you go, this place here will not be as it was, but it will have fulfilled what we swore an oath to do many years ago. If you see them, tell them thank you." And Vladimir says, "Yes. Indeed, he who first told me that there was hope. Tell him thank you too."
Agatha nods. I will.
And steps out the door. What it was?
Yes.
It was Weller that told him that.
Yeah, exactly.
Just-
I know.
This story is not over yet.
Yeah.
I just love just Trey going.
Yeah,
Well, the funny
exactly.
part is she still doesn't know he's dead.
Right.
Yet.
I have no idea.
So
you have no idea.
when
Yep.
you back out of the door, and the door closes, and you can see that the basically two each of these strange revenant creatures have gotten onto the alcove, in each alcove, and standing around the skull, you can see Godfrey and Vladimir. And as the door is closing, you can see them again join hands and stare down at the skull. And maybe, though it may just be a trick of the light, you might see for the first time a slight smile pass across the lips of Vladimir. And the door closes, and you are continuing to back up, I gather, Agatha?
Yeah, Agatha is okay. Delivery has been made, yeah? I don't know what's gonna happen next. I'm gonna get the F out of here in case it becomes a ground zero. Agatha changes back into another hippogriff because she gets 2 a day, and she's gonna book it back to Ravenloft.
As she lifts off and leaves this behind, and I'm going to bring us back over here to Barovia.
Like the end of Akira.
Yeah.
It didn't work out so great
No, it really didn't.
Okay.
for anyone.
As she lifts off, there is. Let's see if I have the appropriate music
Get rid of
for
the
this.
skull art now. We have his copy saved. We can get rid of the skull art.
That's true.
Print it on a t-shirt.
Okay. We have. Let's see if this works.
Now, if you had that skull on an IAB T-shirt, let me tell you right now,
Bernadine.
Then you'd actually wear
instant seller.
There is, throughout Barovia, you hear this strange sort of sound of almost what sounds like low voices. And then as you are flying back towards Ravenloft, Agatha, suddenly you are dazzled as a white light shoots from the topmost highest point, the tower of Argynvostholt. And silver light shoots to the east and to the north and to the west. And in Kresk, perhaps anyone left remaining can still see it above them. In Valaki, the Duke and the soldiers see that above them. In the Wizard of Wines, what is left of the Ravens and the Martikovs can look up and see this light. In the village of Barovia, where people huddle in their huts and wait for the end, the light shines in front of them also. In every corner and region and direction of Barovia, this silver white light shines. And Mason, you and the rest of the troop stop for a moment and are dazzled, as for the first time in anyone's memory, there is actually some light that exists within Barovia. Even in the Django where you stand as you're running down, sort of following everybody else, this light shines above all of you. Alec, I would say that as you fly northwest, as the Ravens heading, in that direction, there the light both blinds and harms you, and yet a part of you feels your spirit, your soul uplifted, as if Donovich's words have been made true in front of you. And perhaps even in the foundations of the stones of Ravenloft, there is a shudder. The mechanical effect of this is every creature that opposes Strahd gets a +1 bonus to armor class and saving throws for the rest of their time in Barovia. And this beacon of protection, if you may say, are going to be a part of this. The other thing, of course, that you may not see are the bodies of the revenants in that closed mausoleum gradually dissolving away, smiles upon their faces even as they go, as the light of Argynvostholt illuminates Barovia. And
Yeah.
I think that is a good place
Yeah.
for us to put that, to stop the session,
Yeah,
with
that's-
one exception, which is to say that the party has gained a level. So the party is now level 9.
Well, that sucks for Weller. Thanks, Arv. That's really.
Well, you still have
I'm
Weller to
coming
deal
for
with.
Weller. I'm
I
coming
know.
for you, Weller.
So we've got Agatha that is heading
No, you're
towards
not.
up
You don't
towards the
know
group
yet.
of them.
I don't know yet, but I am coming for you in my heart of hearts.
So we've got Agatha.
So that plus one. That one. That's to everybody.
Yep.
That's the party too.
Yep, you got it.
Oh yeah.
Now again, armor class and saving throws. Okay, just
Right,
be clear. So Agatha is heading up to the northeast, where she's going to probably intersect with the rest of you running down to the west. The one exception to this is
that's a
going to
huge
be
help for
Alec,
me.
who is heading towards Argynvostholt. But it's possible that you'll be able to see. So please remind me if I forget to look or talk about this. That you'll see him, Agatha, as you're sort of flying back, because it's not like you have a lot
I'll
of creatures
see
flying
who.
around. that you'll see this swarm of ravens heading to the northwest towards Argynvostal, possibly. So you'll have that decision to make, and of course you'll have the revelation about what has happened to Weller, and you'll have to make your decision about your final assault, let us say, upon Strahd. But
I know what the final.
yeah. But otherwise, hot damn, people, that was
Did it?
that was something else. It was a near thing, and it didn't come without cost. There was a big cost to pay, but that was pretty epic from everybody. I'll start as per usual on the right and move over. What's up?
Should
What?
they roll hit points now?
Sure. Do you want to do that now?
Oh, lovely. Thanks.
Might as well do that now. Let's do that now. Hey, chat. While we're waiting, did chat like this? Was chat excited by the experience
What a session.
of this?
Oh God, yeah,
That was pretty crazy. Yeah.
6 plus.
Yep.
That's it. 6.
Yep. So we've got. All right. So you got 6.
53. Finally.
Now remember, you're not going to be brought up to full yet. That's just your. You
No,
now are
that's
basically.
my maximum goes up.
Right. So you're at 4. What I would say is we'll bring you up accordingly. So 46 out of 53. You follow what I mean?
Perfect.
So.
Yep, I'm on it.
Okay. I'm good. I'm glad you guys liked it. Okay, that is Agatha. Yeah, that. I'll tell you what. Like, yeah, I'll talk about it when we get there. Jesus. Really, Django? I have 100 points.
Up.
I meant to do. Oh, you know what? Okay, hold on.
No, you totally meant to do that, John. We know
Okay.
you. Okay.
There we go. Okay, this
We
is
know
the
that was
this is the falling damage.
precisely-
It takes a minute to calculate this. This is the
Oh,
falling
man.
damage.
My max damage is 175. No, it's not, actually.
I would have taken. Actually, I could have survived that. 20d6 divided in half would have been 40 points. I could have lived
You
through
maybe
falling
survived
from
it.
the hippogriff. No,
I could have
I could've.
definitely maybe had my spine when it was all done.
because I take half damage. I actually would have been. Okay.
I would say your body parts would fly everywhere as well.
All right, let's take that down to a 1d8. I forgot I had the 20 up there. I was waiting for it to finish. That was fun. Okay, d8 plus 3. Okay, let's try that again.
Yo, new spells. What's up?
7.
Okay.
So
7. So we're looking at 82.
83. I was at 75.
Yeah, but you got 7, didn't you say?
Oh, you're right, 82. That's why I don't math.
I was gonna say hello. All right. And also you have 62 out of 82 because I brought
No,
up.
she healed me. No, I had Alec heal me. I'm full up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Alec healed me. I told him to
give me
heal me in
20.
case I needed it. Yeah,
Gotcha,
I said,
gotcha,
heal
gotcha.
me. It's like,
Gotcha,
give me the
okay.
whole thing. Yeah.
Mason with the 10. Nice, Mason.
So that brings me up to I have no idea.
So right now it's
it
going
should be
to
97.
It would be, well, if it's 10 points that you just rolled,
Yeah.
it would be 101 would be your theoretical maximum, but because of Rite of the Storm, it would be, what is the Rite of the Storm? 8 points less? Right?
So, okay, well, here's the question. I activated at a level 8, but technically it's based on level.
No, it still
so is
says
it,
at the level 8 until you redo everything. So
that's what I figured.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, so you're saying the theoretical would be
Would be 101.
101,
means-
so that would make it 93.
Okay, so 93, and then your theoretical, so your current maximum because of injury,
Right.
that was 80, so it would be 80. I think it's 88 currently is your maximum based
88 and potentially 103. Is what
101,
you're saying.
101,
Oh, 101,
101.
And whenever we figure out
whenever
what
you get
that'll
rid of the
be.
Rite of the Storm. So
Yeah.
yeah, because I have
But
like
we- but my-
3
but-
slashes
but-
for you. I have like
Yeah, but it could be as high as 101. we
right,
don't know
exactly.
yet.
Assuming you're gonna, well, you have to see about the long rest or whatever, like how you want to do. You also have a time factor, so you may not want to or have time.
I probably
to do all
don't
of
have an
that.
option to do that. yeah.
Exactly. So, but anyway, we'll think about that. So there's that. Okay, great. Let's see. Agatha's done her thing. Django's done his thing. Alec, what about you? This is a big moment, Alec.
Here we go.
Here we go, Alec.
Here we go.
Come on, chat. Let's give Alec the.
You fuck-
Oh no.
Wow.
For the audio listeners at home, that was a critical minus. It was a 3. 3.
No, that was a natural
There was
one.
a
Natural one that
one.
goes
You
up
rolled
to
a
3.
natural one plus 2.
So it continues. Also, Alec is
God,
left.
that is beyond.
It is amazing. It really
That is
amazing.
beyond
It's
amazing.
stunning.
unfair.
It
It's
just-
stunning.
Beyond unfair.
Unreal.
There is a consistency that is just beyond. I just. You know.
How?
Wow, and Dragon Spear then inspires you. Wow, the
Can I use
ultimate
inspiration to
example.
re-roll that, please?
I don't know
Give
if
it
I
to
can
him,
allow.
Arv. Let's see the 2 natural
one.
ones.
All right, you know what?
Let's see
I'm
the
gonna.
2 natural ones.
All right,
Give
all right.
the
I'm
audience
gonna
what they
allow
want.
it. I'm gonna allow it. I will allow that inspiration, Dragon Spear. You're lucky I am merciful.
All right, it's gonna be 1 again.
Only
Here we
kill-
go. Here we go. Okay,
No, it's all right.
that's
This is 7.
fine.
It's fine, it's fine.
I get an extra 2 on top of that.
Good
'cause of
job, Dragon
toughness,
Spear. All right, so
Just so you know.
Sawoba.
So it's actually 9 because I have toughness as well.
Oh, see now all of a sudden he's like, oh look, poor me. Okay, no, I'm just kidding. So you're at
I had to
79.
sacrifice stats for that.
You're 59
It's
out of
actually
79. So 59 out of 79 now because you go up 9 even in your current amount. And then Weller will not be rolling in this picture yet under these circumstances. Okay, yeah, exactly. Remember in your next rant session, I let you have an inspiration HP roll. Exactly, and that is something
yeah,
not everyone
that-
gets. So keep that in mind. All right.
That actually makes me a bit happier.
Yeah, well, good.
God, that was too funny though. That was just so
that was
great.
amazing.
Why am I cursed? I'm
Amazing.
just
Oh, so many reasons. Okay.
It's a damn curse.
All right.
Why are
let
you
me
cursed?
just
I
go
haven't
here.
heard you recite the tenets of faith once.
Aha. You speak the truth. Okay. All right. So the party is now level 9, and in case the party is curious, this is it, people. You're not going to be getting any higher levels than this. So it's going to be this second star to the right and straight on till morning, basically, as you go on through this. So let me start here. I will begin first of all.
Arv, what did you say my supposed maximum health is again? I'm so
101.
confused.
101.
But no, the other number.
93.
93. Okay.
And because of the current whatever injury you
Right
took,
of the storm, yeah.
No. The right of the storm is the 93. Because of whatever injury you took from the spawn, you're currently sitting at 88 because they did something to your max hit point total. So right now you are 5 points less than what your right of the storm max would be. So you have 93 minus 5 for 88.
Okay.
Until you were to do something to fix it, but you may not have time to fix it. I think you've
Wait,
been through
how
this
many
once,
points
so-
did I lose? How many points
5.
did I lose from the vampire?
5 max.
From the vampire.
Yeah. Yep.
So, all right, we'll figure it out later. Something that doesn't add up there to me. It's
So
my confusion. I'll figure it out later.
Yeah, and the way to, and you know how to fix it because this has happened to you once before, is to take
Right.
a long rest. The problem is that you may not have a chance to take a long rest, but if you get a long rest, then that would heal. Or there's other things like restoration spell or things like that. All of that would get rid of that theoretical like cap and would bring you up to your right of the storm cap. So you're
Right,
going to
I'm
be
just
5
saying
points below.
if it's-
So if you didn't have right of
Yeah.
the storm up, then your theoretical maximum because the right of the storm with level 8 is like 8 points, right?
It's 8
So-
points, yeah.
So you would have so then you would have a maximum of 96.
That's what I was looking for. That makes more sense.
96,
okay, that's
yeah.
what I thought it was.
If you don't have right of
And-
the storm, but you have it on
and
right now,
my
so-
current health is still 80, although
88,
it's
88 because of
88, right?
yeah.
Because of the thing. Okay,
Right.
that makes a lot more sense.
Do you
Thank
want to
Arv.
take your
Sorry
right of the
to-
storm off for a second, like off at the very end of this though, just so I can because it'll be
Yeah, I think that's probably a good idea. I probably would have taken it off even
figured
though
you
we're moving.
clearer. So 90. So we'll say so that means
It's-
96 is what
Right.
your current total is.
I'm gonna
96.
be at that max health by the start of the next session anyway because I still have
That's what I figured.
restoration on me.
So 96 out of 96 is what you're at now. And
Right.
again, that's 5
Okay,
points
that makes
below
sense.
normal because of that. So good. All right. Now, with all that said,
Sorry,
so,
everyone.
That's no problem. That's that. I'm glad we cleared it up though.
Right.
So I'm going to start with Agatha. I know everyone's excited about their spells and stuff like that. I'll tell you what, Agatha. So you had to deal obviously with part of what was going on here was you all had a plan that you would establish, but as we all know, no plan survives contact with the enemy, and a lot of shit happened, if you'll pardon the expression, all at once that everyone had to attend to. I think that people mostly stuck with the plan or with improvising it. The question really was having to do the order of things. So there was a situation where you could have done something, Agatha, if Alec did something, but it relied on knowledge that wasn't going to exist because of other
Right.
things. There was no way, I think, ultimately to do it other than the way that you did it. But you know, I think you had some very important things you had to do, including, even as it turned out, dropping the gaseous form, because there's no way, if you don't drop the gaseous form and Strahd kills Weller anyway in gaseous form, then there's no way I'm going to allow that whole, like, as I'm dying I throw the bottle up the ledge to destroy,
Right,
you know, that type of thing,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
So
yeah, yeah, yeah.
so I think there was a lot that went down there, and then obviously you don't even, Agatha does not yet know the full cost of what has happened, but it was pretty hairy, and I think you handled it as well as could, you know, as well as could be. So how did you feel about today, and where will the lovely folks find you next, and all that kind of good stuff?
Yeah, today was great. Yeah, I mean, like, I have a plan. Again, will it survive the next session with all of us? I don't know, but Agatha does have one. All she's got to do is figure out how to destroy that heart. I can feel it, and she's going back for it. And here's the thing: we wanted a distraction, but I think we found the perfect, like, distraction at the perfect time. Like, if they can keep him distracted, she can get back and do
Yeah.
something about it.
And who knows how long Mordekainen holds him, though? I mean, like, you know.
Yeah, who knows? Who knows? So yeah, we'll see. But that is goal. And then let's not forget, you know, I've not been toting around this corpse-like facade for fun. So maybe Weller will join us again.
It's fair
Oh,
enough.
yeah, you got that thing. I totally forgot about it.
You forgot about that, didn't you?
Yeah.
What do you think she's been talking about this whole
Yeah,
time?
that sounds like
I was gonna say the same thing, that you should, when you were typing in all caps, I was like, that thing.
that thing that Agatha's been carrying around. So anyways, I'm Little Red Dot. Thanks, gang, for having me tonight. You can find me online, Twitch, Twitter, most of the time as Little_Red_Dot. I play games and I tell stories, and all the many forms that comes in, so podcasting and streaming and the whatnots. But tomorrow is Sunday Fun Day, so if you need something in your Sunday, we're having fun over on my channel. Come hang out. This will be the first one where we're letting community members GM, so it's gonna be pretty cool. It's a nice little, like, Sunday celebration. And then I've got a couple things coming up. I'm running an Aliens one, like, mini campaign over on Unmade Gaming, which should be a whole hell of a lot of horror fun for October. And then I've got a bunch of new things coming out. You can definitely go check out Good Strong Hands. If you missed it, I did get that up on my YouTube, so you can check it out there. And then there's going to be a re-edited version for the North by Northwest podcast. Oh, and speaking of podcasts, make sure to check out my vampire podcast, Stitch of Fate. Things are going really well. We have been nominated for every category of the Audioverse Awards we qualify in, which is pretty cool.
Nice.
So
Yay.
when voting happens, please vote for us. Yeah, and so that's been kind of a crazy experiment as well. So check that out, especially if you like dark murder mysteries and questionable characters. We're all really good at that. So, and then yeah, you'll check me here the rest of the time for our vocalist and, talking dungeon masterings and hopefully sticking it to Strahd.
Yeah.
I want to think I made a promise to his mama. I made a promise a long time ago to his mama in a bog somewhere.
Yeah, that's right. Well, yes, and we will see, since there is still a few figures to be heard from yet. But we will see what happens
really
over
hope
the next
Baba
couple of
Yaga does
sessions.
not show up.
You will pay. Listen, if you
I didn't even think about that.
you know anything about Grendel and Grendel's mom, I'm just saying. No.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
This fight is not over. It's okay.
We will see. It's but it's farther advanced. We'll see.
Yeah, one step at a time.
One step at a time.
Let's. Agatha's gonna start with his heart.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to
The
seeing
way
how
he
that
started
happens, Easter.
his entire story.
Yep, I'm looking forward to seeing that happen. Well, there could be John Wick. Yeah, I think I'm back. Oh man, I'm thinking I'm back.
I think I'm back.
But thank you, Dot,
Thanks, Arv.
as always, and yeah, I was glad you're able to be with us. So thanks. Moving right along. I'll tell you what, Rob. Not only did Mason have to deal with the vampire spawn stuff you had to deal with, but then you were basically having to coordinate all of these troops looking to you when you're like, what the hell is going on? Because everything else is in the castle. So you're just like, I have to interpret based on noise and like sound, and then like, a whole bunch of this stuff. And the good thing turned out to be that you held him back long enough that it gave Mordenkainen a chance to show up and just be like, get the bleep out of here.
I'm telling you, it's
so-
a good thing I'm handsome enough to pull off this Lando Calrissian role, because I'll tell you, not everybody could do it.
This deal's getting
everybody
worse all
can
the
do it.
time.
They all listen to him. Oh man, it was interesting
But
to
no,
see it
it's-
though. How'd you feel about today?
Anyway, it was yeah, you know, it's weird because I feel like the vast majority of what I did insofar as this whole segment. Let me start that sentence over again because I have no idea where the hell I was going with it. That's what happens when you've been staring at this camera for 4.5 hours. I feel like the vast majority of what my role was in this whole segment that we just pretty much concluded a major part of tonight happened during the last session. And sort of like literally like I came through and I was like, attack, and on the next episode, and then we start the one was like,
It's more like miss.
yeah.
No,
Well,
miss.
yeah,
You missed
exactly.
so many times last session.
Well, no, it
and
was
now this
the closest this D&D session has ever gotten to a Dragon Ball Z episode for me, really. So it was just
Thinking
like
that earlier.
the middle of the Kamehameha. It's like it would be hilarious if it weren't true. It's hilarious because it is true, but still, like you know, there's something very tough about being like, I just have to give him more time and just find a way to delay, and then to lose Calix at the end there just really blows.
Yeah, man.
Because he survived so much abuse.
And also, how are you going to get into any doors now? Like, I mean, there's
I know
also
we don't
that,
have our
like,
we
Our
we
door
know we don't have
knockers
our
are
door
on.
or
No,
door
I
opener, which
you were
really
right
sucks,
about that,
but-
and I liked your reaction to that because you know, at the beginning, you know, Mason's reaction was kind of like, why is this guy like making a friend of me, whatever. But at the end, you obviously, like, everyone had come to respect Calix, and Calix was like died doing what he wanted to do, you know, and like there was definitely a personal connection there that I think I liked.
Absolutely.
In general, you with all of your troops, that you felt kind of like, well, I'm responsible for all these people somehow, you know, even though that's not your normal thing. But it was
Well,
a
I mean,
different
you
thing
know,
for
there was a split second where it was like, do we keep fighting for Calix? And I realized, like, no, I'm not going to let all these people die here, even for, you know, for Calix's sake. There's no reason. We've sacrificed enough, but, you know, I'm also going to make damn sure whatever happens next that Calix didn't die in vain.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
there's no reason for all these people to die here, especially after seeing them, after seeing the hippogriffin, whatever the hell it is,
Hippogriff, yeah.
fly over the thing. Yes.
The
That's,
Griffin.
the
your
hippogriffin,
your
which is half
reenactment
hippo,
Doc
half
was
griffin.
stellar. I gotta tell you, the wings especially, they're really.
Really. I worked on
It's
that.
just. You know, you're so good with coming in with costumes. I thought you were gonna come in with wings tonight and just sort of like start like have a
Full
cape or
costume
something,
technique.
like some
what I
Liberace
know.
kind of
Oh,
Liberace
jeez.
hippogriff. I don't know.
Should have just been, you know, that really there's really creepy masks that you buy at like they make the unicorn one, but they also make a ravens one that just like, it's like rubber that just like sits
Halloween's
Yes.
coming up. We're gonna see
Yep.
lots of
Yep.
creepy
See
masks.
something out of
all
the
over
Crow or
place.
Raven.
whatever, like,
yeah,
just,
yeah, I
like,
just need a raven.
Jeez.
But no, I felt great about this session. It's crazy to see where this is going. You know, I actually, considering that we lost Weller tonight, I have to talk to you about what should happen if my character fall, because I know what wants to happen, but I want to clear it with you, Arv.
Okay.
If my character does, so we definitely got to talk about that before the next session.
Okay.
But this was wild. This campaign is wild. I love the twists and turns at the ends here. Like nothing that you think is going to happen because of all the ways, with all the different avenues we've sort of gone down and trying to figure out things. It's like the floor is constantly changing all around us, and it's
Based on stuff that you
Man.
guys all set into motion. You know, I mean, this
Yeah.
is all stuff that you folks did, and all these people showing up when they did. You could have not have gone after Mordenkainen. I mean, you know.
I like
and
that
then-
Strahd is mad because he underestimated us. I think
Yeah.
that's the thing that's
Welcome
really
to Strahd's world.
fun
He
to watch.
underestimates everybody, and it usually doesn't matter because he's Strahd, but maybe we'll see. You
We'll
know.
see what happens.
Yeah.
Until then, my name is GC Darkside Rob. I'm a caster here on Twitch TV, twitch.tv/GC Darkside Rob. I'm a little light on casting right now. I've been feeling a bit under the weather. Been back and forth on that. Been having some medical stuff that's been bothering me. But I do video game casts. I do music casts. I do music production. I do VA voice acting streams for video games, and do a bunch of other stuff off Twitch too. You can find all the links to all that stuff, including my SoundCloud, Bandcamp, YouTube, Twitter, everything on my Twitch page. So go follow all the links there if you want to see what I'm doing. Not on this channel that has nothing to do with D&D or our vocalist. I will be back here again for the next Our Vocalist session. I will also be back here for the next session of Infinity and Beyond, of course. And thank you guys for watching. It is always great to see people show up every time for this for as long as we've been doing this and keep coming back for more and more of it because it's only getting wilder. So thank you guys. You're awesome.
Very well
And for
said.
those of you in the States, please register to vote and vote early and vote. Just,
Yes.
just vote.
There's that
Just
command.
do
Vote
it.
now. Do it. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, thanks, Rob. Good stuff tonight.
Love you all.
Also great stuff from John. I'll tell you what, John. Django, in addition to being a tail gunner on the back of the hippogriff, but Django had a big moment too. I did not expect the leaping off with the silver sword, and I think this was
I'm
one
so
of the things I
glad
wanted
that succeeded.
Well, the thing I want to point out about this, which is really important, it comes back to what you said, Rob, about delaying too. Let's remember that in warfare, one of the things that has often been most impactful upon the movement of war is the screwing up of timelines, right? It's delay. The fact that you can delay troops almost lost the Germans World War I. It could very easily have affected aspects of World War II. You could argue that by the British taking it on the chin during the Blitz for months and months and months, it meant that they were able to survive long enough for the Americans to wake up and get into the war. So
And they were siphoning resources too.
yeah,
So
absolutely. But there's this
multifaceted
it's that
from beating the
delay
crap out of
thing,
them.
and I think that was part of it too. Like Django was not going to, like Brad Pitt, Troy jump style onto Strahd and end it all there. But the point is that damages Strahd, delays him, cuts off the chance that he's going to get to Agatha, who's got the main issue that everyone's looking for. And, maybe it would have been fine even as you just calculated it, but who knows? It's also possible you would have hit the ground and then Strahd would have finished you off. I mean, who knows? And Mordenkainen showed up. But again, Mordenkainen showed up not because it's out of nowhere. It's because you all set that into motion. This isn't coming out of nowhere. You all set this up with Mordenkainen. So I thought you had a lot of sort of big moments, Django, especially, of course, the leaping off with the silver sword was the biggest one, but they were all big moments. So
Teleporting through the door with a skull doesn't count.
and
for
that
anything.
was, there was that too, absolutely. Although it was interesting how multiple people were like, I can do it this way. I can fix
It's
that.
a tough crowd, John.
It's like we have a bunch of
crowd.
Mr.
It's a tough
Scotts,
crowd,
a bunch of Scotties. I can do that.
And the funny part is we talked about that afterwards because Agatha was going to do like gaseous form or something like that herself. I said, well, we could just misty step it. He's like, oh my God, that's right.
Yep.
How'd
How'd you feel about today?
It was great. Yes, I have to admit, my little Brad Pitt Troy moment was but the theme for Django this entire evening was get the skull to Argon Voss, and even and it probably sounded cold to people, even when I was like, you left him there, like, yeah, hell yeah, we left him there. He's not the mission. This is the mission right here. And he was just all about getting Agatha out of there and making sure it got back there, because without that, if that doesn't happen, we're probably even more screwed than we were. And the effect on that's huge. The +1 to saves and armor class is gigantic. That could turn the tide very easily. So yeah, he was very driven this session. Let's just put it that way.
Mm-hmm.
And also, yes, I went on Agatha's back because I was reasonably certain, although it would hurt, that if anyone was going to fall off to the ground, it would be me, and I could actually probably survive it more or less intact. So yes, it was all calculated risks, but Strahd was not getting his hands on that skull again, that's for sure. Except that damn mist thing. I've forgotten the damn vampire mist thing. I was hoping to be able to keep stabbing him, like, damn, he turned to mist. It slipped my mind. Let's put it that way. But it was a great time. Always a great game with you guys, and stream was hilarious. So yeah, a terrific time as always.
Good stuff, John. And you will be hearing a lot more from John and myself in various projects coming up that we're involved with in one way or the other. And I'm very excited about that. And yeah. Oh, well, thank you, Trish. I'll echo that for the audio listeners just quickly. Not the part about saying I'm a good DM, whatever. That, thank you. But the thing I wanted to highlight was the players. The fact that the reason Rockgod said that the reason the players stick around, the reason they stick around is because of the talent of the players, and Trish said also the GM. I'm very grateful to Trish for that, but I'm especially grateful for what Rockgod said, because it's true. This really is a great group of players, and it's a matter of being able to play as individuals and a group, and it's not always easy to do that. So I appreciate the group doing that, and it's a reason that I love the conclusions of these campaigns as we head towards them, because all these pieces start to slot into place because of things that were set in movement like tectonic plates by the players earlier on in the campaign. So I appreciate that very much. And chat is always great during this too, by the way, so that makes a big difference I know that makes a big difference to the players that chat is involved, so thank you all too. So thank you, John. Great stuff tonight. Saad, I'll tell you what, that again from you, the moment with Donovich really surprised me. I didn't know exactly where you were going to go with it or what you were going to do, but it led to a moment of really poignant RP where you have these two people talking about people that they've lost in a way, right? Donovich thinking about his son, you thinking about Weller. That moment of thinking about turning Weller into a vampire, Donovich sort of like really arguing as much for the soul of his son in a way as he is arguing about Weller. Like, you can't
that's
do
what I was like.
this.
It actually helps him as much as it helps.
Yeah,
me,
like the whole thing, you know, and all of you, of course, united by your hatred of Strahd, but really beautifully played, I think, because it was
Alec
that.
isn't much of a talker though. That's the thing.
Yeah,
So
but that's fine though. You know, Alec having that one moment of crying for the first time in 52 days of this campaign.
No,
that was
probably
really
his first time
powerful
he's
over his
really,
altar.
since like probably getting heavily injured as a child and part of training, but like this is like a serious. This is very rare for a half orc to really let it out. So it's something. It shows you how much Alec really cared about.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
How much Weller and I have been through.
Absolutely.
But wow, that's I don't know how I'm going to react to the party. It's going to be interesting next session.
Yeah.
Whatever happens next. What else to say? Thank you, thank you for donating so I can re-roll my.
Yeah, that.
dice.
Oh man.
I don't know what else to say about that.
That's
I'm
about
cursed.
3 campaigns in the making. Your
Yeah,
permission to use
yep.
inspiration on that.
I think we
by
should
the
just
way.
make that a thing. Whereas if you want me to have decent hit points, you're gonna have to donate.
Gonna have to inspire. I don't know that I'm gonna allow this again. I did it there because
I know,
it
I
was
know.
funny.
You didn't have to.
I mean,
You didn't
no,
have to.
I-
We
you
really
know what?
can't
It was
ask for
funny.
better entertainment than you rolling natural ones as much as you have.
Yeah, I mean that was hilarious. I was like, wow. Unreal.
So mean. So mean.
Oh,
We love you, Saad. We
But,
don't understand
yeah.
it either.
So yeah, twitch.tv/slot_. You see me streaming random games there. You also see me here on Monday for Emberwind.
Emberwind, yeah.
Yep.
Where
Where the remaining
Laureate just-
scattered
just- Laureate
inspirations will
just
be
had a
left
big
after
thing
you guys
happen
blew
to her
them
as
on them.
well, so-
Yep.
Something
Trouble-
that
trouble all
Laureate was
around.
like, damn it, I was gonna try and talk to him before he. So we'll have to wait and see for that. Also, the week after that, you'll see me on. So next Monday, after this coming Monday, you'll see me here again for a Grumbler's Guide to the Temple of Elemental Evil, where Gromnir's wife is like the MVP of the entire
It's really true. Yeah.
So we had a bad fight section and figured out that I built my character completely wrong, or a character completely wrong because of the mechanics in the game different from other games, and that's been fixed. But yeah, check that out if you like Temple of Elemental Evil. It's actually surprisingly okay if you can get past it all the problems with it. But yeah, this has been a campaign. This is retired as session power creep.
Yep. Power
Maybe.
creep is
We'll see,
irrelevant now.
Rudna. We'll see. That's
But
it for me.
Thank you, Saad. And thank you, continual thanks, of course, for doing the Grumbler's Guide, because those are really entertaining to watch. And everyone, I think, has enjoyed those. When your wife in the game died the last time, I don't know if you've heard this, maybe you have, but I just found it funny that your wife says, "I'm really sorry I married you." And I'm just like, there's a lot of, man, there's a lot of
That was
poignant power right
hilarious.
there. It was great.
Wow.
But yeah, it was great to see Alex stuff tonight, and yeah, I can't wait to see what happens with both Emberwind and of course with Grumbler's Guide and more Strahd, of course, with Infinity Beyond. Last but certainly not least, Trent, from the very beginning of this campaign, I know that you have always been, you're the kind of player who is
kill
always
Weller,
willing. What?
Oh, what?
What?
Hmm?
You're always
Always
willing.
planned to kill Weller.
You're always willing to let the game go where it will, and to sort of proceed organically. And I think that that's exactly what happened. Trent and I were writing back and forth to each other a little bit in Zoom chat because, we didn't exactly know. I didn't know either exactly how things were going to happen. It depended on the dice rolls, the decisions of the other players. It depended on, a whole bunch of things. But I think ultimately the way it went down was, Weller did delay Strahd and did also manage to throw, the bottle and break it and that whole business. And man, if one is going to die in that way, I can't imagine thinking of another way to do it, that has more of an effect, let's say, on the party and the people around him, even this sort of moment of defiance than the way that Weller did it. And I think it'll be interesting to see as each party member finds out about it. But the reaction of just Alec to begin with sort of may be indicative of that, of what that sort of loss felt like. And that symbol of Ravenkind being on the ledge that, Alec finds after your body's just there, and him bringing, that was pretty cool. So good work today. Very good work, both tactically and otherwise, in dealing with this situation. How did you feel about day 52, the impactful day, most impactful day for Welder to this point?
I really enjoyed this. I thought this was, a lot of fun. Even though, like, within 20 minutes of us really getting started, Weller's dead.
Yeah.
And then I'm just sitting here. I'm like, but then I'm communicating back and forth with you and with Strahd and back and forth.
I guess it saved your voice a bit. I guess there's that.
Yeah, thank you very much. It actually sounds a little better right now. That's good. But I don't have any recording. That's not true. I do have some recording. Anyway, whatever. But yeah, I very much enjoyed it, and it gave me time to bring my backup character up to level 9, which is awesome. Because I've always had him sitting in reserve just in case Weller ever dies. I really like the idea that it's like, okay, because I've had in my head, always the fact that Agatha has this power that she picked up from the Amber Temple, and I'm like, I was trying to think, where would she use that? Because I was like, and well, I mean, at first it was like, because our original thought was that she was going to use it so that Casimir didn't have to take it. She could raise his sister, and he wouldn't have to do that whole thing. And then that doesn't seem like it may or may not have. He might have gone back and taken it. We don't know. And then I was like, ooh, what if? Because Short Grist has all of Weller's materials on studying werewolves and everything. He stole all of it. And that means that he also has Weller's best friend's remains.
Right.
And so if she decided, I know what I'll do, I'll bring back his best friend and everything will be fine. It's like, well, now we're not doing that. Okay. So, and it was like, oh my God, what's going on?
Yeah. A lot of decisions you all have to make.
Oh, it's just awesome. I love this game so much. And like you said, let it roll organically and see how it comes out, because that is how the best storytelling works. Play it the way it makes sense.
Yeah.
And I loved it. It was awesome. As for where people will see me, who knows? Because we haven't planned next month's schedule. So, or you haven't planned it. Well,
true. I've not consulted with the gods, by which I mean my players.
I expect messages at 3:00 in the morning very soon.
Hey guys, that's quite possible.
I'm always.
But yeah, I'll be back here for more D&D whenever we set that up on a Saturday, and possibly on Halloween.
On Halloween, it actually looks.
If we survive.
Well, it looks promising now, because it looks like you'll have a session.
Now that we got rid of that Weller guy.
Now we can. No, you'll have a session during which a lot of these decisions will be made, and I think you'll be sort of dealing with that, and then that'll set up for the 31st, which is basically the final assault, is the way I see it, in all likelihood. So, So.
We don't know. We don't know if
we don't know, but we're there's a decent chance, unless things just completely collapse. Like if they just see each other and they're like, what the hell with all of you, and they just have a firefight and destroy each other, then there won't be a Halloween session. But assuming that there will be, then that would be the case. So fingers crossed.
Let it roll.
Halloween would be the closed session, which would be amazing, and then we would have probably one last session afterwards would just be sort of a wrap up, like let's talk about the campaign type of deal, which would be not nearly as long, obviously. But anyway, sorry. So
aside from that, you will hear me in. We have another audiobook coming out. When is it coming out, John? Supposedly.
Well, it all depends on Amazon. Next month, sometime in October.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate. That's all I can tell you. It's terrible. It's terrible. But yes, October. The third book in the Secrets of Power trilogy for Shadowrun will be coming out.
Secrets of Power.
And one of the people who left a review, I keep every now and again going back and checking, and my favorite review is, why haven't you people released the third book yet? Are you doing this for shits and giggles? Why haven't you really done like we haven't got the control over this thing? You know?
Oh my God.
It's not us.
But we're
It's
actually,
not us.
but we're actually, well, it is kind of us because we're actually moving to an every other month schedule for certain
Oh.
audio. So, because I gotta start kind of spreading it out a little bit. It's been embarrassment of riches, which has been great, but no, it's soon. Yeah.
So yeah, and then I will continue working on the BattleTech saga that I am.
Yes, indeed.
Very, very close. I hope to finishing the first book of that, which is BattleTech Legends. Decision at Thunder Rift. I was like, I don't remember what it's called. Oh my
Decision.
god!
Thunder at Decision Rift. No, that's not it. But
Oh God, funny.
But thank you, Tren. Very good stuff today. Yeah, I'm actually the thing you just said about that reminds me. Like I've been looking at the. It's a mistake to look at Goodreads reviews anyway, but I've been looking at the Goodreads reviews for Icarus, and the ratings have actually been pretty good. But the refrain from a lot of the reviews is like, and I feel like this book just has, if it could just been continued a little bit further, and I'm like, Jelinek is out at the same time. That's part 2. It's right there, for the love of God. I just want to be like, you can't ever do this, but as an author, I want to be like, thank you so much for your response. Will you look at part 2 for the God, because that's where your answers are. Because literally they're like, oh, where's the other half? And there's like 2 people so far who have reviewed Jelinek, and they're like, it's great because the story's really, a lot of it is finished up. I'm like, thank you. Like, just read it. So anyway,
Harv, you're way too nice. You need to just like hustle all day long.
That's what I need to do all day long. I do have to say that that the other thing is that you'll hear Tren also doing the audiobook for Gray Shade, assuming all goes well with our Kickstarter, which will be happening next year. And I've heard the first version that Tren did of this back when it was published by the Greenwood Group. No, inaccurate. It was actually, there were parts of his voice where I was just like, oh, chills, because it was really, really good. So I am super excited for that. So, but I'm going to let these folks go. They have a little bit they want to chat about with each other, and then I have to speak with John about a couple things. But this was a thoroughly enjoyable session. Well done today, Infinity and Beyond. This was good stuff, and man, some of the best role playing that's going on Twitch right now. Chat, please spread the word about these folks because I really want more people to see it. And I would love to have an epic Halloween finale with everyone there, with all of us cosplayed and everything. Man, straight up, I want to see it. So let's see if we can make it happen. Thank you so much to my wonderful players, Tren, Sod, John, Rob, and Dot. Great stuff from everybody, and I will see you folks in all our various endeavors very soon. Chat, can we get some love for the players?
Peace.
Bye
Love
for
y'all.
now, all. Okay. Woo! Man, that was sick. That was sick. It really was. Great stuff from everybody. I think again, these things I've always found that these things have their own momentum. And so a lot of what happens with this is when you have a group of people that get along very well, that respect each other, that really understand the way that things work, and that really are sort of like motivated to make stories with each other. I often find under those circumstances that that the story really almost writes itself, and I help set up the threads, and I help sort of bring things through and try to create some narrative through lines. But a lot of it, as I've said many times, is just getting out of the way, and getting out of the way and allowing my players to kind of just like shine on, you crazy diamond, as they say. And that's exactly, I think, what they did here. There was just this feeling of all of them working together. Hold on a second. I don't know why this is looking like this. Give me a second here. That's very weird. All of a sudden I had like this weird like halo effect. I'm not sure why. Anyway. So a lot of it is just sort of getting out of the way, and it was great to see that happen and just sort of like sit back and be like, let's watch the awesome happen. So even though this was a session that had combat, that had chase, that had powerful epic things, and at this point it should seem epic. They're high level, and at this point they're getting up in levels now. Once you get to level 9, you're definitely you've climbed the mountain a little bit, and it should start feeling like there's some serious stuff that they have to deal with, and that includes what they're going to do in terms of fighting of it. So I'm very excited for that. I think we are in good position. The next session will be a big session that's kind of not only clean up, but set up for what will be, I think, if all goes well, again, an epic session, hopefully on Saturday the 31st, Halloween, which will probably be a marathon. And I do want everyone to mark their calendars, because if we do that, probably what we would do is we would start a little bit later. My guess is we would start probably at like 8 or 9 p.m. Eastern, and then we would run into early in the morning on Sunday. And then we would do that on purpose, because the whole idea is Halloween. Like, we want this going on Halloween over midnight, etc. Because that's, I mean, come on, how awesome is that if that's the setup that we can do? So I'm hoping that that's what we're able to do. Excuse me for a moment. I don't know why am I getting this weird? I'm going to have to fix that. Anyway, so yeah, exactly. They've got so many options. That's true. Well, they have a lot of decisions that they're going to have to make. We're going to have to see what happens when all these decisions get made. But whatever the decisions are, the sort of effect of all of it is going to be, I think, the effect is going to be very strong, but I think their choices are clear. Agatha's going to have to make a decision about what she does about Casimir's sister versus what she does with Weller. Alec has made a little bit of a decision already, which is not to turn Weller into the vampire yet. What is going to happen about, have we heard the last of the patrons, of Django, and who has an effect at least on Agatha, but especially the patron of Django. And Agatha wants to go and deal with the heart. What's going to happen with that? So there's going to be a lot of stuff going on, and it'll be interesting to see how it happens over these next couple of sessions as we bring Curse of Strahd to a close. But it's been great to have all of you lovely people with us, and I really do appreciate it, everybody, because your enthusiastic, chat and a part of this really makes the session that much better. So thank you so much. First, I want to say thanks to the audio listeners, as we are coming also to the end of the road with them, not completely, but soon, as you've been listening to the Curse of Strahd podcast, and I hope you've enjoyed all of these many sessions before. You're going to be listening to this in the future sometime. It's, going to be 2021 sometime that you're going to be listening to this, and let's hope it's a much better, it's a better future. It's a better world than what we're dealing with right now in 2020. Let us all hope. But we live in hope. And if the party can bring that moment of bringing the light, the light which you actually see shining through your screens right now, the moment of bringing the light to Argynvost and to Barovia was pretty cool for me, because it felt a little bit of the hope that maybe we're bringing elsewhere. Sounds silly, but inspiration is a thing. And so, yeah. Newcastle shirt. Sorry, man. I can't always be wearing Man U. I can't always. I've got 2 of them. You gave me one of them, so I'll wear my Man U in the future. Don't worry. Usually I wear actually my Infinity Beyond shirt, but not today. So, but yeah, so that was the deal with that. Very excited for what happens next. But thank you to my wonderful audio listeners, and I will speak to all of you for the last few sessions coming soon. Bye for now, audio listeners. And that is going to bring me to my lovely Twitch folks. And I'm going to get on out of here. Remember, we are going to be back tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern for the Joint Speculate Twitch event of the next Blades in the Dark session, the Case of the Cindered Seal. So Brandon O'Brien will be GMing the intrepid crew of Yoi Gawain Lin, of Iori Kasanu, of Mike Underwood, and of Valerie Valdez. And so those are going to be here tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern. Then Monday at 7 p.m. Eastern, we have got the amazing Ember crew, Jen, Marie, Brahms, and Saad, with John as your GM for that. That'll be 7 p.m. Eastern. And then Tuesday, 12 p.m. Eastern, I will be doing the Patreon Field Chat Chosen Game of the Month, which is Spiritfarer. And then at 4 p.m. Eastern, I'll be over on GOG with Pen and Pixels and what is almost the end of The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt Blood and Wine. It's either the session or the session just about to be the session of those two things. So we've got that going on at 4 p.m. Eastern. And then that'll be it for the month of September. And then we'll be moving into what will be a very impactful October. A lot going on in October, a lot of stuff happening, and a lot of things kind of moving ahead. And of course, everyone gearing up for the most important election of everyone's life coming up in early November. And so, yeah, I'm very excited to be with you and with this for a part of it. And I hope everyone will spread the word about the channel and we can get even more people involved, because the more the merrier, and the more people that come in, the more we can kind of spread the word of what we try to do here on the channel, with communication, compassion, and community are all big things that we try to do. So, Lucifer is literally Latin for light bringer. Am I Satan now? Yeah, I really don't know why it's doing that, but I'll have to wipe off the lens because I'm assuming that's part of what it might be. Anyway, that is going to do it for me. I do want to thank all of the lovely folks who were part of this. I want to thank Greenforge Studios for providing some of the music as well. Again, for those of you who missed this, Greenforge Studios has got a new album that they're going to be releasing of forest-related music, and I listened to some of it, and it was really cool. And so I'm probably going to be working on a licensing arrangement with them where I can do that again and use that for my future campaigns. So I am looking forward to that. Definitely give them some support, by the way. First of all, Gabe is a good guy, and he's from Boston, so I'm a fellow Red Sox fan. But Gabe also is a very good musician, the concertmaster of the Louisville Orchestra. He did the soundtrack for Pop-Up Dungeon, and I really appreciate the fact that we have this arrangement because he's using real orchestras, real instruments, real players who are doing this music, and I love that. Nothing against synth stuff, and obviously a lot of what you hear on the channel with some of the video intros from, Chrono Wolf and all that, those are done by synthesizers, and I have great admiration for that too. But there's something to be said for the real, actual, living, breathing instrument. And so it's great to hear that stuff, and I'm hoping, again, that this is a arrangement that we can continue and build upon, and that we can have more of this kind of music put out there, because it allows not just me, but other members of my campaign, like Shadowed Mage, for example, DMing the community D&D group, to have more music as well. And I know that my other DMs then in this channel have also appreciated the fact that they've been given access to this stuff. So yeah, so definitely think about giving them some support over at Greenforge. Remember about how to support us here in the stream. If you haven't done so already, follow the channel. Check out the YouTube with !arvtube, Discord !arvcord, Twitter with !arvtweets. Website for all of that is arvanelaron.com. On the financial side, !arvshop is the merchandise area where you can get stuff for Infinity and Beyond and Adventures of Middle-earth and soon to be Aspergenesis as well. !arvtreon is the Patreon right there. 22 patrons, $2.25 per month. Really is the financial backbone of the channel. And so if you go over there, you can get some stuff there that you can't get just from subbing. And so if you want, you can get critiques of your writing, epic poems written about you, a copy of one of my band's albums. So there's a lot of stuff over there if you're willing to jump on board and support us there over on the Patreon. That is very much appreciated, and we move towards other things, which would be great. Oh, my pleasure. Absolutely, Dark Sinner. Just remember, one thing though, Dark Sinner, just remember to sort of talk to them about using it for licensing. Make sure you know, because the music that I showed you that I played, I have a licensing agreement with them, which is paid for. So just so you know, you may know that already, but definitely reach out to them because they can work a deal out where you can use some of that music for licensing on their channel. And if you do that, Dark Sinner, or not on your channel, I should say, but also just for like the players, if you do that, if you're just doing it, you looked at it, okay, awesome. Let them know, please, this would help me out, Dark Sinner. Let them know that you came to them through me, only because I want those who sponsor us or have a relationship with us to know that we are providing some positive return on their investment, right? The Alligator Alley folks know that by sponsoring the Aspergenesis campaign, we've given them a lot of attention and exposure, and also building up stuff in terms of the play that we give them, actual play videos, basically. The same thing happened when Cubicle 7 was publishing Adventures of Middle-earth. I hope to renew that licensing agreement with the new company, but the same thing with Greenforge. So if you're able to do that, I would appreciate that very much, because that definitely helps us out and allows us to do more such licensing agreements as we go along. But I'm glad, Dark Center, because it's really good music. So thank you for that. And thank you as well to everyone who supported on the financial side, including that sub button. A few of you jumped on board and resubbed today, so thank you for that so much. I really appreciate it. And thank you for those who got your inspirations that you were able to use. We blew a lot of them today, but people needed them. And so this is what they're for. This is why the inspirations are part of it. So thank you. I appreciate it very much. Yeah, well, it's important to me, Arudinel, because A, he's a musician and he's a creative, and God, do I know it's how important it is to support creatives these days. And so I really want to do that. Also because it's building up connections, but I'm glad that it gets other people attention because his music really is good. But thank you, Arudinel. I appreciate that. So, what was I talking about? Yes, so again, subbing to the channel. Thank you. Custom sub badges, emotes, all that kind of good stuff. Last, the publishing stuff, Icarus, for my Icarus and Jelinek graphic novels. If you have these, please consider leaving a review on Goodreads. And if you have both of them, please consider leaving a review that mentions the existence of Jelinek, okay? Because Jelinek is part 2. So if you're like, I read Icarus, it felt like it was part 1. It is. It's part 1. Part 2 is Jelinek. And then you can show people that, see, there's 2 parts to this. And if you have it, also leaving a rating or a review of Jelinek on Goodreads would be appreciated also if you're able to do that. Again, an anthology coming out from Athos Arts. First of all, retail for Icarus and Jelinek is November 10th. That is coming out November 10th of this year, so I'm very excited for that. And the release of the new anthology In This Moment, that's going to be kickstarted next month. I am contributing, hopefully, a story to that. Otherwise, I'm just an interested observer slash, backing them up and promoting them a little bit just because I think it's an important anthology with a lot of great writers. So and it's an important thematically too. So anyway, that'll be coming from Athos Arts. So Athos is awesome. Exclamation Point Library for Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, again published by Alligator Alley. That's my 5e adventure and sourcebook, doing very well over at DriveThruRPG. It's a silver seller over there, but the print versions are coming soon also. We have the proofs. They're going back and forth. They're going to be shipped. It's on the route, and I'm really excited because, oh my God, I can't wait to hold those in my hand. It's going to be great. So please do that with Exclamation Point Library. Exclamation Point Greyshade KS is my Greyshade Kickstarter, which is coming out February 2nd. Series of novels, a board game, an RPG, and this audiobook that I mentioned, and maybe some other surprises too. Super excited about the potential for this because I think there's a lot of elements that are going to be appealing to people, and I'm very proud of those books. I worked hard on them, and so I hope people will love not only the books but the universe surrounding them. And last but certainly not least, Exclamation Point BLM, Black Lives Matter, the link that will tell you all about the details about supporting Black Lives Matter, about the importance of supporting not just Black voices, but Black bodies, Black lives, and making sure that we are trying to preserve them the same kind of zeal that we would preserve anything else. We must have Black lives valued in this country and elsewhere around the world. So BLM, that is a resource link for educational resources, for also resources where you can donate and so forth. Very important. And Exclamation Point Vote Now, your register to vote link. Please go do this, people. I cannot emphasize enough that there is a tendency sometimes to see things happening in the world and to say, what can I do? I can't do anything about anything. Like, this is just not going to work out, blah, 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 blah. I cannot emphasize enough that that sort of reality is a reality which is meant to be done by the forces that are oppressing you, right? The would-be autocrats want you to believe that you can't do anything, that it's hopeless, that you've got to give up, that the vote isn't going to matter. Again, if the vote didn't matter, they wouldn't spend the amount of money and time and effort and blood, sweat, and tears trying to suppress it. It is enormously important, and we are winning. The polls prove it, and not just the polls, the ballot requests, the early voting reports, all of the demographic information points to an enormous victory on November 3rd, he said quickly, November 3rd. I think that's what it was, November 3rd. Yes, November 3rd. On November 3rd. So if you want to be sitting there November 4th feeling good about the fact that we've taken a step back towards sanity, if that's what we want to do, then you have to, as Trish says, not just take it back, but if I can modify it slightly, acknowledge your power. Use your power. Let's put it that way. Utilize the power you have. They are trying to take it from you, but you still possess it. Prove it. And you do that by voting and by getting those around you to vote as well. No one can be sitting on the sidelines for this, folks. I got my Biden-Harris sign today, put it up. Finally, we ordered it weeks ago, but we got it. We put it up in the window. We've got the votes. We got the plan to early vote. We have all the plans in place. So we've made a plan. Make a plan yourself and do what must be done, because you're doing this for you, for your family, for your friends, and for all of those that you don't even know, who are all allied together in wanting to make the world a better place. And that starts with one single vote coming up here in November. With all that said, I want to thank everyone for having been awesome today. We are going to do a raid today because we have a nice group of people and it's not super late. The Arvanauts have landed, followed by Twitch raid, lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. And if you were a sub, the Arvanauts have landed, followed by Twitch raid. And then you see these things: Arvany Hype, Arvany Roar, Arvany Smug, Arvany Love, Arvany Woe. You can throw in any Arvanys that you want to with this once you are brought over auto-magically. And speaking of auto-magically, let me see what we've got here. I think I see. I did this person. I did that person. Let me see quickly whether this person is. Here, give me just 1 second. Sorry. Okay, I actually have an idea for who we're going to be rating. Exactly, Arudnell. You got it. You got it, 100%. I actually am going to be rating someone different. We have not rated this person before, but I think that this is actually going to be worth it because of the theme of what's going on, and you will see the examples of how that works in just a moment. So stick around, and I think you'll see why we rated this group that we're about to rate. But I want to thank everyone who made this awesome. Thank you to my wonderful mods, Rudnell, Dragonspear, Rock God, Shadow Mage, Coven Guy, and Sod. Great work from the best in the business. Thank you to my subscribers, Rudnell, Dragonspear, Rock God, Shadow Mage, Coven Guy, actually not Coven Guy right now, sorry, but also Patreon supports. Thank you to Echo Alpha, Crit Twitch, Live Suing, Lone Wolf, Mrs. Dunsel, Trendane, and Trisha Metz, and thanks to all my Patreon supporters as well. Thank you to my wonderful viewers. Thank you to Admiral AK, to Arpaw, to Aiden, Black Fury, Commander Root, Cuptaman, Dark Sinner. Thank you to Jetix. Thank you to Jedi, Caro. Thank you to Light and Passion, Lurks, Nonstop as always, Princess League, Radio Johnny Panda, Remistino, Rowario. Thank you to Taishente, to you, Christensen, VNK, Virgo Praz, and Wenchkin. And thanks most of all to tonight, not only to the wonderful chat, but thank you to my wonderful players. Thank you to Trendane. Thank you to Sod. Thank you to John. Thank you to Rob. And thank you to Dot for the wonderful session tonight. I really enjoyed it a lot. And thank you, everybody. You all did a great job tonight. You should feel proud of each other and yourselves. And that's going to be it for me. Stick around for the raid, and I will see you folks Sunday evening at 7 p.m. Eastern for Blades in the Dark with the Case of the Cindered Seal with Brandon and company. Until then, everyone be good to each other. Have a good night.